Do it, bro.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Wrestling Rundown, episode number 165. And I have no clue where this video is going on which channel because it depends on when Video 2000 comes out for Wrestling Fortune 44. This is either going there or it's going on the CM Brothers channel. It depends on when Video 2000 gets done. The plan is for Saturday, and at the time of this recording, it's Tuesday, August 20th, 2019 at 6:15 p.m. And we're going to give a disclaimer. I have not watched any main roster WWE programming post SummerSlam, mainly because I've been busy working on Video 2000. And sometimes I'm just weird where I like to go review shows without seeing main roster programming. Because when it comes to main roster, you can have a really good show, and then the Raw and SmackDown what happened afterwards and ruin that show. So I wanted this case to be different. And like I said, it's mainly because I've been working on Video 2000. But let's introduce the guests. Let's start with the champion.
The Wrestling Rundown champion, El Vagabundo.
Oh, that nickname's brought back.
I gotta bring it back. It's a great nickname.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm assuming, I don't know if you remember that, Noah, but pretty much, Elias, like, I believe it was NXT TakeOver Orlando, not the, like the dog matches afterwards, right after he was kicked off NXT, wrestled Oney Lorcan, as a luchador named El Vagabundo, and Chris liked the name, so.
And got taken up by a security guard, female security guard. Yeah, I remember that very clearly. That was funny.
But yeah, Chris held on to the title. So he's halfway through, possibly getting through. He's got 2 more shows to get through, to stay with the title. He's got to get through NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff and All Out. So, but anyhow, let's get to the next guest, making his return. I guess it wouldn't be the return. I guess it would be return to the show, because if you see this after Video 2000, it would be return to the rundown. Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure, why not? Chris, son, great to see you again. Congrats, Chris, on retaining your title. Congrats on your 2000 goal, Owen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just a simple man, and my name is Noah Foster. It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, and it's good because you have a very different experience. Well, I guess than all of us, because you were actually at SummerSlam Live. You were at the whole weekend live.
That is correct.
So, I guess I can ask you, since you're part of No DQ, how was your trip there? I didn't really get to ask anybody because when I got on the NXT party last week, which you should check out on Aftermatch Wrestling, we had to film the show right away and everyone was in a rush. But how was the trip overall?
It was very enjoyable for my first ever actual vacation and live takeover / Big 4 pay-per-view experience. I explored a lot of Toronto, most of the downtown district, had a lot of Tim Hortons, and overall, the meet and greet with the No DQ personalities, Caitlyn, Aaron with an E, the main man himself, Aaron with an A, and Virtue especially, and of course, after-match wrestling leaders, Stefan and Jerry, was extremely entertaining and a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself overall. I even got to experience Ring of Honor for the first time ever. So I had 3 wrestling shows live in one weekend on a day-by-day basis, and I fairly enjoyed myself overall. It was a great experience, and I would do it again in a heartdit. But
you're doing it next year. You're coming to Boston next year for.
That is the plan right now. Yes, it is.
Me and Chris will come drag your ass over here if we have to.
Yeah, get a Greyhound private on my freaking street and cue that 14-hour trip up.
What was that? Oh, did anyone, since you were part of No DQ, did anyone recognize you at all, or not really?
Besides the No DQ, the No DQ people themselves, I was just another tourist pretty much in Toronto. But as soon as I met the No DQ people, they knew who I was in a heartbeat, and this shirt was not needed.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that shirt too. I don't know. I might ask for it for Christmas. Hopefully, if it's still on sale and such. So, but yeah. So you have since you were at SummerSlam too. Your experience will be different. Your letter grade will be different than ours. Especially Chris's because he hasn't even seen the show. So his letter grade. Yeah, I just told you he hasn't seen SummerSlam. So
Yeah, no, I'm just messing with you. That's for all the viewers. Chris,
Yeah.
I suggest you go watch it. There's only 3 things I think that's worth watching, but I'm gonna let you decide yourself.
But oh, did you see any? Did you meet any superstars too while you were there? Because I didn't.
None. Yeah, that was my first ever WWE meet and greet experience, both VIP and normal. On General Day Saturday, I took an afternoon session and I met Cesaro, Drew Gulak, the Brian Kendrick, Santino Marella, and what was the other one? I can't think of it. That actually no, that might have been it for that day. And then after NXT Sunday morning, I met the NXT champs themselves, Shayna Baszler and Adam Cole, baby. And I said I'm co-staying in NXT. He said that's the plan, so I hope he sticks to that. As well as Kurt Angle and Bo Dallas and the Curtis Axel. Oh, and Chad Gable.
Yeah, so that's definitely awesome. I hope I get to meet them next year. If they're still in the company and all that and such. But which obviously that time will tell with that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah. Few quick things that happened like before SummerSlam on the WWE.com exclusives is they did SummerSlam Diaries. They do them every year where Becky Lynch trained for her match and Natalya trained for her match. Charlotte Flair did the same thing. They showed like footage of them attending the Yankees versus Blue Jays game, which was kind of funny because didn't that happen the same night as ROH? If I'm not mistaken, but maybe I am.
Friday night, yeah. I was at Ring of Honor Summer Supercard, and I thoroughly enjoyed that.
And then, I don't know if you were there for this, Noah, but were you there when R-Truth doing R-Truth to meet and greet, and Drake Maverick came up disguised as John Cena?
Nah, I wasn't there for that session, but I kept up with what was going on WWE.com, and I heard Drake Maverick once again tried to get that title from R-Truth in the most crazy way possible. And apparently he wasn't the only one either trying to get that title off R-Truth. And failed.
And then, he got like slammed in the trash by like Titus O'Neil, and then he had to take the walk of shame. Yeah. And
that was the other one. I also met Drake Maverick live. What a character. He's such a great dude to talk to, hilarious. But the pictures he does, he immediately transitions from happy, nice to meet you, talk about 205 Live, talk about my career to 24/7 Pursuer. He goes immediately from happy to just, and he gave us one of those R-Truth signs, and we posed with him whatever way we wanted to with that sign. It was probably one of my favorite pictures.
Did you mention the fact that he responded to your tweet too, like a while back too?
I didn't do that because it's not about me, it's about wrestling. But I did tell him I appreciate all you do for 205 Live and to me, 205 Live Matters. And he says thank you very much.
Let's hope he doesn't watch 205 Live Matters because you guys have been very vocal recently about his GM performance too. So
that was a few weeks ago. I've gotten look since meeting the guy and talking with him. Whatever he does with 24/7, I know that's Vince driven. That's not just him. Me and him are fine.
And then we had the pre-show itself. We had the panel, which you didn't hear, Noah, but I still gotta say for people that did hear it. We had the panel of Beth Phoenix, Jonathan Coachman, Charlie Caruso, David Otunga, Jerry the King Lawler, and Booker T. I did like how Beth Phoenix said that I got to see NXT TakeOver last night, basically saying, I saw better wrestling than you guys. I got to see tonight live, guys. So, top man. So.
That's the same feeling I had walking in the building. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a great experience, but am I going to see better wrestling tonight overall? No.
And then you had the hosts, JBL and Sam Roberts. Were you able to hear them or no?
No, and I'm glad I didn't, because Sam Roberts can sometimes be a bit unbearable, and you already know how I feel about JBL.
Yeah. And we know too, who will be on later on the show. We know how James Hebert too feels about JBL. You don't know, but we do.
I can only imagine the rant he would do right now.
And then we had the commentary.
We'll see you soon for NJPW World Class predictions and more.
And then we had the commentary team of Nigel McGuinness, Vic Joseph, Aiden English, Corey Graves, Tom Phillips, and Byron Saxton. Nigel, Vic, and Aiden commentated the 205 matches, and Corey, Tom, and Byron, I'd say commentated the SmackDown matches, but we don't really know because of the whole wild card crap. But basically, they commentated any match that had to do with the SmackDown Live storylines. And then we had interviews with The Miz. The Miz talked about Goldberg versus Dolph, since that involves his feud. He was very good there. I still thought it was funny, too, that anytime they talked about the Kofi Kingston, Randy Orton feud, that we always, like, people like JBL, The Miz, and, like, anyone that, like, supports heels were like, oh, Randy Orton, he didn't hold down Kofi Kingston. It's like, come on, guys. I know you're trying to play kayfabe, but don't fucking bullshit me. You know what you did, so.
Well, I mean, there's kids that are less than 10 years old that were like, I had no idea about this. So we're more mature,
you know what
fans.
It's fucking true. He did hold him down.
Yeah, but we know what he did though. So he admitted it. He admitted it too in the video in the interview too. Like,
well, apparently JBL doesn't keep up with the current product. Go figure.
Neither does David Otunga. He's more important about showing off his shoes. So, and then we had Charlotte Flair get interviewed. She talked about a match with Trish Stratus and said that she's going to make her look like a washed-up has-been, pretty much. And then Mick Foley did an interview, and he didn't have to do this, but he really put over Bray Wyatt as the Fiend even more, which was just absolutely awesome. Because like I said, one thing I can remember about Mick Foley about Raw Reunion is he didn't have to do it, but he put over Bray Wyatt in a big way. And he didn't. And the best part is he didn't have to, but he did.
A legend put over a current talent. What a crazy idea. Why the hell can this happen the rest of the freaking night?
Yes. And then Kevin Owens gets interviewed, and he pretty much says that even if Shane McMahon put his career on the line against him, he would just, since he's a McMahon, he'd just come back anyways. Which basically he just explained how the main roster program would have worked out probably if that had happened anyways. So
yeah,
there you go.
But the fact that they alluded to Shane McMahon putting his career on the line though too at the same time.
Yeah, it was weird. And then Finn Balor's backstage. And the OC come up. My favorite faction name of all time. And
the original, the only club.
Oh yeah,
the only club that matters.
And they pretty much say that the only club riding high since they have all these belts. And AJ Styles said he's going to take care of Ricochet, and a lot of people are worried about me, but more people are worried about you because you got to face the Fiend Bray Wyatt. And they offer to help him out with the match, but Finn Balor says, "I'm all set. I got this. You should have taken the help, Finn."
Should have just said when. Should have just said when.
Yep. It was awesome.
It's going to happen. I know it is.
Yeah.
It's got to be bound to happen. Both these men and even the running mates of the LC, California, have former New Japan Pro Wrestling history in Bullet Club, the real club that matters. Yes, I said it. At some point, you got to imagine this foursome is going to happen.
Yeah. When Finn and then back probably in October or like November-ish.
Oh, who knows?
One thing I forgot to talk about is prior to the show, AJ Styles did an interview just basically talking about his career on that show. So did Drew McIntyre like the day before, and they were very good. So definitely check them out. Did you see any of these, Noah? Any of these interviews, or no?
Nope, I didn't see nothing but what was going to happen down at ringside. And literally, I was just taking in the noises because you got all the classic chants. You had woos, you had New Day, you had the clap, and then Aaron Riff tried to start a CM Punk chant.
Did it work?
No. Not that.
I like to. It's of course too. It's Aaron Riff that tries it and it doesn't work. That's hilarious. But anyhow, since we're on the first match of the night and it's a cruiserweight match, you get to talk about. It's in his rights. He gets to talk about all cruiserweight matches when he's on the show. So Noah, you want to talk about this cruiserweight championship match?
When I met Drew Gulak prior to this, the meet and greet, I told him this is one of the matches I'm most looking forward to. I'm a huge fan of your work in 205 Live. He appreciates my respect for the cruiserweights, and as y'all saw in my pick on the Hash 205 Match Facebook group, I even was holding the title. That was awesome. Now, as far as this match goes, I had high expectations because I'm well aware of only working in Drew Gulak's history, staying all the way back through ZCW and Beyond Wrestling and more. But I also knew where I was at. WWE SummerSlam and pre-show. And again, I will always stand by the stance. 205 Live Marriage does not belong on the fucking kickoff show, but I digress. I will say this. I bet you when you all were on your freaking WWE stream feeds on YouTube or the network, you got some silent promo with a mute window. This match was less than I would have hoped for, but at least I didn't see that mute shit. I enjoyed it for what it brought later because it did build a story. It was a fun back and forth competitive affair. It felt more like a fight than a match, and then it got to ground-based wrestling as Oni fought on Gulak's level. To the point, Gulak was basically keeping him down. Oni, though, came out like a sand and then got knocked out for it. And it wasn't until a cheap shot to his throat that Gulak got the win. It was great seeing Gulak's entrance live, too, because I love that Titantron, that entrance. I thought it was okay for what I knew was going to happen if I was watching it at home, but it felt a little better to me that I got to see it live.
Yeah, I pretty much I agree with you. I thought the match, I thought the match was really good, but obviously it could have been like so much more knowing the athletes.
And then I finally got the payoff to it, and again, this is why 205 Live matters. 205 Live treats that title with the utmost respect. When an 8-minute match on a pre-show turned into a 20-minute main event. That is what I wanted to see live. But at least I did get to actually see the match when I came back.
Yeah. And, Gulak winning obviously makes sense because there's no reason for him to drop the title right now. Yeah, I thought the match, was real good. I gave it 3.5. What about you, Noah? What do you give it for a star rating?
Well, like I said, it was my first live 205 Live Cruiserweight title match at my first live SummerSlam, and I met Drew Gulak live. So that in itself is 3 stars for me. Experience made. I got to see it live. I got to enjoy it live. No mute windows. But again, it felt quick, and it felt like it underdelivered what I was hoping to see live. It's definitely 3.5 for me.
And then, good news, Chris actually saw the kickoff because he knows 205 matters.
Kind of. Somewhat, maybe not.
Respect that.
But what do you give this match, and any additional thoughts you have about it?
I give it 3 stars. It's a very good match.
Yes.
I mean, could they have fit it on the main roster somewhere? Absolutely, they could have on the main show. But
get to that.
It was a really, really good match between 2 great professional wrestlers. Like you said, Noah, I should probably watch the 205 Live version because it's obviously the better version, but it's a good match.
Yes. Then he does an interview reveling in his victory. It's awesome. It's a Gulak interview, so check it out. And then back at the panel, you have Drake Maverick. He invades it, and he's trying to find out truth. Great continuity, too. They don't even ask him about the cruiserweight match. It was terrible continuity right there.
Yeah. I looked down from, again, because I was like in a skybox area, nosebleed you would call it. I looked down and I see, oh, look, Drake Maverick. Oh, God, he's got the signs. He's going to look for that freaking title. And then what do I see as out of my eyes? Archer and Carmella underneath the table sitting. Oh, what?
Yep. And, he tries to go after the 24/7 title, but, R-Truth takes off because Carmella trips him, and, it was funny stuff, and, I thoroughly was entertained by it.
But at his best.
And then Natalya gets interviewed. I don't honestly remember it, so there you go. I think she basically talked about, too, how Becky is contradicting herself, because 1 minute she's calling her like a snake in the grass, and then the next she's saying that she's too nice and tenderly, which I actually kind of side on Natty with that. Like, why are you saying one thing and then not the other? Like, what are you doing, Becky?
Are you trying to define Becky what she is now, or you're just saying what Becky's been at one point versus now? What are you trying to put over here? This sounds confusing to me. Of course, I didn't hear it. But
yeah. All right, and then since Chris saw this match, he gets to talk about it. Apollo Crews versus Buddy Murphy.
It's a good match. It's a very, very good match that gets interrupted by Eric Rowan. And Eric Rowan beats the living shit out of him. But Buddy Murphy still got the win, though, but by a DQ. But, I mean, the match could have gone longer, but again, they're intertwining this whole Roman Reigns storyline into it. And, you know, Buddy Murphy just got his ass kicked, so
Yes.
that's all.
What's the star rating?
2.
I gave it 2 3/4. I thought the match was really like it could have been. It was almost 3, but then Rowan had to come out and ruin everything.
If it had a conclusive finish, it probably would have been 3.
Yeah, especially too. Buddy Murphy should have just stayed in 205. I know he's in like a big storyline, but let's be honest, he's like being just used as like basically filler just for this Roman Reigns attacker thing. So I don't even think, and he's just now having.
It wasn't even on purpose.
And two, he's just now too having matches on the end. Like what was he off 205 like in April? So that's really like we're just now seeing him. Like he's So
and you see what this man can bring.
Yeah, and also too, he has new theme music that's generic as hell. A lot of people can say his other one was generic, but at least that one fits him. The new music he has now doesn't fit him at all. Like. But anyhow, Noah, what are your thoughts? Any thoughts you have on this match since you saw it live and any style
ratings? I gotta see Buddy Murphy freaking in action. Jeez, took you this long? Apollo Crews, though, that was just random out of the blue. It was clear to me that this was going to be continuity for the Roman Reigns whodunit storyline. Hence, I did not expect a decisive finish, but I hope that they gave Buddy a strong preview to the WWE Universe. I feel like they did because you got to see Buddy at his best. But again, this was more about whodunit, Roman Reigns storyline. This match, if it had a decisive finish, would at least been 3 stars. But for me, because I saw it live, I mean, like you, it was 2 3/4. I thought it was okay, and it left a lot more to be desired.
And then, by the way, too, they showed Daniel Bryan watching from the backstage, like Rowan beating him up. Can you see that when you're live or not?
Yes, I did see that live actually. So I'm like, oh, Daniel Bryan's watching. Interesting. I wonder if I'll see him later tonight. We'll get to that.
Daniel Bryan just wasted his time coming there. Wasted his parking ticket. Not parking ticket, but parking money. He wasted.
When I got there at SummerSlam at friggin' 4:45 p.m. and it got to my seat at 5:10 p.m., I'm like, how the hell do you not have Roman Reigns and Daniel Bryan booked on this card, let alone verse each other yet? I don't mind seeing it in Fastlane 2015 main event again. That was my favorite match from that entire card. And the fact that Roman Reigns and Daniel Bryan both went on this show,
yeah,
I was like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yes. Then we had, we'll let Noah talk about this since he was there live for it, the Elias performance.
If there's one thing I love, it's Elias at his best. Seeing Elias perform 3 times at Fastlane and Salt Lake, Cleveland was priceless enough. But knowing I was with No DQ and knowing, because I'm #non-sports, they knew the Sports versus Elias was going for, I'm like, yay, my next musical live performance. I'm finally seeing another concert. I'm like, Elias is in the ring. He's going to perform. He's going to insult Canada sports. Boy, did he. But then not in a million years did I expect to see live for the first time ever in my life the rated R Superstar Edge. I freaking heard Metalingus live and saw Edge for the first time ever, delivering the softest spear ever. But still, that spectacle, that idea, that segment, just to hype up the crowd, especially one of Toronto's own hometown heroes, that was one of my true pinnacle moments of the night. Freaking loved every minute of it. And this is how you showcase Elias. You give him a great angle where he performs a song. I don't think You Want to Know How I Know I Was in Philly was any less versus You Want to Know How I Know I'm in Toronto, because that's basically what this song was. Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, aha. But seeing Edge live and hearing that music, oh my gosh, all I was missing was Pyro and Tony Chimel introducing him. That was phenomenal.
Especially to,
great.
You know, seeing him hit the spear was unexpected. And this whole thing, they threw this together too. I heard in like 15 minutes too. So
and Edge and Elias actually pitched this idea. Vince was against Edge. Vince was against it. he didn't want Edge getting physical whatsoever. But Edge and
Wow,
Elias pitched the
Vince
idea,
actually showing the heart for someone that's injured.
Yep.
Well, I'll be damned.
They really wanted to do this segment, so.
Well, I'm glad they did. It looked like it was very well protected for Edge because we all know Edge can no longer wrestle or he risks permanently being handicapped. But
Yeah.
I'm really glad I got to see this live.
And I did see an interview.
I marked out.
Yeah. And I didn't expect
I went, holy shit.
I didn't expect to do the spear. I was watching with my friend. He's like, do you think he's going to do a spear? And I'm like, well, he can't do the spear because of his neck. And then when he did the spear, I was like, oh, I guess he can't do a spear.
That
Shit.
shocked me. I was like, holy crap. I'm like, what? Well, wait, what?
Yeah.
How did
Wait
he
a
pull
minute,
that
it's a
off?
spear.
And you can tell how soft he went in. Elias carried Edge down with him as cautiously as possible. But still, the spectacle of seeing that from where I was sitting, wow.
Yeah. And Edge does say, too, that he feels like he could do one more match if he wanted to, so.
Edge, be careful what you say. Vince showed a heart for the first time in who knows how long. But don't forget where we're going later this year. I pray to God.
He also said that he was against it too. He didn't want Edge to get physical. So I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know Edge is all about comedy. You know, the ENC podcast, the ENC show that brings the awesomeness. So I hope that was just like playing to the crowd and stuff like that. As much as we all would love to see Edge in one more match, he's just not physically capable of doing it. Don't push him to do it.
And don't say that, Edge, because, like I said, like Noah said, they're going to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia might take that seriously. Saudi Arabia doesn't take jokes, so.
You know how I feel about country redacted. Don't mention that.
Yeah.
No, Saudi Arabia, who the first time they went down there asked for Yokozuna, even though he was dead.
I'm pretty sure that the prince is stupid, and Vince is taking advantage not only of his money, but of his intelligence.
Yes. Then we
It's
had
not like Yokozuna just died. He's been dead for like 19 years.
Exactly.
Yes. Then we had, for the first time ever, defended at SummerSlam, the Women's Tag Team Championship match. Women's Tag Team Champions Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross versus the Iconics. Let's let Chris talk about this match again because he can't talk about any more matches after this. So he might as well talk about this one. So
Nikki Cross won. I forgot about it. It was so forgettable.
It was fine. Actually, the match was decent. I mainly liked it too because, like, you know, Alexa Bliss was dressed up as Buzz Lightyear, and I like the Toy Story references that they were all making, and she does the whole thing, where, you know, where Billy Kay gets up and she like points at her like she's gonna do the whole laser thing like Buzz Lightyear. And I'm not pointing fingers here, but I wonder kind of where they got that idea from. Not pointing any fingers because Fyter Fest just happened 2 months ago, and what was the name? What was one of the spots in the 6-man match? Yeah, exactly. So, I'm not pointing any fingers though. Not pointing any fingers.
Well, they're also moving to Fox, and we all know Fox and Disney are buddy. So. Yeah.
Well, look, no fingers are being pointed though. See, they're all right here.
I'm just assessing. I'm not pointing.
But yeah, I thought the match was decent. It's kind of weird though because Alexa Bliss and Nikki looked face in the match. And you could tell they were the faces because Corey Graves for like once in his life like hated Alexa Bliss. But still, I mean, I think they should be faces anyways. This whole Alexa Bliss as a heel is getting stale.
It got stale about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, Alexa Bliss wins with Twisted Bliss on I think Peyton Royce. And I think it's kind of funny too on WWE.com and stuff. Peyton Royce is talking about how she's getting married in like 2 weeks. She's probably gotten married because that was 2 weeks ago now. But doesn't mention who she's getting married to. Just find that TV. Really, what a coincidence!
Ronnie O'Neal.
Huh?
Perfect 10 indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, I gave it
good old Ronnie.
Yep. I gave it what did I give it? Yeah, 2.5 stars. I thought it was fit. The half 2 was for the Toy Story references, so gotta have that in there. It'd be 2.25, but then it gets an extra quarter for the Toy Story references. So, what about you, Noah? Any additional thoughts you have about the set match and your star rating?
Well, the thing I know that people are definitely already looked down at this match based on the 4-way from Raw where they said this is awful. I feel like since then the WWE Women's Division has been shafted as far as Raw and SmackDown Live. But I will say this. at least the women's tag titles are being better presented and more defended by Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross. And I can't believe I just said that. And you're right. They are being viewed as the faces. The Iconics, they were doomed to fail here. And it sounds like to me they're going to be relegated to catering. This match was nothing special, but it was a better performance by Alexa Bliss, and all four of them did pretty darn well. There might have been maybe one botch, if I can think of one. But again, Alexa Bliss, Nikki Cross, they seem to have great chemistry. They look pretty good with the titles. They seem to be better respected now. And the Iconics, they're going back to their heelish ways, and I'm still a fan of Peyton Royce. But it was okay overall, and I was there. 2.5 those filled for me. It wasn't nothing really special. It was the end of the kickoff show, too. I was eating pizza more than watching this.
Because you got to go and get that type of stuff at some point. I
will
say one thing I liked about this kickoff show better than the previous ones that they've ever have done was the matches took place more towards the end of the show, and, you know, it wasn't as much panel stuff. Would have been nice at the Cruiserweight match, because I noticed it was Cruiserweight, then panel stuff, and then just matches and such.
Yeah, I just got this big cup filled with Sprite, and that basically took me for the entire night.
Oh yeah, too. You didn't have to sit for that long. I was about to say, but because the show wasn't eight hours.
Yeah, it was a very pleasant change. Well, of course, we'll talk more about that as we progress. But overall, I thought this kickoff show, seeing it live, not bad. I enjoyed it. And again, it was nice hearing no lame commentary, seeing no mute promos, and not being bored to death by the botching, I'm sure, freaking kickoff panels led by Coach.
Yeah. I know, yeah, so you gotta... I thought this was definitely one of the better kickoff shows. I feel like it's not the best one, but it's definitely one of the better ones.
It definitely is one of the better ones. I agree on that.
All right, then we had the actual show itself. And we had the commentary team, all representing SmackDown. I already said who they were, so I'm not going to say it again. I'm just repeating myself. You don't want that to happen.
Right.
And then we have the Raw commentary team, which is Corey Graves, Michael Cole, and Renee Young. You don't know this, Noah, but there was not many matches represented by Raw because Cole and Renee Young were only out for like the first 2 matches, and then they didn't come back to like the last 2 matches on the show, which I thought was interesting.
Huh.
We had an opening video package, which was awesome. I mean, the WWE does those opening video packages.
That's their biggest strength. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. And we had Pyro for this show. It was back for the first time since WrestleMania. I haven't seen
Pyro. I haven't sseen Pyro since Jinder Mahal's championship celebration that I saw live right here in my hometown back in freaking 2017, the night after Backlash. And I love the fact before the show kicked off, they give the disclaimer and warning, there will be a Pyro demonstration. I'm like, what? Pyro? What the hell?
Oh, yeah, because they have to give the warnings, too, for people like that, can't hear loud noises like that and stuff.
Yeah, or spooked easily by them. And I'm glad they did, because they certainly, I mean, it still kind of spooked me. I mean, it was cheap Pyro show, but still, nice to be at a show with Pyro.
Yeah, right?
Take it.
Well, I think a lot of the Pyro went to Goldberg, too, so, but anyhow, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
All right, then we had the submission match for the Raw Women's Championship. Raw Women's Champion Becky Lynch versus Natalya. I get to talk about this match because we haven't talked about a match yet. Yeah, I thought this was, a really good, actually a very good submission match. This match definitely surprised me. The match started out, Becky Lynch just immediately goes right for submission moves right away. Fins, but like a head scissors goes for, the disarmer the first time. Gets a cross arm breaker, but then tries to turn into a triangle. And I like how in this submission match, there were no rope breaks. Because the past few submission matches I've seen, they've been rope breaks, and that doesn't make any sense. So I like
correct. You can't win via disqualification. You can only win via submission in the ring. But They got very creative here, using the outer ring itself for submission. That crazy sharpshooter angle in the the ring post, with Becky Lynch wrapped around it, trying to crawl out of it like a freaking spider down the post. And still not tapping, because even if she did, it wouldn't matter. This match was very creative and really exceeded my expectations, despite the fact I knew who was pretty much winning, because, again, it's Becky. I'm not betting against the man, especially since she was just unveiled as the co-cover star of WWE 2K20. And of course, Natalia, she got the cheap heat, but also the cheap pop in the beginning, being from Canada. But as soon as I said Alberta, boo.
Yeah,
I
I guess
thought this was a pretty darn good match, though, and you're right. It was treated as the gimmick implied. Both of them used each other's submissions and even gave shout outs to Bret the Hitman Hart using sharpshooters. I was very impressed.
Yeah, and then you had them, Natalia throw Becky Lynch leg first into the barricade. Then she slingshotted her into the timekeeper's area, and she really worked over the leg of Becky Lynch. And then she had the spot where she did the sharpshooter. But then Natalia gets too cocky, and she ends up going herself into the English commentator's table. Not Aiden English, just regular old English.
I was hoping it was Aiden.
No, not Aiden English. He was banned from commentary for the rest of the show, apparently.
205 Live only, and probably that's his greatest thing he can be, but continue.
Then Becky Lynch starts to go after the arm of Natty. They both, I really like that they both used each other's, finishers where, Becky did the sharpshooter, Natty did the disarmer. And then they both, took each other out with clotheslines. And then eventually Becky Lynch finally gets in the disarmer, and Natalia ends up tapping out, and Becky Lynch retains the Raw Women's title. I thought this match was really good. I gave it, 3 3/4. The only, I guess, flaw of the match is you had, it was very predictable. And I know sometimes that could, predictability doesn't really, sometimes apply, but you just knew for a fact Natalia wasn't winning, so it took my drama out of the match. But I still thought it was really good way to open the show. And I will say, the person that main evented WrestleMania 2 opened SummerSlam. That's a problem. So,
we're going to talk more why this whole night was basically played in Vince's WrestleMania way as we talk later. But again, I thought this was one of my better live matches of the night. Again, there was like maybe 3 matches I truly enjoyed overall. This was one of them. Both women really brought it in this match, jockeying for control, using each other's submissions, but also giving a cheap pop and shout out to Canada's own Bret the Hitman Hart. It was not a Montreal Screwjob type finish. It was a clean, plain as day, simple submissions finish in the ring. And they used this submissions stipulation to its fullest advantage beyond what I thought they could do with it and how the ref was going to interpret it. I enjoyed this match very much. It was 4 out of 5 for me.
Chris, can you give any thoughts, or
the right person won, obviously, because you don't want to. I mean, I think at this point, Natalia's probably not going to win any more championships,
unless it's like the women's tag or something.
Yeah, I mean, probably that. But in terms of like the actual like Raw or SmackDown women's championship, I don't think she's gonna win.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to win the championship anymore. So, I mean, it kind of sucks, but right person won over.
I actually feel bad for Natalia, too, because her peak was when that shit Divas division was going on, because now she's, kind of trapped with all the, people...
Better talent. Or
yeah.
Equal, not better.
She's been relegated to enhancement. Talent. And the problem is, I think more is just her gimmick. I mean, think about all the gimmick changes. What's her biggest gimmick right now? My cat's more over than you. I'm the best there is, best there was, best there ever will be.
Yeah, I think she's just going to be mainly... I think mainly she'll just be used for, a placeholder, type of... Yeah, storyline.
Female Cesaro.
Yeah, pretty much.
But not nearly as good. Continue.
Then we had Trish Stratus get interviewed. She talked about, coming back and having a match at SummerSlam, how she's really excited about it. The interview was fine.
Yeah.
But go watch What Culture, because nobody talks like that. And obviously, you have to see the segment to get the reference. So, then we had, I don't know if this was my highlight of the night, but I absolutely thought this was awesome. I get to talk about this because we had Goldberg versus Dolph Ziggler. Yeah. It was a squash, and this was awesome. I get to see this no talent, nothing, overrated ass that everyone's telling me that had like this big talent get destroyed. It was awesome. I bet John Tuddy loved it. I bet everyone just loved it. This was awesome. I'm gonna watch this match for the rest of every day for the rest of my life. It was awesome. And don't even say, well, Dolph Ziggler looks strong because he got a couple of super kicks. Nah, he got him off guard. He got fucked. He was done. And I love the fact when he just kept talking and talking like, yeah, keep talking, buddy. You're just gonna get more and more destroyed because that's what happened. This dude got destroyed. I hope that we never see this guy again, and this is his last match ever. But then I had to remember that he was wrestling tomorrow night on Raw. Damn it! But this was awesome. Now I know it's probably it's only a 2-minute match, but just because of what I got to see, it's 4. Think about it. The past 2 pay-per-views, he got squashed by Kevin Owens and squashed by Goldberg. You know, the only thing that would have made this night even more better if he saw this guy come out. Hold on, I don't know if he can. Right here.
I don't know about that. Let's not get a repeat of earlier this year.
Wall sticker, if that came out?
No, the actual guy himself.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You know what? No, screw it. Not 4. I'm going with 7 stars. 7 stars.
He's marking out. We can tell, Chris. He's marking out. But let me talk about my live experience because this was my first ever live Goldberg experience. Not only did I was I part of the chants, saw the entrance in full, pyro explosions and everything, I saw the 2 moves of doom. Goldberg at what he's supposed to be. They did the same thing with Undertaker at Extreme Rules with Goldberg here. One word, redemption. Case, Goldberg. And Dolph Ziggler should get an Oscar for the way he sold not only this match, but those spears. Bravo, bravo, bravo. The match lasted 1 minute 47 seconds. Yes, I timed it on my phone. And he literally got super kick, 1 count, super kick, 1 count, and then got speared out of his boots, jackhammered, cussed the guy out as he was leaving. Goldberg comes back in, spears him again, and you're like, okay, Goldberg's gone. That was great. Somehow Dolph gets another microphone. He is literally rolling in the ring, talking nonsense. Anyone can get lucky twice. I know you did have the balls to get to me 3 times. And what do I hear? Goldberg's music hit again. I see Goldberg come out to the ring. Dolph Ziggler's there. He gets the mic away from Dolph, picks Dolph up. You're like, all right. And I'm like, oh, that was nice. And then he spears him again. Dolph flips on his head and is wiped out completely. Oh my God, I loved everything about this. Not only the less than 2-minute match, but the total like freaking 8 minutes, 10 minutes of this entire segment. Loved every minute of it. Presentation alone, this is 5 stars for me. I loved it. My God, it was hilarious.
Why not 7?
Because I'm not that crazy.
Yeah. First of all, Owen put some respect on his name. Put some respect on that man's name.
No kidding.
How dare you talk about Dolph Ziggler like that? Put some respect on that man's name. That man is a legend. That man is a legend in WWE. I love this, though. This is great. This is great. Ziggler was the perfect person for Goldberg. You know why? Because he can sell like a motherfucker.
He's one of the best sellers in WWE today. Despite people calling him HBK 2.0 mock version. The man can sell. Obviously, he wasn't going to win, and it seems like he can't win matches right now against titles, but he can sell. Period.
Beautiful.
Man.
4 stars.
Oh my gosh, I loved every minute of this. Seeing this live just made it better. That's the only reason I gave it an extra star, because again, I'm going to mark out only because first ever live Goldberg experience. But Dolph, the way he carried it, that was pro.
All right, and then I want to talk about this because this ties into everything. During the pay-per-views, they do watch-alongs, and Matt Riddle was on. And Matt Riddle talked about how he finally had a confrontation with Goldberg. Right. This was clickbait, though, because, you know, I actually thought we were going to see the confrontation, him come into the room, you know. But apparently, like they said, you know, they just had, like, an exchange, and, you know, Matt Riddle was calling him bro, and Goldberg was just like, don't call me bro. I'm not your bro. And it's like, damn it, WWE, why couldn't you put the cameras on for this moment? We needed to see this. We needed to see it. I really hope like this Matt Riddle Goldberg thing's just all a big work, and they're just working us, and it just leading to a big match. Maybe in the future where Matt Riddle will beat Goldberg and you actually get put over, because that would be cool. Because Goldberg, I don't think this is gonna be the last we've seen of Goldberg, but that's just my opinion.
I completely agree. I mean, Undertaker may have signed a lifetime contract. We know Goldberg technically has not yet, but without a doubt, we're going to see Goldberg at least one more time before he's permanently done in the ring.
Then we had the United States Championship match. United States Champion AJ Styles with Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson ringside versus Ricochet. I was going to let Chris talk about this match, but he can't because he didn't see it, so I'm going to have to do it. This match was good. It was very disappointing, though. Like, I give it 3, and a Ricochet AJ Styles match should not get 3 stars. Like, that, we shouldn't live in that type of world. And it also had to follow that Goldberg moment, so it was tough for them to follow. But it was still good, Ricochet did an awesome spot, like, right away, where he went, like, over, like, he walked across Gallows and Anderson and hit a dive right onto AJ Styles. That was pretty cool. And then AJ Styles was after the leg of Ricochet, and Ricochet too had cool rent attire in this match. I should have mentioned that. Also too, no, I don't know if you know this. They did that 3D effects they've been doing lately for Mania. You can't.
Yeah, I can't see the 3D graphics live. I figured that they did that though, because again, I saw at the top of the ring post those 3D type cameras. I figured they did this, so this will be on VR without a doubt.
Yeah, and then but AJ Styles was after the leg. Eventually, Ricochet does the best is make a comeback. He does a springboard clothesline, only with 1 foot. And it was still cool, but, I've kind of already seen it in NXT, and it was done better in NXT because it was the first time I had seen him do that. So, and then, Ricochet mounts a comeback. They both exchange blows on each other. AJ Styles hits the calf crusher, and Ricochet turns it into the Intercontinental Vice, which was cool because I don't think I've ever seen him do that. And then Anderson and Gallows start to interfere, but Ricochet fights them off. And then, because of the numbers game, when Ricochet goes to go off the top rope for like some type of Hurricanrana or something, Styles catches him into the Styles Clash, and it was really cool. And I feel bad for Ricochet because he basically had to take the worst probably places of getting the Styles Clash, because he had to take it from the turnbuckle the first time, and then he had to take it, from the turnbuckle reverse, and then he had to take it here. So, yeah. I still thought the match was good, though. It did everything that it needed to do. It got the OC over, because afterwards Anderson and Gallows laid him out with the Magic Killer, and it put over the OC as like a dominant group on Raw. And yeah, I just, thoroughly enjoyed this. And I thought it was good. I gave it 3 stars. But like I said, it was disappointed because they're capable of putting on probably a 5-star match if they had the opportunity. But, they were in a bad spot on the show. So I give it 3. It was good. What about you, Noah? Because this was your, actually I was about to say this was your first AJ Styles Ricochet match, but no, it wasn't because you had Fastlane. So
you also got to remember Thursday night with my friends. I also saw WWE Live SummerSlam Heatwave Tour. The opening match was AJ Styles versus Ricochet versus Cesaro for the United States Championship, and I thought that match was better than this one. This match suffered from 2 things. The fact that these two have now faced each other 4 times now within a span of 3 months, I think, and the fact it came off a high with Goldberg and Dolph Ziggler. It was obviously the selling point here that Ricochet, he has to survive the numbers game. He's the baby face that's going against the odds here. And he did try to sell his leg being banged up, but he still pulled off all those high-risk aerial offense maneuvers. The biggest takeaways from this match was, 1, what the hell was Ricochet wearing, as I made a poll, and everyone was like, oh, it's Aquaman. Oh, it's a Power Ranger. Oh, he's Nightwing. Apparently, I learned it was Nightwing, so hey, that was pretty cool too. But also, the fact that that cool finishing spot where he got him off the top rope maneuver into a Styles Clash, and then kind of to close the book on this feud, you would think, with the aftermatch Magic Killer by the Good Brothers. OC, still a stupid damn name, and we'll talk more about that later, how we think that's over. But again, this match, if I figure about all the matches I've seen on TV and that previous live match, if I was ranking them, that's a total of 5 matches. This was probably 3 average out of all of them. So yeah, this is 3 stars for me as well. Run of the mill. It was okay. It could have been better, but it is what it is.
And Chris, can you bring anything to the table, or you got nothing?
Yeah.
This match should have been better. Definitely should have been better. 3 stars. It's a quality match.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that the feuds definitely should be over.
Yeah. I mean, Chris, we could just be lying to you. We could just be talking out of our asses, and we could just be lying about how all this stuff happened, but it really didn't.
As long as I got these 3 plaques behind me, you're not going to get no lies from me. You're just going to get honest, truth, and opinion. Simple as that.
Right.
I actually got a 4th one, but anyway, I digress.
That's right, Owen. You're not gonna lie to me.
Hey, I tried once and it didn't work. So, then the Street Profits were backstage. This was awesome. They just basically, doing the typical promo they've been doing every week. The funny thing is, too, is they can just keep doing these and they never get old because I think they're awesome.
They're fucking hysterical. I love the Street Profits. I've always loved them.
Yeah. I actually missed it at the time, which I'm glad I did because I was getting something, like I think a bag of chips from downstairs at my friend's house. Which is
the loudest woo of the night with Nature Boy Ric Flair coming into the picture. But boy, that crowd would have popped if they freaking saw Ric Flair live come out to the ring. Fun little vignette.
But I'm glad, though, I didn't see this at the time because I hadn't seen TakeOver yet because I fell asleep because I had been up since like 5 a.m. So I would have been spoiled about the NXT Tag Title match. So I'm glad I missed it at the time. But it was still very good.
I'm still shocked they won, but I can talk more about that later.
Then we had the SmackDown Women's Title match, probably the worst match of the weekend.
Ouch! I wouldn't say that.
I agree.
Well, I mean, it wasn't like it was a bad match, but you got to pick a match of the weekend. It was probably this one.
Well, I got a couple, but here's the thing. This is, like I said, at the point of the night, the crowd died.
Yeah.
We all know how well they've been putting Bayley over as a champion, okay? But you got to look at how they've been treating Ember Moon. Jobbing out to Natalya nearly the following night, and then losing to Alexa Bliss in a tag match, even if that was to build some sort of internal, eye for an eye heat between these two. I knew going in that this match was not going to be well received. Boy, I did not think it was going to be that dead. I figured Ember Moon tried to pull off an eclipse. It probably would have gained better momentum. But again, honestly, there was just not a lot to take away from this. A belly to belly, which is probably one of the cheapest finishes you can do because it's just literally a gut wrench side slam with you on top of your opponent for the win. This was sad for me, honestly. And I really wish it was treated better because I do believe both these women are incredible athletes. But this was 2 stars.
Yeah, it was filler.
I agree. It's just like, I'm not interested in Bayley or Ember Moon. They literally did a terrible job of getting me interested in this match.
And Bayley's character, the flaw with her is that her character is more driven by, I'm for the kids, I'm the role model for kids. So a lot of people are kind of like losing out on her. And Ember Moon, you don't know how to judge her besides, okay, she screams.
That's the
what
fact
can
that Vince
you really
doesn't
say
like her.
about either of these women to put them over at this point? Nothing.
Especially, too, like, a lot of people would say this is the same NXT, but this character was done a lot. Bayley's character, I'm talking about. Emma's, too, but it sounds like a broken record, but Bayley's character was the same in NXT, but different her character was done a lot better in NXT.
It was better received because most of her time in NXT, she was on the chase. So it meant something when she finally got it and kept on holding it. To this day, I still think Bayley vs. Nia Jax at NXT TakeOver London is probably Nia Jax's best match ever.
Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly.
And the feud that Bayley had with Sasha in NXT was one of the best feuds in that company's history.
And that put women's wrestling on the map in WWE, whether you want to believe it or not. And then look at what they're doing with it now. And let's not forget how Bayley passed the torch on to Asuka. It was probably one of Asuka's last great matches. Truth be told, Asuka's last great match was with Ember Moon.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like,
Thank you,
Bailey's
Vince.
character on the main roster is first she went from the nervous, shy girl, and now she's like all about the kids. And I'm like, can we get a turn here? Like,
Let's face it, WWE is becoming a company for the kids, and that's why people are losing interest and can't take nobody seriously.
Does Bailey still get a big pop? Yeah, but I
Initially,
think it's time.
Yeah,
It's been long overdue.
And it was pretty quiet at the arena too during both these entrances. Again, this was the point. I saw a ton of people moving in and out around, grabbing snacks or going for a bathroom break. Aaron, he tried to put over, hey, I want to know, Bailey will be my girl, and poof, crickets.
Yeah, it's done. She's not over anymore.
She's not. That's the problem. And she's the champion. You would think your champion would be the most over because you want this title to be respected, to be valued, and the person holding it to really, really be cared at and looked at and taken seriously. Oh, wow, they're driving the division forward. I should watch this brand. This title means something, and I should care about it when it's on. This match did nothing.
Then we had probably one of
In a moment. Continue.
Then we had Shane McMahon versus Kevin Owens, and if Kevin Owens loses, he will quit WWE. And you got to be here live for this crowd and everything, Noah. Your thoughts?
The only pop was Kevin Owens' entrance. We did not get what you think you would get in a Shane McMahon match, which already killed it. And then you had this constant influence of this enforcer outside the ring blocking all the potential turning points and high spots. And the only turning point was when Kevin Owens inadvertently took out him and the ref, went to use a chair, ref gained consciousness, and then KO, low blow, KO won. This match was completely stupid, more than I thought it was going to be. At least give me something to believe in, Shane, doing some crazy antics like freaking, I don't know, diving for the announce table. Nothing. This was like Shane McMahon was put on freaking restriction or something. What was I supposed to believe in? Was this match really supposed to be on the show? Boring as hell. 1.5. And that's only because I care about Kevin Owens. And again, they're trying to put over Kevin Owens' babyface. Bottom line is this. They're trying to reinvent Stone Cold versus Vince with KO and Shane. Not possible. Stop it.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing. I expected something, and then it was just what happens to Kevin Owens now too, because he's kind of won the feud already. There's really nowhere he can go now from here. So,
I mean, they're kind of moving it forward. They're still in a feud.
Oh, here's the sad thing about this. This feud is not over. If you all look at the other shows, you know it's not. And I have a bad feeling with Hell in a Cell coming up soon. And you remembered what happened last year at Hell in a Cell, or 2 years ago, whatever the hell it was. I have a funny feeling this is now by a long shot, and we're going to get an anniversary match. God help us. Shane needs to go away from TV. Period.
Yeah, this match was really nothing that good. It was very overbooked, so I'm going to give it. I will say, good thing Kevin Owens won. I was happy about that. So I'm going to go.
The crowd awake when he did win, because Kevin Owens is respected, of course, in Canada. So that did help the crowd wake up a little bit.
I'll agree with Noah, 1.5. What about you, Chris?
I also give it 1.5. It's just like there's too many antics.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Shit, like, I know Shane's the heel and all, but like, as soon as the match is gonna start, out comes Elias, and then out comes this person, and that person, and every single one of his matches. It's like, okay, like, I know you're the heel, and I know you're supposed to draw the heat, but sometimes heels gotta fight on their own. Make the match entertaining.
Adam Cole
once did that.
And no Drew McIntyre came out either. Nobody Murphy, no B Team, nothing else came out here either. You would think with some extra antics by Shane, this match would get a little more heat and interest. Didn't happen. Nope. Nothing happened.
Yep, I agree with that.
Then we had Charlotte Flair versus Trish Stratus. I thought this match was great. I thought it might have been match of the night. Now, this is when I started to have the problems with the network.
I heard about those, so I'm curious to hear what the hell was going on with y'all.
I missed like the first half of the match, so luckily I went back and we watched it. Still thought it was great, but yeah, it's ridiculous that you would think if you update something that it would work better, not the opposite. Because the network was working finally fine. Huh?
This new W network's been nothing but issues and negative backlash.
Yeah. So, because I lost it here, and then I lost it at of course, it was starting to render during the Fiend's entrance, which I was getting pissed at that point because that was like the one thing I really wanted to see on the show.
Right, but you're jumping the gun. Focus on this match now.
But yeah, so then maybe think about that too. I got to change my grade for the show because the network thing really pissed me off.
Don't blame you.
And because you would think, by the way, after doing this for so many times, and you updated the app literally, that you would fix these bugs. Because sometimes the audio was all types of messed up, and sometimes everything was just messed up. So, network, fix your shit. And also, too, when you go to watch the kickoff, you can't even go look for the kickoff shows anymore. You have to search them up on the thing, and it's just annoying. But we had the match though, and I still thought the match was great. Trish Stratus looked awesome in this match. For a filler match, she did a lot of Hurricanrana. She did a teasing like she was going to go for the Stratus faction, but instead did a Hurricanrana instead. That was cool. But then eventually Charlotte Flair went after the knee of Trish Stratus, and she started to mock Trish Stratus. She had a wicked big boot off of the apron onto the floor. She dominated Trish Stratus throughout much of this matchup, but then Trish Stratus started on a comeback. Charlotte kicked out, and then she did the figure four, and Corey Graves actually points out that Trish Stratus was actually pinning herself in this predicament because referee didn't see it. Yeah. And then she bridged into the figure eight, and then Charlotte Flair grabbed the ropes, and then Charlotte Flair hit another big boot, but didn't get the win. And then eventually Charlotte Flair ended up hitting a big boot, gets the figure eight, gets the win, and I thought it made sense, obviously, for Charlotte Flair to win. It is kind of weird, though, because they just randomly decided to go with the fact that it was Trish Stratus' retirement match kind of randomly out of the blue. You would have, if those reports didn't come out or anything like that, you wouldn't have thought that at all up until the end when she, afterwards, taunted with the crowd and stuff, which was nice. But, yeah, that was weird. You would have thought, because I feel like Trish Stratus obviously knew this was going to be her last match, before any of this. So there's no way, she was... Because then on the interview, she's like, yeah, it just kind of worked out that way. It's like, no, you knew this was going to be... That's right. How would you not know you're going to have your last match until, it just worked out that way? That type of shit that doesn't just happen unless you're
You gotta work the media.
Yeah. But I thought the match was great, though. It did exactly what it meant to do. The match was great itself. Trish looked great. She got the, you still got it chance. Charlotte Flair came out of this looking better. She got really put over by Trish Stratus. And, I thought it was great. And, I do think, though, that the WWE needs to stop, NAW needs to stop doing interviews where people, on their own websites and such, where people are breaking character. Because prior to this match, if you didn't know wrestling was fake, Charlotte Flair was trashing Trish Stratus, but then all of a sudden in a WWE.com interview, she's like, oh, I got a ton of respect from Trish Stratus. If you didn't know wrestling was scripted and such, you'd be confused. What the hell happened?
Wrestling all your life, but anyway.
But yeah, I thought the match was great. I gave it 4 stars. It wasn't my favorite thing on the show, though. Obviously, my favorite thing comes later on in the night, but I still thought the match was great. But +2 after seeing Candice LeRae versus Io Shirai, that it doesn't hold up. But still, this match was great. What about you, Noah? How was this match being there live and in person?
Well, Trish Stratus, she's done a number of things since being back. I had to imagine this was going to be her last match. This is her only real singles match she's had since her return. You would think in Canada she would get a bigger pop, I'm surprised that she didn't during her entrance. Now, as far as this match goes, I obviously see this being a pass of the torch, similar to Gail Kim and Tessa Blanchard. Now, the question is, did I think this match outranked Gail Kim versus Tessa Blanchard? Honestly, no. But as far as this match goes on this card, it was probably, and we're talking matches, not moments. As far as matches go, there was like 3 matches I actually cared about. This was number 2 in that list. Charlotte Flair was obviously going to be put over here. Trish Stratus looked very good, despite being a little slow, and Charlotte helping her through some of the moves. You could tell when they were at the corner, okay? But we got all the greats, the Matrix, the Chick Kick, even Stratus faction, and even Trish Stratus did pull out Charlotte Flair's own move. This match was founded on not competition only, but respect. Kayfabe be dead. I already knew that both of these women clearly respected one another because clearly this was a dream match. Years and years and years in the making. Not only Jeff Meacham wanted to see it live, but clearly the WWE Universe wanted to see too, because this really did wake people up. This was actually one of the better matches of the show. So seeing it live, seeing Trish live for the first time ever, and seeing Charlotte back in action, because let's face it, Charlotte Flair is probably one of the only real good women wrestlers left currently in WWE main roster today. Sad to say. But then again, the name, she has to hold up to it. She holds herself to that, so you have to expect it. As far as this match goes, I definitely enjoyed it, and thank you, Trish. What a way to kick her out, on a high note. Standing ovation from announcers, commentary, and even us. One of my favorite matches of the night. It was definitely 4 stars for me as well. And nice to see Charlotte Flair back in the ring again. I gotta imagine now she's going to be running towards her next title. Wouldn't surprise me if it's Charlotte Flair was barely at Clash of Champions.
What about you, Chris?
I thought, this match was good. And if it's a retirement match for Trish Stratus, she went out having a fantastic match.
Absolutely.
3.5 stars.
There you go. Then Seth Rollins is backstage getting ready for his match with Brock Lesnar, and Bret Hart comes up and wishes him luck in the match. It was random, but it was cool to see Bret Hart, I guess. So, and this was the first time we've seen Bret Hart since Double or Nothing, so still cool. Then we had the most disappointing match of the night. It was good, but wow, what that ended. And the match itself just disappointed. WWE Championship match. WWE Champion Kofi Kingston versus Randy Orton. Now, I was going to talk about this, but since Noah's got his glasses off, he has to talk about it because we haven't had a Noah glasses off on the channel in a long-ass time.
Fuck this match! Stupid! The only memorable thing about this is the fact that my freaking New Day sarcastic entrance that I did live got 12,000 views on Twitter, while Virtue's reaction was priceless. You're welcome, Caitlin. What the fuck did I witness? No one in the crowd gave a damn about this. All they were trying to do was recreate AJ Styles and Samoa Joe without Randy Orton clearly saying, hey, I'll be your daddy. Because guess what? That was the angle. He got in front of Kofi Kingston kids and family, conveniently sitting at ringside. And then the match got thrown out on a double count out. Then we get DQ, candlestick shot. No one gives a damn can take Kofi seriously. I'm over Kofi Mania. Randy Orton should have won the damn match. And don't get me started on the fact he puts pancakes behind the title. You might as well pour maple syrup. WWE Championship don't mean shit. 0 stars. Fuck this.
Oh, yeah, the match was pretty good, but yeah, that finish sucked. It was going on fine, and then, yeah, that happened. He didn't even, do anything, that bad, too. All he did was just, I don't know, I guess he looked at him, and if you watch Kofi's interview, he's like, you never look at my kids. What the fuck would have happened if Randy Orton just went out there and just put him in the win and didn't do any of that shit? Because he's got to look straight.
On that RKO, Randy Orton should have won. Simple as that. But no, you got to put over Kofi, make him seem invincible. But what do? Instead of a decisive win, you let this go out even further on a double countout. Of all the finishes you could have done to a WWE Championship match, this was your plan. This was worse than stupid. This was shit.
Especially, too, we waited for 10 years. 10 years for vindication about what Randy Orton did to Kofi Kingston, and we didn't get it. Plus, too, Kofi still could have won, too, and it wouldn't have made Randy Orton look bad. If you still wanted to have, Kofi beat his ass anyways, it just none of this worked. I still thought the match was good though, so I go 3.
Fine, I'll be generous too, but I'm not going higher than that.
What about you, Chris?
Disappointing match. I still gave it 3. Highly disappointing.
Yes.
I don't really blame them for not taking the title for Kofi. Yeah, it's just disappointing.
I'm tired of New Day as WWE champ. If Kofi was champ, like an individual Kofi Kingston reinvented with new entrance, new attitude, maybe I would take this more seriously. It's been over 100 days. You had your freaking moment.
I can agree with that. Then we had my favorite moment of the night. And Noah, because you were there live, you get to talk about it.
Okay, Finn Balor, we obviously know, Balor Club Worldwide, we got to do the dun, dun, dun. That was fun in itself. But then, the number one thing I was looking forward to tonight, how the hell are you going to do this entrance? And I'm just waiting. And then I see the Firefly Funhouse, we're really glad that you're... I'm like, oh, okay, yay, maybe we'll get Firefly Funhouse vignette. And then we get the lights going out. And the lights going out. And then I see on the screen each time his light goes out, let him in. I see cell phone lights going up. I see fog. I see a figure in the entrance gateway. And then I see a blurry light. And then I hear this music. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is freaking amazing so far. And then I see it, not on the Titantron only, but down there. And I'm like, holy shit. And I see it come into the ring at the peak of it. The lights flashing, the atmosphere, the intensity, that lantern close up in Bray Wyatt's face from that second episode or first episode of Firefly Funhouse. And the blurry light, and then just seeing the Fiend in the ring. Oh my god, entrance alone, goosebumps, moment of the night. Then the match goes on. And we see Finn Balor and how he's looking at this and dealing with this. And we get traditional Bray Wyatt for the most part. But then we get what looks like, from me, oh my god, he killed Balor, freaking leave a neck break. And then I get, okay, Finn, he's actually getting momentum, what the hell's going on here? Are we already burying this? But then I think to myself, okay, you want the Fiend to be this omnipotent force, but you don't want it to seem like it's untouchable. You want it to seem like you can get the momentum a tiny bit, which you did. But then we get towards the end, and the unique finish with the mandible claw, not into a submission, but lethally passing out Finn Balor into pinfall. We get the overall exit of the Fiend. I'm like, that was fucking amazing. But they weren't done. I hear the shrieks, and then I hear the last, and then I see him on the Titantron at the entranceway, the lights, the Fiend looking back. Everything about this match, this presentation, this real debut, that is how you do something to get people invested in your product again. That is what happens when you let a WWE superstar have creative control over themselves and their creative direction. That was fucking amazing. And I've watched it now 10 times over on the network. Commentary, of course, maybe feel like whatever. And I look at my clips on my phone that I recorded and all the pictures. I'm like, goosebumps still. My God, I'm so damn glad I was there live at SummerSlam. This was the complete opposite of what I just saw. Thank you, Bray Wyatt and WWE. What a moment. 5 stars, period.
Yeah. Yeah, this was awesome. Like,
and thank you, Code Orange, for that epic, now added to my iTunes, reinvention of Bray Wyatt's theme. Fucking love it.
I mean, you pretty much just said it all. I gave it 4 3/4. It was awesome. And too, like I said, it was everything that it should have been with, Finn getting a little offense, but even even the offense that he did was not enough to even affect really the Fiend Bray Wyatt. Like nothing.
It wasn't. And you saw how Bray Wyatt how it played into, he's indecisive, he's fickle, he's fighting himself, hearing him maybe voice his head or looking at himself, finding himself. So it kind of makes sense for that vulnerability to be visibly showcased there with Finn Balor gaining control. So everything about this worked perfectly. Now I hope they follow up with Bray Rogers in a match, showing a bit of concern for his opponent, but still picking up the win. Don't fuck this up, Vince and WWE. This is money. Man.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. If they fuck this up, then Bray Wyatt is just completely fucked. Like, don't fuck this up. This is money. Want to know how we know this is money? Because the next day they gave away one of his crate thins, and they sold out in what, like less than an hour? Like,
that is correct. And Virtue even said, and I agree with him, if done correctly and built correctly, you can literally have the Fiend Bray Wyatt main event WrestleMania against the Demon Finn Balor, and you don't need no title. This right here is a WrestleMania main event waiting to happen, and I truly hope it does.
So let's get to Crystal.
Oh, you guys basically covered it. This is the fucking best gimmick WWE's done in a long, long time.
Exactly.
It's unreal, like the fact that they didn't can this from the start, like they tend to do with gimmicks like this.
Yes.
Or anything resembling this. It's just an unbelievable gimmick that I've loved from day one. I love this gimmick from day fucking one. It's the best gimmick on WWE right now, and it will be for a long time.
If booked correctly.
Fuck it up.
And it's the match itself, 4.5 stars.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, too, we should say, like, I know the match isn't long, but if you cut, like, the match is 3/4 stars for me just because of the presentation. Like, if you
I was there live. Again, I was there live. I saw this whole thing. That's the only reason it's got a perfect 5 from me. I got to witness and be a part of it.
And sometimes in the matches, it's not about the moves. This is a match that's just character right here. Like,
presentation. This presentation is 5-star worthy if you see it live, because it was a first, and it truly showed WWE can actually bring you something creative if they let the people have control. Again, Vince, don't F this up. And yes, I have watched the Firefly Funhouse full video playlist, single video they did, or at least 3 times now. This is the greatest thing going today in WWE's main roster product. Don't fuck this up.
By the way, and look, you want to know who else is on board with this gimmick?
Well, I figured he was. He had influence in it. Vince had nothing to do with this. This was Triple H and a Hollywood writer and Undertaker. Wrestlers with writer critique, but the writer went off the wrestlers. Wrestlers know wrestlers. So use them to push forward your cinematic creative input. And you create something that is more worth than gold. This is platinum.
Then we had the main event. It was Seth Rollins versus Brock Lesnar, who was defending the title, with Paul Heyman for the Universal Championship. Great main event. Brock Lesnar, went after Seth Rollins early. And, he went for a German suplex. Rollins landed on his feet, and he hit the stomp right off the bat. We thought he was going to get the win there, but he didn't. I say that, but really no one thought he was winning in 2 seconds.
30 seconds. Come on.
Yeah. And then Seth Rollins, hits like a high knee, sending Lesnar outside the ring. And then Lesnar finally loses it. He hits a German suplex, and then it becomes a typical Brock Lesnar match. He hits the F5, but Rollins kicks out. And I like when he grabbed him by his by the tape that he was wearing on his ribs. I thought that was cool. And
that was an interesting spot.
And he even said time to go to Suplex City. He took him to Suplex City 3,000 times. Does it still do that thing where you can see, it counts how many suplexes he does on the Titantron, Noah? Or does it not do that anymore?
That's just a fan. They don't count that actually on the Titantron. So whoever told you that's debunked. There were people chanting and counting along, though, and I did see someone with number signs.
Then Lesnar goes shoulder first into the post. Rollins finally mounts some type of comeback. He hits a high knee. He throws him into the steps. He hits a frog splash through a table, then a regular road frog splash. Then he hits the stomp, doesn't get the win, and then Lesnar hits another F5, doesn't get the win, and then Seth Rollins hits another stomp, and he becomes the new Universal Champion, which was very surprising, considering the fact that how Rollins was both coming into this match, where he just got his ass kicked the whole time. And then I kind of asked myself, like, what was the point of Money in the Bank? Because they just threw that away again. Again, I'm just saying, like, what was the point of the whole Money in the Bank thing? And personal gripe, with how Seth Rollins has been acted on social media and such.
Oh, God.
I wanted to see him get his ass kicked, and then it didn't happen. And I was like, shit. I was pissed off. Yeah, it was just definitely an interesting move. I thought the match was quite great, though. I give it 4 stars in a match, but it is kind of weird. Like, all of a sudden, Seth Rollins gets his ass kicked, and like for 2 weeks in a row, and somehow he's just able to come here now and just beat Brock Lesnar like nothing. That was just didn't make any sense at all. It's kind of weird too. Seth Rollins got a clean win over Brock Lesnar, but Roman Reigns supposed their guy couldn't. Like, think about it. Roman Reigns has never beaten Brock Lesnar clean. I know you could say, well, he did at SummerSlam last year, but not exactly what happened now, is it? So, yeah. If Seth Rollins isn't the guy, then I'm wildly confused. But the match was still great, but yeah. And plus, too, like, I don't really think Seth Rollins really did much as a world champion, considering the fact, that when he was champion, the ratings were like, not the ratings, I mean, ratings were already tanking, but the ticket sales. Like, if you think about it, he was the main event of one of the shows, and of Stomping Grounds, and like, no one bought shows. Like, what? The arena was like half empty. So
3,500. They chopped off the entire side. They literally moved people to the other side. And keep in mind who he was main eventing against.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I still thought the match was quite great. I don't know what happens now here though. Like, and plus too, it just kind of feels like you're just redoing everything you just did at WrestleMania too. Like, literally, why? What was the point of doing all this stuff? Like, literally, you put Seth Rollins over at Mania, and then you just kind of went backwards. It's just weird.
I told you this was Vince's night for a reason, didn't I?
So, yeah, I thought the match was great, but then everything that kind of happened, like with just Seth winning anyways, just kind of felt... It just felt like, too, it was like a waste of time. Waste of time to do any of this shit. So... Honestly, I just would have had the Fiend main event the show, honestly. Like, honestly, I know, like, it wouldn't have been, like, a long match or anything, but honestly, like, could we just had the Fiend main event the show? That would have been awesome.
Greatest presentation.
I mean, it would have been a weird way to end the show because, like, everyone would have just had to, like, leave. But, like, hey, that would be, like, the cue for everyone to leave. But anyhow, afterwards, too, Seth Rollins celebrated with the title with Pyro, which they cut off and put on the YouTube channel. Why don't you just put that crap on the network? Maybe they were like, okay, the network's looking like shit tonight. Maybe we gotta call it early tonight. And then it was weird. Brock Lesnar got Pyro. Goldberg got Pyro too. I forgot to mention that, so that was cool. But yeah, I still thought the match was great. But let's let Noah talk now. Maybe he feels differently than I do. Maybe I'm just being too critical. Let's see what Noah thinks.
No, I'm pretty much was being critical like you. I'm like, okay, why are we seeing Seth versus Brock? But first off, I have to admit, it was cool seeing Brock entrance live for the first time, his entrance. Damn, that dude is jacked. And I did hear Paul Heyman's intro, first time ever live. That was cool in itself. Burn It Down from the audience was one of the loudest things the audience was the entire night. Now, as far as this match goes, I expected typical Brock gets controlled, suplex, F5 over. Nothing special, especially with the way they've been setting this up. But then Seth Rollins, he's basically standing up like Will Ospreay type thing almost against Brock Lesnar's suplex initially and pulls out a curse up in the first 30 seconds. I'm like, okay, you're taking a different approach to this, I see. Maybe making him seem a little stronger. But I didn't buy into it, okay? It wasn't until towards the very end I almost bought in one of the near falls of his curse stunts after you said he ran Brock into the turn ring post. He ate an F5 and kicked out of that. And then, gain some momentum. There were no shenanigans here, no low blows, no weaponry, and the ref was not knocked out. Now, as far as spots in this match, I thought it was really cool when he took the tape around his ribs and literally swung him Cesaro swing type style, and you literally just lunged him into the corner. That was awesome. There were the frog splash at the table was a pretty cool spot too. They basically were jockeying for control here. This was not like my typical Brock Lesnar match I was expecting to see. Although I did see enough suplexes to really call this Suplex City. And then you get the end, where it's counter for counter. He goes for curb stomp, gets one, goes for another F5 almost, gets out of it, goes for a kick, kicks him in the face, then another curb stomp. I'm like, okay, this is maybe it. 1, 2, and then I hear 3. Place explodes. I'm like, because then I realized something. Pyro, Brock and Seth, Universal title. This was the main event Vince wanted at WrestleMania, but he couldn't do it because the women were main eventing because of one name and one name only, and you know why. Ronda Rousey. If Ronda Rousey was not involved in WWE, let's be honest, the women would not have been the main event. They would have been the middle. So, this actually made sense to me now that I think about it. You set this up all the way back in Money in the Bank because Vince, like, again, this is a company for one person only, truly. Vince wanted this to happen at WrestleMania. So, after seeing the pyro, after seeing the finish, Seth regains the title, Brock loses, Brock still looks strong, Seth guaranteed the win, he was a man of his word. I thought this actually was a pretty darn good match and pretty decent way to end the show overall. And I agree with you, after figuring about why this did happen, it made sense. Nice finish. Congrats, Seth. Hopefully he does more now with this title. I don't think he will. I just think Vince just wanted to get the title on Seth because he sees Seth now as a top guy. But it's clear that he's going to somehow do Roman versus Seth for this down the road because Roman will always be the top guy. This match was 4 stars for me as well.
You know, I just had like a random storyline thought. What if they made it so Seth Rollins is the one running down Roman Reigns? Because think about it, who benefited the most with Roman Reigns being gone? Seth Rollins. He won the Royal Rumble. He basically was put in a top spot. Seth Rollins benefited the most with Roman Reigns being gone.
In my opinion, Seth Rollins needs to turn heel at some point. But of course, once you talk about and get to the main roster, you might be indifferent about that or even support that theory more. But as far as right now goes, he's champ again. He didn't do much with it as a face. The only memorable thing was Seth versus AJ at Money in the Bank because we all saw what happened at Extreme Rules and Stomping Grounds with Baron Corbin and Seth Rollins. I also saw Baron Corbin versus Seth Rollins live in a no DQ match at a live show with meh. Bottom line is this. Seth is face. Needs to stop. Seth is champ. I could probably get behind if he turns heel. This match was okay. But I feel like that's not the last we're going to see of Brock Lesnar.
Oh, no, not at all. If you keep throwing money at him, he'll keep coming back. So.
And keep in mind, Paul Heyman is the lead in creative control of Monday Night Raw. Guarantee you, no rematches, though, automatic rematches. Guarantee you somehow we're going to get Brock Lesnar versus Seth Rollins again.
Remember, we have a the name redacted show.
Redacted. Yes, yeah. I'm aware.
Let's get Chris's thoughts about all this match stuff.
Oh, this match stuff, huh?
Yeah.
You know my thoughts? I fucking love it. It was almost completely pointless to take the title off him in the first place. Because, he's fucking champion again.
Yeah.
It's just completely pointless. Match was good. Give it 3.5 stars. That's it.
Pretty much. I mean, like I said, this is what Vince wanted to do at WrestleMania. He decided to do it at SummerSlam with a much budget-friendly pyro display. And it still calls Seth the Beast Slayer.
All right. Well, I guess that does it for SummerSlam talk. Now I get to go get caught up on all the main roster stuff I've missed the past couple of weeks.
Good luck.
But yeah, we're not doing any plugs because we're gonna be right back with James the Hitman Hebert on Friday, which will be recorded to talk about everything NXT related, which will be fun for me and Noah. Unfortunately, Chris is gonna miss all of that because he's working, so can't really get around that. So
gotta do what you gotta do, bro. Get that money.
I know. Sucks for Chris. So no takeover for you, Chris. So you missed out on the good stuff.
Yeah, tried to watch it and it was having issues when I tried to watch it, not live.
Oh, can I hear about these issues? Because that ties into the network lands.
The network's still having issues?
I went to go watch it the next day, and the beginning part wouldn't load. It just loaded like 15 seconds in, or like it was like about a minute or minute and a half in, and it would just freeze. But at the same time, the voice was way off of the picture.
Ooh.
So the picture would be done talking, and you hear Moro's voice still. And I'm
Well,
like,
I wouldn't mind hearing Tomorrow's voice even off sync, but yeah, that's definitely a technical.
it was off sync by a good 10 seconds.
May want to uninstall and reinstall the app if you're watching it from a device and see if that's
from my computer. So
yeah.
I refreshed it like 5 times, and it would stop at the same spot.
WWE Network, fix your shit.
I hope I don't have this issue with 205 Live and NXT UK tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be funny for you though. All right, but we'll be back to talk about everything NXT related with James the He-Man Hebert.
Hold on. God fucking damn it, Vince. I fucking quit NXT. And then it all turns out that you might be fully leaving now.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Alright? This shit is so stupid. It's so stupid.
I think,
my God.
I think Vince is playing games with you.
Fucking really? Yeah, you would think. What a fucker. I swear. I don't know. I think he's playing people. I mean, I know it's probably the XFL, but fuck me.
Yeah.
You know, like, I've been stressed about this fucking move. Everybody, by the way, not just me. Everybody in the NXT team. I probably had more anxiety than anybody, and I thought the writing was on the wall because Vince hadn't given up power at all for years. So I quit. I quit NXT.
Damn, I wish I could.
I'm thinking to myself, it's gonna be Vince's NXT, and I don't want any part of it.
Yeah.
And I thought it would peak. I thought it peaked. I will preface by saying I'm wrong. I thought NXT New York. I thought Takeovers peaked, and that they were gonna go on a down climb, not to any fault of their own, just because of Vince. But oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Was I wrong? Was I wrong?
I've never been so happy to be so won, too.
Yeah, right? Like, this quite honestly may be the best takeover of all time. And I know, or one, if not the best, it's one of the. And I know a lot of people are giving it criticism.
Yeah.
For the Medium and Shayna Baszler match, which I personally don't understand, because I seen the stuff that they were doing. They built her up pretty well as a challenger. I had no problem with it. So, that being said, I loved the show. I thought the show was fucking great from top to bottom, including the dark matches, which we are going to be going over first, because I like doing it that way now, because when going to see New York live, I realized this probably a while ago, but I realized the dark matches are just as important as the main card. So we're going to start with match 1 on the...
Oh, yeah,
fuck. Well, I mean, people probably know me by now. My name's James. I'm that guy who runs the CIW League. I'm the guy who did custom theme songs for, like, ages. If you didn't know that by now you know.
Hopefully you really know him, too, from Video 2000 on the Wrestling Fortune.
I mean, if you guys don't know me by now from that video.
Yeah, because hopefully that video...
I'm in that shit a lot, I think. I'm in, like, at least 7 hours of that thing.
Because I feel hopefully that video will be up by the time you see this. I still don't know if it's going to the CM Brothers channel or Wrestling Fortune 44. I might go to CM Brothers because I want Video 2000 to sit there.
Have it go on both. Fuck it.
Maybe I will. Sometimes I think I've done that once.
Have this. I'm talking about like this review. Have it on CM Brothers first, post your video 2000, and then post these videos again that you just posted to CM Brothers on the Wrestling Force 44. Problem solved. Anyway, continue.
So, yeah, this has been the most interesting week in NXT history, I think.
Just the most interesting week in wrestling, to be honest.
Yeah, we've had
just because everyone was, including myself, was in doom and gloom mode because we heard it was moving to the USA Network, and then we were fucked as like fans of NXT because Vince was going to take over. It turns out he ain't going to have a hand in NXT, and not only will he not have a hand in NXT, but he's stepping away to focus on the XFL, which is to set the debut in 2020.
Yeah.
I don't know when, but it's sometime in 2020. I think it's something like February or something in 2020.
Yeah.
So
I'm actually
that makes Triple H de facto in charge.
It has to,
and
right?
Shane probably. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm actually
So it's Triple H, Shane, Heyman, and Bischoff running the ship, essentially. Which, to be fucking honest, doesn't sound too bad compared to Vince, ripping the script up before the show goes live. Yeah. So we went from being all doom and gloom to rejoice in about a week's time.
Not even
that.
Not even.
So it's like,
I'll tell you.
And let's keep in mind, I don't know if Vince is not the chairman still. I think he is, but I don't think he's going to be there every week anymore. I don't think he's going to be in creative control anymore. Thank Christ, because of the XFL. So
you know what I kind of want now?
We have to pray. We have to pray now, by the way, that the XFL succeeds.
Yeah.
I may actually have to watch the XFL. I might actually have to support Vince. I never thought I'd say that ever again, but I may have to. Mainly because one, I'm sick of the NFL's bullshit, and two, I just don't want NXT or any of the fucking WWE to be ruined anymore than it already has. So, fuck it. I'm gonna have to watch, just so it stays on the air and we succeed and whatnot, and that way it could be an alternative to the NFL, if nothing else.
I'll tell you real quick, like, this week in professional wrestling, I've gone through, like, the strangest, like, emotions. Like, Monday, I went through, like, depression, sadness, and then I went through, like, unmotivated.
Joy and happiness, and, unmotivated. Then you went from joy and happiness, like, oh my god, he's finally fucking leaving.
Curious, though, too, just because I was like, no, this can't, because when I saw that news get out, I'm like, no, there's no way this is true, like,
Yeah, I didn't think it was true either until, like, multiple sources started reporting the same thing. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Could this reign of terror finally be over?
I know, yeah.
Fuck the reign of terror of 02 to 05. Can we call this the reign of terror from like 2013 all the way to now?
Yeah, right.
Okay, but just call it that. That's what the real reign of terror is.
Yeah.
But let's hope for the best. And let's get on with the 7 matches.
Something I'll say before we get onto it is AEW may be in for more than what they thought now. Like, this is true. Like, AEW might not have it as easy as they thought they were gonna have.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is gonna be this is gonna be a war. I'm actually looking forward to October 2nd. I'm looking forward to it.
Though I'm gonna have to support WWE doing that Saudi Arabia time though. Like, if this is true.
Well, I mean, I don't think they're gonna have a match over in Saudi Arabia.
Well, Vince is still in power, probably up until 20. Like, I don't think he's leaving anytime soon. So.
Well, he wasn't on this week's show, so
we
pray and hope that it's okay.
But anyhow, let's start talking about, like, an actual professional wrestling show, and then I was gonna say this to the end, but like we just dove right into it. So
Because I realized I said I quit NXT, and I got to make a fucking ass of myself, like purposely, at the beginning of the show, or at least in the beginning of this segment.
I feel like this happens too every time you quit. Like,
yeah, right. It's so
Royal
stupid. It's like I quit, and then it's like I look like an idiot for quitting.
Like,
where before I wouldn't have looked like an idiot, but now I do.
Remember Royal Rumble? Remember Royal Rumble last year? Was like an awesome show, and it was right after you quit podcasting. Like,
well, no, I think I still kept to my word on that, for the most part, because I quit pretty soon after that.
Yeah, but still.
But yeah, still, fuck me. I feel like because I was only gonna do NXT, and then I said WWE in general gives me anxiety, and it did, but now it's not.
I know, yeah.
Vince might be going, so now I'm like, I look like a fucking moron. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm probably still not gonna watch SmackDown and Raw until, whatever, September 31st when Raw, or no, September 30th. I'm sorry, there's only 30 days in that month.
Yeah.
I'll watch it September 30th, and NXT and AEW on October 2nd, and sorry, I'm blanking, and obviously SmackDown on Friday, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I probably still won't watch at least consistently when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, just because I don't have the time anyway. But if it's good, at least I would want to keep up with the news, and that's what I haven't felt with WWE in a long time. I'm obviously going to watch NXT because I've been able to invest way more into it.
Exactly.
That is if the NXT still has a similar format. Which, by the way, I'm making a prediction right now. The main event of that show is most likely going to be Roderick Strong versus Velveteen Dream for that title, and Roddy's going to win it for the era. I'm calling it now. Because I didn't even take that into account because no one knew. No one knew that NXT was going to go on the USA. That's probably what they're saving this for.
Yeah.
Which makes a hell of a lot of sense. And I also predict they're probably going to debut the OC over in NXT, which is probably why Gallows and Anderson lost their titles. They're probably going to bring them and AJ and maybe one other person to be a part of the OC to feud with and build to War Games. Which, if you do that, I'm fine with it. I'll be honest with you. I'm fine with it. So long as the Undisputed Era win.
Yeah, they have to win.
They have to win.
Oh, think about too. Because I wasn't watching. Well, Adam Cole too and AJ Styles in the Bullet Club at the same time. Oh no.
No. Cole was chosen to be in the Bullet Club right after AJ left. Omega recruited Cole from Japan because she just did, and the Young Bucks and pretty much set out that initiation process. Omega just told them to recruit them, and then Cole was taken out by Omega.
Well, think about it. That storyline they can use, like when AJ Styles was gone, they used me to replace you. So,
yeah.
But anyhow, that's for fantasy booking times. Let's talk about.
Sorry, I was very rambly there, but I'm actually excited. Yeah. Whereas Monday I was like so anxious. Yeah. Like I'm actually excited for the future of that brand and just WWE in general now, which I hadn't felt in years.
I'm excited for just wrestling in general. Like there's a lot of once Video 2000 and like what gets out, we're making a channel update video.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit.
I didn't think we were gonna have to make a channel update video, but we're gonna have to with everything that's coming up now. Like
yeah, agreed. So with that being said, let's get on to it.
So, we had NXT TakeOver Toronto 2. We're starting with the dark matches on the show first, as that's typically
the Wednesday. If people are confused why we're reviewing these two matches first from the Wednesday edition of NXT after TakeOver, it's because when you go there live, that's how they do it in order.
Yeah.
And I think it just makes for a more complete show, to be honest.
For the commentary for all three shows, we had Beth Phoenix, Molinaro, and Nigel McGuinness.
Yeah.
Actually, I think this is the first time we've got to hear them like together on commentary.
Yes, it is. I gotta tell you, Beth was great in the classic, in the Mae Young Classic. But I think I know why. She was with people that were kind of on her level.
Yeah.
She wasn't terrible here, but shit, man, her response time was so off.
Yeah.
Like there were times where it's like I actually wished Percy Watson was still on the commentary booth. Like she'll probably get better over time because she does know history. She does know the moves, but the problem is I don't think she fully understands her role. Because I think with the Mae Young Classic, she was way more motivated. Because it was all women. It was women's wrestling, women's evolution, yada yada yada, right? And it's like that was good. But here it was like I don't know. It was like a combination of either she didn't give a fuck or she didn't know what the hell to do. Like, because keep in mind, she's in the same booth with Mauro Ranallo and Nigel McGuinness. These are like two of the best commentators in wrestling, period, at the moment. Like, they're even better than JR, which is saying a lot. So, like, this is, like, they're not, like, these are the top guys in the commentary game right now. So, Beth is kind of, outshined. And don't get me wrong, so was Percy, but Percy knew his role. Like, he knew how to be a babyface. He had witty comebacks, like when Mauro was being, or I'm sorry, not Mauro, but Nigel was being kind of an idiot and, siding with the heels and all that. And, they would kind of go at it back and forth, but it was like they had witty comebacks to each other and shit like that. But it was like, Beth had none of that.
Yeah,
I still wish any charm on that booth, man.
I still wish they would have did your idea instead and put because I think Aiden English would have felt much better down there.
He would have been fucking amazing in NXT. Seriously, I understand you need a woman commentator, but you really got none unless it's Renee Young. I think Renee Young would probably be your best candidate to send down to NXT.
Yeah.
But if you're not gonna have Renee Young, it can't be Beth.
Yeah.
At least not in this current moment. I'm sorry. Have her for the Mae Young Classics because she does awesome in those. I have no problem with her in the Mae Young because I know she has passion for that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But seriously, guys, like, put Aiden on the booth. Have Aiden, Mauro, and Nigel because that would be an amazing team. Right now, I feel like and to be honest, you could literally just have Mauro and Nigel, and the commentary team would be fine. But I know they like to do this 3-man booth shit, so just put Aiden in there. Yeah. Seriously, Aiden can feed into the babyface dynamic, and also, just call the action amazingly and on par with Mauro and Nigel. Because I actually want to say Aiden English is probably third best in that list.
Yeah.
I mean, he's actually incredibly good on 205. If Vic Joseph should not be the head, that's my point. It actually should be Aiden English. But, sorry. It's just because I haven't seen NXT in forever. And, I since New York, and I have not been able to hear the new commentary style. So I wanted to actually get my thoughts on Beth on the commentary booth. And she's not terrible, but
I wonder if Beth...
She does nothing for me either way.
I wonder if the Wolves would have been better switched with Aiden English in NXT and Beth in 205, because that probably would have been much better. Just have the Wolves switched.
Yeah, because she would have been with a person on her par kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. And sometimes that's all you need,
Yeah.
Like, because Vic Joseph ain't bad and Beth Phoenix ain't bad, but when she was put with these guys, God, You know how bad I felt when JR was on commentary for that a Tommy, I think it was a Tommy Black, or was it a Tommy Ono? I forget now.
Tommy Black.
Yeah. For Aleister Black and a Tommy, when he was there for that,
yeah, Percy
I felt bad for Percy. This is how I feel with Beth Phoenix on commentary with Ronaldo and Nigel.
Yeah.
Like, God, she barely could get a word in edgewise, man.
Yeah. But yeah, let's talk about the dark matches. Unfortunately, too, I should say, too, because Noah was supposed to be here. Noah's not here because he went to the dentist. And
yes. Oh, and also, not a fan of the new theme of NXT.
I like it, but yeah, it doesn't fit the.
It's not. It is not. What was it called? Why am I blanking on the name of that
Alien
song?
Resistance or something like that.
Yeah. Resistance. Fucking amazing NXT theme. It's the best NXT theme. I wish and it wasn't even around for that long. It was only around for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, why did you have to change? I get it's Slipknot. I get you probably signed a deal with them, but it's like, fuck.
I know, yeah.
Like, I wish they could have just stuck with Resistance, because that song was banging, dude. I remember that theme, like, and I always got hyped. It reminded me of like the Raw is War kind of thing with the new metal.
Yeah,
that's what I wish they kept with, because it's like I like Slipknot. I love Slipknot. Like, you're talking to a metalhead, but for NXT,
yeah,
not feeling it.
All right, but yeah, starting with the dark matches. We had this is the first time too you've seen like the new NXT like intro itself too. I keep trying.
Yeah, no, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's not even that it's weird. Like, the cuts are good, but that's all it is. It's just cuts.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It was like, where is the gold aesthetic to it? Where is the big X and, the really the coolness of the NXT intro?
Yeah.
And that's not a Vince thing. That's just a production thing, man. Like, don't do that. Like, add some shit to that intro. We need gold aesthetic to that intro. It's the black and gold brand for a fucking reason, So sorry.
Now finally on to the first matches. Everyone's waiting for it, and we're like, making.
Sorry if we pissed you off. I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've been on here.
Yeah. Talk about NXT anyways, because.
Yeah.
So it opened up with a tag team match. It was Breezango versus Steve Cutler and Wesley Blake with Jackson Ryko inside. Pretty good way to start the show. Breezango was awesome to see them back together. Yep.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, your new number one contenders for the NXT tag team titles for the next Toronto show. Right now. Unless the takeover show is War Games, you're looking at your new number one contenders. Which, please, I really want to see the Breezango versus Red Dragon. Can we just do it? Continue.
But yeah, Breezango, get the advantage early. They take him out with double clotheslines, but then eventually Cutler and Blake cut off Tyler Breeze for a long-ass time in this match, and Jackson Ryker and each member of Forgotten Sons kept taking cheap shots at Fandango, preventing him from getting into this match. But then Fandango finally got the hot tag. Breezango hit a double super kick onto, I believe it was Steve Cutler. And eventually they all hit flip dives on the outside onto all members of the Forgotten Sons. Cutler and Blake go for that power bomb into the knees and the combination into the corner, but it gets reversed. And then Breezango actually win with a Russian leg sweep into an elbow drop onto, I believe it was Steve Cutler, but it's been a week since I've seen the match, so I don't exactly remember who it was on.
It was Steve. It was Steve Cutler, I think. This was really, really good tag team wrestling.
I thought it was pretty good, yeah.
It was actually and I feel like Blake and Cutler get a bad rep, but
yeah,
they really shouldn't, man. Cutler especially. Cutler has fucking improved dramatically since this team was pretty much formed. I wouldn't say star-making performance, but it really showed a lot of improvement especially when he. I will say, I don't like that he has the diving headbutt, but
yeah,
what can you do? I think he does it in a way where he doesn't actually use his head. It just looks like he uses his head. So, more power to you. But yeah, Cutler and Blake are a really good tag team. And there's a reason why they were in that 4-way ladder match.
Yes.
So they looked good here with Breezango. I thought they were a great team for Breezango's first. I think this is their official match back, right?
Well, on TV, yes.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
worked house shows together. And this was like but this was Fandango's like first match on television since he's been back because he was out for like months with I believe a torn shoulder. So
right.
Fandango too he's Fandango, but he's like a mixture of Johnny. I feel like he's like a mixture of Fandango and Johnny Curtis, like at the same time now too. Like
right.
Man, sometimes just going down to NXT and can really change your career because that's exactly what happened.
Oh my God, yeah. Now, hopefully, freaking Ono comes back to NXT and Cesaro makes his way down to NXT and we can have the Kings of Wrestling.
Yes.
Because I don't know if you've seen that tag team shit, but my God.
Well, it won't be the same though because Ono's a little bigger now and stuff. But I kind of like Ono's gimmick he has in NXT UK.
Yeah, I heard it's really good. I haven't been. I followed it at the start and then I just kind of fell off just because.
Like, I know this isn't NXT UK talk when talking about this, but Cassius Ono he's improved tremendously. Like
since he moved to the UK.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, I heard he's actually doing really well over there.
But anyhow, this match I thought.
Is he good? Is he better with cardio now? Would you say?
I would say so. Yes.
Oh, good. So he finally started taking people's advice with that.
He still though isn't. He's still wearing the.
As long as you're gonna get what you're gonna get with Cassius Ohno's ties, but yeah. I don't care as long as he's got good cardio and he doesn't look like he's sluggish. I don't give a shit.
He's also not wrestling too. I mean, he's wrestling people that are quick, but he's wrestling people in NXT UK he can keep up with too. Like
good.
That Mark Andrews and the Ilya. I don't know, you haven't seen him yet, but
Ilya Dragunov, yes.
Yeah. But anyhow, back to this match. This match I thought was pretty good. A nice way to kick off the show. I give it 3 1/4. I thought it was pretty good. Nice return for Breezango.
Fantastic return for Breezango.
I can't wait to see what happens in the future. And Jackson Riker is gonna. I believe he's gonna be like a main event player once he breaks away from that faction too. Like he's gonna be, because they book him like a machine, like a star. Like you haven't seen 25, but in that ladder match, they booked him like a monster. So he's gonna be a machine once he gets out of Forgotten Sons.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd be worried about though is what would happen to Cutler and Blake, because that's kind of what's keeping, without.
I mean, you can probably do something good with them,
And anyhow, just star rating it because I give it 3 1/4. I don't think I said.
I give it a 3 1/4.
Yeah. Any other additional thoughts you have about the match?
None. It was good tag team wrestling. If you guys want like it was really, in a way, it was like textbook, with some innovation into it, which is NXT in a nutshell anyway. Yeah. And I guess the last thing I have to comment on, my God, Fandango's so over.
Yeah.
Like he's so over in NXT. Like the difference between and keep in mind, I think he's only been in one edition of NXT back in the 2013 when Triple H took over in 2012.
And we're talking about just as Fandango in general.
Yeah, just as Fandango in general. He was only there once.
Yeah.
My God. He's just so over with this audience and with the NXT audience. And the problem is, it's like he was over too. It's the same audience that was over for him when he beat Jericho at Mania. It was the same kind of audience.
Yeah.
And so he's finally got his stardom back after years of being completely buried for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So yeah, nothing else to say there. And then we have a Fish and O'Reilly interview. We're not going to talk about it yet because it ties into the tag match, so we'll get into that later.
Yes.
And then we had the main event of the dark matches. It was the NXT Breakout Tournament Finals match. Jordan Miles versus Cameron Grimes.
And for those who don't know who they are, because I know WWE did this name change because the AEW effect, ACH versus Trevor Lee.
Yes. Actually, they didn't know because you didn't see this episode, when they announced the tournament, they, when they showed the graphics, they showed, also known as, and they actually said what their other names actually
Oh, okay.
So,
well, there you go.
But, yeah, this match I thought was pretty good. I was a little disappointed with it. I know because you didn't get to see the tournament, but this is a finals of a tournament to get a title match in NXT, and I didn't really think.
Yeah, I heard it was lackluster. I heard that one match was better than this.
Yeah.
In the actual tournament itself.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, man. Who was the best in your opinion?
My opinion.
Yeah, because I haven't seen the tournament yet, but I've seen the highlights of it on this.
My opinion was Angel Garza versus. I'm trying to remember who he wrestled. He didn't wrestle Isaiah Swerve Scott. He did, but he wrestled Joaquin Wild. I'm trying to remember who he wrestled in the. Oh, it was Jordan Miles. That was the best one in my opinion.
So you're saying if they inverted him and Lee's spot, this would be much better.
I think
because this felt like a first round match to a tournament, not a
yes,
not a finals match.
I think just the crowd. Maybe it didn't seem the crowd was into it too. I think they were just waiting for the show to start because it didn't really see.
Wait, holy fuck with the tournaments, huh? The first, I just realized between five, we've had 3 companies book 5 tournaments. Yeah, think about that for a minute. We just had the G1. We had the NXT Breakout Tournament. We now have the Super J Cup, the King of the Ring.
Yes.
And AEW is having the fucking tag tournament.
Yeah.
What the hell? Jesus Christ.
But yeah,
this city over here.
But this match was, pretty good. I enjoyed it, but it was disappointing because I thought
it was round one. It was round one kind of material.
Yeah.
I gave it 3 stars. It was average at best.
I gave it 3 1/4. I thought it was pretty good.
The finish was good. The finish was good. It's just that.
Yeah.
I
really like that.
What the hell? People have always been into Cameron Grimes, and I've never understood why.
Yeah.
Never. I don't see the appeal. I see him as a good enhancement guy at best. I see him as a guy you can put out there and have good matches with. I could see you putting him in a tag team capacity with somebody of his kind of look and style. Maybe with the Forgotten Sons, to be honest, even though he's not a veteran. But not as a singles. I don't understand. Unless you put him in 205 and you integrate it with NXT, I don't see what you could do with Trevor Lee going forward.
Does he fit the weight limit?
I think so, yeah. He was in the X Division back in TNA.
What was the weight limit for the X Division?
I have no idea, but but I'm sure it was 215.
Yeah. And yeah, I really like that power slam though that he hits. That
power slam's awesome. I don't know, but then you have a guy like what's his face, Bronson, who does
Bronson Reed,
explosive power slam.
Yes.
So I mean, even that is his power slam's good, but then you have a guy who does one better.
Yes.
So.
But then Jordan Miles, I believe, got the win with the the shooting star press, I believe.
Yes.
And yeah, he won.
Oh, 450.
Oh, 450.
450 slash. He gets some fucking height on that, man. Yes. I actually met ACH. This is actually a funny story. I met ACH at the Ring of Honor Best in the World back I actually met him at the Ring of Honor tapings after Best in the World, and he was in a segment involving Dalton Castle. And right after that segment, I don't know if I was even on camera, but I saw him. I was like, "That's ACH. I want to say hi to ACH." So I go up to him, and he had that same fucking smile that he has. Like, he's just such a nice guy. Honestly, he's a stand-up guy. I really enjoy him in the ring and just as a human being. He's one of the best in the business. And I hope he does get at least one title in his WWE, because I know he's coming up at like what's his age now? 40? He's 40 years old, right?
Roughly around there, yeah.
Yeah, so his career is probably going to wind down like in another 5 years. I hope he at least gets a title in WWE to kind of close out his career. So.
And then afterwards, William Regal comes out and he hands over his contract so that way he can have a spot on the roster, like full time and a title match, which ties into this week's episode of NXT.
But before we even get to that, Jordan, when he was given, it wasn't actually a contract to be a part of the roster, because every guy in the NXT Breakout Tournament's already a part of NXT. It was him getting a title shot of his choosing.
Yes.
So he could either go for the North American, the NXT, or the tag titles.
Yes.
So there you go.
There you go.
Or you could go for 205. I'm pretty sure 205 counts and NXT UK counts too, but you know.
Well, that gets thrown out the window in a minute, so we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely not to be a minute. We're going to talk about that, but whatever. Then we had the actual show itself. We had some WWE.com exclusives that took place before the actual show itself. Just showing the build-up to the matches. It showed Velveteen Dream giving a tour of the 2K set and just basically putting himself over each time, which was funny. So those, go check it out.
Yes. You check out anything Velveteen Dream. He's just the best.
Yeah. And then Undisputed Era pretty much promised to fulfill the prophecy that they're going to win all the belts on the show. And then Johnny Gargano says that he's ready to go to war with Adam Cole. And he talks about, too, how in Toronto, when they were there the first time, he had the best match on the show, one match of the year contender, just in the NXT Year-End Awards, not in any other awards. I think no DQs actually, but not. I don't think in Dave. I don't think in the what's it called?
Observer.
Yeah, Observer Awards. And then he also says too that he won his first championship in Toronto. So, and that's like where he broke out pretty much. So, thought that was nice. Nice continuity right there. So I liked that. You didn't see any of that, so you can't talk about it. So,
what can you do? But continue.
And then we had the pre-show. We had Charlie.
Yeah, I didn't get to see this.
There's only one thing that happened, so.
Yeah, I know with the unveiling of the cage.
Yeah. So yeah, Charlie Caruso, Sam Roberts, and Pat McAfee are on the panel.
Man, I used to like Pat McAfee.
Oh, you don't like him anymore?
What the fuck happened? What, like, I think, you know where it started? When he fucking attempted to roast a crowd in Lafayette?
Probably, yeah.
That's when I started to fucking think he was just an arrogant prick. Like, fuck Pat McAfee kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like, because he was, like, you know, it was like, I don't know, man. It was just like...
I think maybe his ego's getting the best of him, too. You know, he's got the gig on the ESPN now. Now he's got the gig in WWE. He probably thinks he can't be on...
Like, get the fuck over yourself, then. Like, you run pre-shows for NXT, and you run a fucking watch-along series.
No.
You run a reaction show.
Yeah.
Chill your fucking... Hold your horses.
Yeah.
For crying out loud. You're not the shit like you think you are. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. And there are certain kind of assholes who shouldn't have opinions that state them as fact. You are one of them.
Yes.
Suck yourself.
Yeah. I know, yeah. I mean, I still like him, but yeah, he needs to... I'm starting to get annoyed with him, so... he needs to relax.
Right? I can't even believe I'm saying that, like, because we like here we are saying that about him, but like Mauro Ranallo is a just never relaxes on commentary. But well, actually, he relaxes like maybe 15% of the time.
Well, the thing is too,
I feel like McAfee just like it feels like when you watch a pre-show with him, it's like he's just motor mouth the whole time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
Like more elites, at least
you're not calling a wrestling match.
Yeah, more elites lets the other people that are around him speak.
Yeah.
And he actually tries to get like the others to give insight on the match.
I continue anyway. Sorry. I'm sure I skipped ahead a bit, but fuck me.
Then William Wee goes backstage and he unveils the third stage pretty much of the 2 out of 3 falls match.
Noah told me they had no idea. They knew it was a cage. They did not know it was that kind of steel cage. Yeah. No one had any fucking clue in that arena.
Oh really?
Yeah, nobody did. Nobody knew. I don't think unless they announced it like live during the pre-show to the audience. I don't think they knew.
Yeah. So
I think this was a backstage segment and whatnot. So.
Oh yeah, William Weagle says that that we have a standard match, then we have a street fight, and then we're gonna pretty much if you guys can get past those ones, then we're gonna have my personal playground, and that's gonna be a steel cage with barbed wire and basically weapons like hung all around the ring, and it was just really awesome. It was basically Lethal Lockdown, but like 20 times better, pretty much.
Oh my god, this cage took the Lethal Lockdown concept and absolutely shit all over it.
Yeah.
Like, this was way more demonic looking.
Yeah.
Like, and by the way, WWE did the main roster did a horrible version of this with the Ambrose Asylum match.
Yeah.
Like, when Moxley was still with the company. Yeah. And my god, that was trash.
Yeah, it was trash.
And NXT just comes in and it's like, and he just like, and TNA Lockdown's like, haha, well, at least we did this better. And then NXT just comes in, hold my beer.
Yeah.
And it's just fucking, then you'd see the cage and you're just like, whoo. Guys, I think we might want to sell our stocks. I think NXT just fucked us.
TNA doesn't even have
without
stocks.
Any lube.
TNA doesn't even have any stocks, man. What are you talking about?
Even Impact. TNA died.
True. Then we had the show, but that structure too looked awesome.
Structure looks fucking great. Let's get on to the first match. Oh, this is technically match number 3. Yeah. We'll just go by that order.
First,
we had the opening of the actual takeover.
Well, first we had the live performance where they played the theme.
It wasn't even a live performance. Can you even call it that? Because the band wasn't actually there.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Because they were at the Download Festival still.
Yeah.
I think.
So. I mean, I still thought it was cool.
It was cool. It was definitely cool, but I wouldn't call it a performance. It was just basically. I gotta tell you though, you know what ruins it?
What's that?
The Kevin Dunn film the Titantron shots.
Oh yeah, I don't like those at all.
I fucking can't stand them.
He does it too, like he does it too on like because you don't watch. He does it on like Raw and SmackDowns where there'll be like.
No, he does it because he produces NXT too. But like, God, I hate when he does that. Like, stop doing that. It like, just if you're going to show the video package, just show the video package.
Yeah. Don't
show the video package on the Titantron. That just it pisses me off. Stop doing that.
He does it too though with like a backstage segment, like doing some of the Firefly Funhouse segments. It would just randomly cut to like the live crowd viewpoint of it versus the actual thing. Like
yeah. So aggravating, bro. It's so aggravating.
Especially too because it was like when Bray Wyatt was trying to like switch into like his Fiend gimmick. And it was like an integral part of the video package we were supposed to have like a close up on, and he just fucks up on it. So,
Kevin Dunn, fuck me.
But yeah, then we had the first actual match at Takeover that you saw. throughout the whole SummerSlam weekend, it was an NXT Tag Team Championship match, NXT Tag Team Champions, the Street Profits versus Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly. This was Undisputed Era's first chance to succeed in the prophecy. And everybody in the world, except for the Street Profits family, because obviously they're going to pick them to win because favoritism. But, you know, everyone picked Fish and O'Reilly. But everybody in the world picked Fish and O'Reilly to win because, you know, the Street Profits were on the main roster each week. You would thought this would be the last match in NXT. And, you know, this is going to be, you know, Fish and O'Reilly's first step in reaching the proclamation. But let's talk about the match, and you'll find out whether we were right or wrong. Because these teams really gelled together. You want to talk about the match? You haven't talked about it.
Oh, my God, man. This match was up. I'm hearing myself talking. Fuck you, Skype. This match was really, really awesome. Pretty much from the opening bell. Really good hype moments for the Street Profits to kind of start it off. I'm not going to be able to remember all the moves, but I know there was definitely some like early flurry from the Street Profits early on, kind of throwing Fish and O'Reilly's off their game. Obviously their entrance, before I even get to the rest of it, their entrance, specifically Street Profits, where they had the red cups and everybody was like dun 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 dun. That was cool.
Wait till the. Hopefully that translates to the main roster too. Can you just picture like at a WrestleMania, people doing that? That'd
be awesome. I doubt they'll even get to the tag team titles if Vince is still running. But hopefully it's Triple H and Heyman. Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. So as the match progresses, basically Fish and O'Reilly finally get to slow the momentum down, and then you just get to see like the magic of how good these guys really are at just cutting off the ring and making it look like a struggle for the other team. But yeah, there was some awesome tandem offense in this, like just between both teams. You're more of the move analyst because I'm not going to be able to like remember spot for spot. I will remember a few spots. But I know the basic structure of the match, where it was like, you know, it started off with early heat for the Street Profits, then they would slow it down. The Era would slow it down. Then Era would finally kind of get back their momentum once the hot tag came in for Montez Ford, I believe. Yes. Or was it Dawkins? I don't remember.
I don't remember either, honestly.
Fuck.
I was kind of hoping Noah would be here for this, so.
Yeah, right.
Because Noah was there.
He knows how to do it. Yeah, he knows how to talk about it. Fuck. Man, yeah, he was live there too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What can you do?
I mean, I still thought it was like a very good match. It's just,
it's just hard to call move for move, and I really wanted to because there was some awesome tandem offense.
I remember, I believe they did like a wheelbarrow German suplex onto Montez Ford, I believe.
It was specifically that's the move I remember the most. It was a lung blower. It was a code breaker into the wheelbarrow German.
Yes.
Awesome.
And then I believe too, like the Montez Ford did an awesome, like really cool flip dive on the outside.
Yeah, he gets some fucking hang time off that, man. Fucking Angelo Dawkins, by the way, had a star-making night for himself, dude.
Yeah.
Like, he had some awesome... Obviously, you can't forget about the People's Elbow attempt and the rock bottom that Montez Ford did. That was awesome.
I noticed, too, like, they didn't... I like how they call it... Because they didn't call it the rock bottom, but they basically referenced it because they said...
Yeah, and the Doomsday Device Doomsday Device blockbuster.
Yes.
That was awesome too. And the way they set that up was so perfect. Like everything looked like crisp. Like everything in this match looked like a struggle. It looked flashy in certain parts, but it was a struggle to set it up. Which is I like that. It's not like it's easy to pull off. They had to do some maneuvering to do it right, especially with the Doomsday Device blockbuster, because the way they set it up was Kyle O'Reilly had him in like the guillotine choke. He had Angelo Dawkins in the guillotine choke before Ford made the blind tag and hit that blockbuster maneuver. And amazingly, that got a fucking near fall.
Yeah.
And I guess other moves that I remember from this was Kyle O'Reilly and Bobby Fish just using their MMA expertise to just kind of systematically kind of target their opponents like weak spots, like the arms and whatnot, especially Montez Ford, like, because he has like, I remember they did like a whole thing where they targeted the leg in the match. So they were like doing, moves on the leg and the arm to kind of slow down his momentum. It was really, really nice. It was really crisp, really good tag team wrestling. And eventually,
then we have, I believe it was Kyle O'Reilly doing that Boston Crab, and you thought that the knee bar, that knee bar that he
that
used.
knee bar is so good. That's one of the best knee bars. That honestly should be one of his finish.
That's how they won the second NXT tag team titles.
Yeah, it was the knee bar. Yeah.
So you actually thought he was going to tap out. And then we had the finish. We see Kyle O'Reilly bounce off the ropes, and he gets hit with the pop-up one-handed spine buster by Angelo Dawkins. And Angelo
and then wasn't there like a hope spot? Like, it was a knee bar, right? So we just talked about the knee bar, right? Yes. And how Ford almost got to the ropes. We can't forget about this. I remember he was going for the ropes, and then you just see Bobby Fish out of fucking nowhere hit him with like I think it was an elbow drop, and then which was able to knock him down and take the breath out of his sails for long enough for him to for Kyle O'Reilly to drag him back to the center of the ring and apply the knee bar again until Angelo Dawkins ended up breaking it up with a spine buster using Bobby Fish.
Yes.
Which, like, that right there was, like, crisp as hell and looked like a struggle from, like, the get-go. That's probably my favorite spot of the match. Other than the finish.
Yeah.
So that finish was fucking great.
Yeah, so then Dawkins hits the spear on Fish, and then Ford hits the frog splash onto Kyle O'Reilly, and the Street Profits actually retain the NXT Tag Team titles, to which I think that surprised everybody.
Yeah, and the way they did it, too, was Angelo Dawkins hits, like, 2 vicious spears on both of the era. What ended up happening, though, is after... I'll explain. But, yeah, right after those spears, what's his face? Ford hits the... Probably, I think, should we call it the 5-star? I would call it the 5-star. 5-star frog splash to win and retain the tag titles. But here's the thing: Kyle O'Reilly was never legal.
Yes.
Bobby Fish hit a blind tag, which shows that Kyle O'Reilly was not the legal man. It was actually Bobby Fish.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, that's their justification of not doing it here.
Yeah. That's what they talk about too in the interview and stuff too that we addressed earlier. I really like this too because it continues the feud without anyone really looking stupid in a way. It's just like, it's just one of those mistakes that like can happen. Because the referee didn't even look stupid for like missing that mistake. Because I know if you didn't see that replay, you wouldn't have even known there was a you wouldn't have even known there was a tag.
And he was looking completely the other way too.
Yeah,
like he had no idea, and it looked like he didn't really tag. He got knocked off.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense that he would have missed that.
Yes.
But at the same time, they did make the blind tag. So
yeah.
I like that. It. And by the way, this is why you have to do blind tags. By the way, I know Jim Cornette and other people are completely against blind tags, and that it wasn't done in the old ways. And I'm like, dude, wrestling evolves.
Yeah.
And this is not a grave offense to me, especially in NXT. If they don't overuse this trope, I'm okay with the blind tag.
Yes.
Especially if it serves a purpose to continue a future feud. I'm fine with this.
Yep. I thought the match was very good opener. I give it 3 3/4.
Yeah,
very
3 3/4 on my end too. It was a very good opening tag match. As you know, any takeover, you are guaranteed two things: a really excellent main event, a very good women's match. Actually, three things, and a hot opening tag.
Yes.
Always, every time you go to one of these events or watch one of these events live, that is what you get with NXT Takeover.
Yes. Then we had the next match. It was Io Shirai versus Candice LeRae.
My God.
I'm going to talk about this because, you know,
Io Shirai's new gimmick
it's
is
awesome.
Amazing. It's fucking great.
I can see why a lot of people wouldn't like it because she's not really given like a good enough explanation about why she turned on Candice LeRae, but I like how it's just nice and simple because on the main roster in Vince's ways, they would have tried to come up with either not come up with an explanation at all or, you know, come up with an over explained explanation. I just think it's just simple. She just wants to do it all on her own. She doesn't need any friends, doesn't need any of that stuff. So,
yeah, it's sometimes it's just that simple. And two, you could also, and I think Nigel did explain this in the match. She has come overseas. Her partner went to the main roster.
Yeah.
We can't forget about this, and I feel like this actually has started to build since New York, which I was live for. Because if you remember in that match, these two, Kairi Sane and Io Shirai started fighting.
Yeah.
Because of the title.
Yeah.
Because of the title. So at the end of the day, it revolves around the title.
Yep.
For Io Shirai, and she's never really had a good. Every time she's relied on a friend, it's always cost her in the end. Every single time. So
you can make the argument.
Fuck it.
Yeah, you can make the argument it cost her the Mae Young Classics because she at the end too.
Yeah, she would have won.
Yeah,
she would have won at the Mae Young Classics had she not had friends.
Yeah,
you know, she would have won against Shayna Baszler the first time. Had it not been for Candice LeRae, you can make the argument that had she not been busy helping girls like Dakota Kai and Kairi Sane fight off the Four Horsewomen, she would have been number one contender, but not Kairi Sane.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you follow the story, they tell it so simply. If you just watch it,
yeah,
that the explanation for why she turns makes sense, and it's not hard to figure out. And plus, I mean, Io Shirai's gimmick in Lucha Underground is just this, except turned up to 11. It's turned up to 11 here. I love this gimmick with Io.
Io Shirai, basically, I mean, her theme song's been like new and she's had a new look anyways because it's just this is the first time you've seen it, so.
Yeah. I love this gimmick.
Yeah. And Candice LeRae immediately just beats the crap out of Io Shirai.
And I love that she didn't do her entrance. She did it for like 2 seconds, and then she stared down Io and just ran after her and just started punching her.
Yeah.
Didn't even wait for the bell.
I know, yeah.
I love that.
And then
awesome.
But Candice LeRae gets too emotional, she's still fed up with wanting to get her hands on Io Shirai. Io Shirai uses this against her and suplexes her right onto the announcer's table, which was awesome. And
that was brutal too. And keep in mind too, I feel bad for LeRae's back because if you take a look at it, she lands on the monitor. Keep in mind the monitor's right where she lands, underneath the. Hello. What the fuck? Really? What the? It's got to be my internet connection. There we go. Owen? What the
Here I
hell
am.
happened there?
Connection lost, I guess. I switched
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
I thought it was. Oh my God, really? Is Skype gonna do this? Okay. Is Skype really gonna do this shit tonight?
I
Is
guess
Skype
so.
really gonna fucking do this tonight?
We're actually positive people today, so it's like.
Don't fucking do this right now.
Oh
Oh my
well.
God. Anyway, all right.
I'll
We
keep
good
going.
now? Yeah, keep going. Sorry. Where did? Yeah. As I was saying before you continued, with the suplex on the table, if you look closely underneath the table, she lands on the monitor.
Yeah.
It hurt. I feel bad for Candice's back right now. That did not look like it was pretty.
Good thing they changed the monitors. Remember how they used to? Remember how they used to look?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, actually, I would argue that it's worse if you land on it in a certain way, actually, because the way she landed, because you got to remember, it's like this. So if your spine cracks off that thing, God, it's a bad day.
Yeah.
You might as well. It might as well be a backbreaker.
But then Io Shirai just really picks apart Candice LeRae. Like this is it just shows how completely different she is because she isn't really concerned about that high flying stuff like she once was before.
The funny thing is, all it is just Neville.
Yeah.
This is the Neville gimmick. Like,
yeah.
And because she turned heel, it's made her such a more well-rounded performer. And by the way, holy shit, I did not know how good she was in English.
Oh yeah, I didn't either. Yeah.
Like, I had no clue that she was that fluent in English. Like, in 2 years' time, she could probably cut her own promos.
Yeah.
Fuck, here we go again. Is this really gonna fucking do this?
Wow.
What the fuck? Yeah, right? What the fuck?
I can see you, but
Here
you're
we
like
go.
frozen.
Why is it glitching right now? Seriously?
I don't know. I can
Why?
hear you, but you're not moving.
Fucking stop it.
I switched my Wi-Fi.
Don't switch your Wi-Fi again. Don't even switch your Wi-Fi again.
I switched Wi-Fi.
So
you're all like pixelated. I don't know what.
Yeah, because Skype sucks. It's always sucked. This is why Mike, Casey, and I fucking switched to Discord for conversations, because this never does that. Like this fucking app does. And this is a fucking $8 billion company, and they can't get this fucking shit right still. Whatever, seriously, whatever you did to update, change it. Immediately.
Oh, yeah.
I hate these new updates if this is what it's going to keep doing.
All right.
How am I getting angry? Like, I shouldn't be getting angry. I just watched a great show. Let me enjoy reviewing this great show. Fuck you. Seriously. Put that on the fucking put that on your fucking 400 subscriber special. This little highlight right here.
I can't because it won't. As you were saying though.
I don't even remember what I was saying now. Oh yeah, I remember. Friggin', as I was saying before I got rudely interrupted, Shirai has become a more complete performer. Turn. She's really fluent in English now, which means in 2 years' time, she'll be even more fluent and she'll be able to cut her own promos by adding English and Japanese mix and probably be the top dog in the female division someday.
Yes.
Because the biggest flaw with Asuka and Vince's stupid fucking head, which aggravates the shit out of me, because all you had to do was put a manager with her and this wouldn't have been a problem, is that she couldn't have spoken English. So I don't think Io Shirai has anything to worry about that with in 2 years. And she's got a fucking just awesome, like, versatile moveset. Like, when I'm gonna be honest, man, like, when I watch her, I think of, like, Eddie Guerrero. With how versatile she could be. A heel, she could be a face. You know, she could be, she could be one of the best mat technicians you would ever seen in your life. She could be one of the best, high flyers. She could be one of the best like strong strikers in the entire company. Like she can do it all now with this heel turn. You know.
But yeah, she consistently dominates Candice LeRae. She hits some really cool backbreakers. She hits the Tiger Fang kick. And then Candice LeRae mounts a comeback. And
I know they call it the 619. I can't. I feel like there's something different though with the Tiger Fan kick. Am I the only one that notices it? Like she even puts like, something different in the net because she uses full on knees. Like where Rey Mysterio doesn't have his knees pointed, it's just like it looks like he's hitting you with like a spin kick, whereas this was like full on knees to the face with the Tiger Fan kick.
But this really just went like back and forth from here on out. Like this easily was like one of the best like woman matches I've seen.
This was the
like,
best women's match all year.
Yeah.
Seriously, this was the best women's match in WWE all year.
Yeah.
And that includes the triple threat match at Mania.
Yeah.
For those who want to be all social media warriors on us.
Yeah.
You know. Continue. Actually, no. There was actually. I don't know if it was because I keep forgetting about the Rumble. I keep forgetting about that awesome Asuka Becky Lynch match and that awesome Ronda and Sasha match.
Oh yeah.
So that might be it, but it's definitely on par with that.
Yeah,
it's definitely like right up there with those two matches. Yeah, if not tops it.
And we'll just talk about strictly WWE too.
Yeah, like strictly WWE because actually, no, just in general.
Yeah,
in general.
But yeah, Candice LeRae hits an awesome fisherman's carry neckbreaker off the turnbuckle. That was awesome. And Candice LeRae hits like 3 suicide dives in a row.
I love that tope tornado DDT she does. That's awesome.
That's awesome. A springboard moonsault. She got her into a crossface, but Io Shirai got to the ropes. Io Shirai hit a double knees into the moonsault, and when Candice LeRae kicked out of the moonsault, I was shocked because only one person has kicked out of the moonsault, and when Candice LeRae was the second, I was like, wow, that was surprising. So then eventually she just finally snaps, and she gets like a head scissors with like her Candice LeRae's arm wrapped, and Candice LeRae doesn't tap out, but she passes out, which I thought was just absolutely awesome. And this match was just great. And I was even thinking too, like before the match had happened, why they didn't have like a no DQ stipulation. I mean, I knew why because of the main event, but this match,
they're building to it. Absolutely, they're going to build to it in the future.
But this match didn't even need the stipulation after it was all said and done. Like they didn't even need a stipulation.
I don't even give a. I hear me out. I don't give a fuck if it's a heel versus heel match. I don't care. Book the rematch for Shayna Baszler, Io Shirai 3. It has to. It has to happen. And Io's got to be the one. Io has to be the one to take the title off of Baszler. It's the only way you can do another Candice LeRae Io Shirai match after the eventual second match, because that match needs to be for the title. And I can think of no better way to do it than to have Io Shirai beat Shayna Baszler with the new attitude. Yes. I'm serious, like go for it. Like just I don't care if it's heel versus heel, book it and do it. And honestly, hell, you can even do that as soon as the premiere on USA.
Oh, you probably could, yeah.
You actually could do that. You could have the second Candice LeRae Io Shirai match right before they go to TV, and you can make that a number one contenders match for the NXT Women's title. And then you can build it in a promo package with Io versus Shayna. And then have Io in the main event or in the semi-main with the shock win.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about that at all.
I would not complain about this at all because she, regardless if she heel or face, as I said, you can make it work with her. She's one of these performers that is so versatile, it can work. And she proved it here in this match. Like, she has so many damn moves in her repertoire that she could just pull out of nowhere. Especially her new finish, which is, I believe they called it the Koji Clutch, even though it's not the Koji Clutch. It was a triangle hold, but it was fucking awesome. Like, this match was awesome. I gave it 4.5.
I gave it 4.
I gave it 4 in my head, I think, initially, so I'll go 4.25, just to kind of level it, because there was another match I really enjoyed, and this probably going to get me some shit. For me, it wasn't the best match of the night for me. I know a lot of people have been saying, like, this match was the best match of TakeOver, and I'm like, it was an awesome match, but they're going to have way better matches. I feel like people are overhyping this a little bit too much. And again, it's right up there with Sasha Ronda, and Becky and Asuka. So it definitely did its job there. But then you have this triple threat. And then you have the main event, which we're going to get to. Oh, trust me, we're going to get to. You know,
yes.
It's just, that's just my logic. You know, like, you can only, I don't know, like, it's definitely awesome. It was fucking great, but they're going to have even better matches in the future. I can already sense it right now.
I agree, yeah.
But this is still,
and then the show continues as normal. And though breaking down the show.
Actually, before we continue, one more thing we have to mention. Io Shirai's new attire.
Right, because you haven't been on,
I've seen the black pants that she had and all this when she went all black. I like the yellow aesthetic now, because, like, and if people don't know the reference, this is a Kill Bill reference all day long. It's just inverted Kill Bill, which I love that she went with this.
Actually, one thing you gotta watch too is they did. You really need to see it because it's worth seeing. It's on YouTube. They did like a tribute, like a. Are you frozen or are you just looking at me?
Oh, I'm looking at you.
Okay.
Sorry. Was I frozen? Did I look fucking frozen for a minute?
Yeah.
Did I look like I had a Vietnam flashback to the days of where Vince was still in charge, and I was worried. No, I'm kidding.
And then I asked that question. You say no, and you're like, and then you start lagging right afterwards. Thanks a lot, Skype.
Yeah, right.
But anyhow, you have to see the YouTube clip of like the video package like they show for this match, because it's scary.
I love the video package.
Yeah.
I saw this is to build up the match, right?
Not the match, but like
the Dissension and the Madness promo.
Yes.
I love it. Oh my god, I love it. I love Io Shirai. Just give me more Io Shirai.
Yeah, right.
Just amazing.
But then anyhow, then the show continues as normal. They're about to start the next match. But then Matt Widow comes out through the crowd too. And
I love this. This is so cool. Okay. There is one little flaw I have to mention. Riddle, I love you. You did a good promo. You actually proved that you can be serious on the microphone. Except when you kept saying bro like a cringy cartoon character in the middle of a serious promo. It threw me off. I don't know what it was about it, but it threw me off when you kept saying bro. Because like he would talk seriously, and I was like, oh, I'm getting into this. And then it's like, I'm gonna kick your ass, and then he would just go bro, and I'm like, oh fuck me. Oh god. I get that your gimmick is the king of bros. But fuck me. Don't overkill it. Like, it's like, if he'd have just said bro at the end, this promo would be great. But, like, it's just good. Like, it could have been a great promo, but it was just, like, good. Because he just kept hitting those cringy bros at the most cringiest points in the middle of the promo. like the crowd was already chanting it for you, dude. You don't have to like. I'm pretty sure like anytime you watch a listen to a Matt Riddle promo, if you have any alcohol, take a drink. I guarantee you will get at least buzzed hearing one of Matt Riddle's like promos where he'll just say bro, 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 like he'll probably say it like five bros, and you'll be 5 shots in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous, bro. Like, see, I'm doing it now. Look
But
what you did, bro.
But anyhow, yeah, he comes out and he says that he wants to fight Killian Dane right now. Since
this brawl was awesome. Oh my god, I love this. I loved every second of this.
But yeah, he calls out, he calls out Killian Dane, and he wants to fight him because he's been beating the crap out of him the past couple of weeks, or a month or so. Because the tapings are weird. And Killian Dane comes out and they get into a huge brawl, and everyone's trying to break it up, but Killian Dane is just beating people up left and right. Matt Riddle's beating people up. He hits a whipcord knee under one of them. Then
where's Scott Steiner when you need him? All they do is beat people up.
Yeah, right. And then Matt Riddle hits a high knee himself. Killian Dane hits a wicked high cross body like into everybody, taking out Matt Riddle. He throws him into like the screen because I can't call it the Titantron anymore because it's not anymore. So, yeah, it's just a screen now. So, and
wait a
then
why those? Are you talking about the side panels?
Yes.
They're the Minitrons. Did they not call it the Minitron anymore?
No, they just call it they just call it like a screen.
Oh, come on, Vince. That was one of the terms I actually liked that he invented was the Titantron.
Yeah, right.
Fuck me. Come on. You know why they're probably not doing it? Because I remember why now. Because initially, I think they called it the Titantron because of their headquarters in Titan Towers, which, they're moving out of. So maybe that's why.
Maybe.
But, I mean, come on, man. It's still cool.
Yeah.
I like the Titantron. Titantron's a cool name.
Then, they back off Killian Dane, but then Matt Riddle pops up. He hits a wicked high knee. He gets up onto Killian Dane doing a sleeper hold. And Killian Dane just charges off the stage and, sends himself and Matt Riddle and some other, security guy just crashed along with him.
Oh, my God. It was just like these security guards were just no match. Roll out the Indie Force. How ironic, because my group's name is the Indie Force. Just a bunch of independent, nobodies come out as security guards. And they're just like, we're going to kick the shit out of you. I hope you know.
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck. I feel bad for the poor guy that had the freaking neck breaker on the way down. Because if you watch the way he lands, it looked like he fucked his fucking neck up bad, man. I shouldn't even laugh because that spot was probably one of the most brutal spots of the night. We'll get to the most brutal spot in a minute.
I really liked this. I thought this was a good ball. It was a nice way to get both guys on the show. It was creative
without having to do a match.
Yeah. I
know why they did that too, because of the main event. They couldn't have a legit match. There's no way. The show would have been too long. And I like that. NXT is just because you can go long doesn't mean you should kind of thing.
Yes.
Although, as we proved, if you do have a long show, all you have to do is, justify the time you have, which main roster shows just don't do.
Yeah.
They don't even try. It's like they don't even try. They know they have this time. They don't even try to make it interesting. Hopefully that changes later, but so much.
But I feel like this was more effective than just having a match, though. Really made it more personal. And you haven't seen Killian. I mean, he basically has the same gimmick, except it's tweaked a little bit.
It's not. He's not a crazy guy anymore. Well, he's still crazy because he's Irish, but Scottish.
He's trying to give it more of he's trying to give more of a reason why he is crazy now, though, and why he's doing the things that he does, because of all the things he had to put up with when he was in Ireland at the time. So,
and also
I like it a lot.
insanity. I feel like they should at least mention the past insanity.
Yeah. But
by the way, what the fuck have they done with Eric Young? Why did they make him shave?
Yeah, right.
Are they gonna put him on like 205 or something? What do they do with him?
I hope.
I would put him on 205.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
I mean, at most he's probably gonna get a couple 24/7 championship runs at most, probably. That's it, probably though.
It's fucking depressing, man. Eric Young's too fun. Like he was legit funny too. Like,
oh my gosh!
He's Showtime gimmick in WWE, dude. Just have him do Showtime Eric Young.
Yeah,
Can we do that? Seriously, him and R-Truth would have an amazing fucking feud. Help make them a tag team, please. Please make Truth. Please make Truth and fucking Showtime version of Eric Young a tag team.
Can you imagine like Drake Maverick, R-Truth, and Eric Young all having that feud for the 24/7 title? We could get some comedy gold out of that.
Please, dude. The funny thing is, it's like Eric Young he's so versatile.
Yeah,
he's funny. He could be crazy. You could just team him up with Truth if you wanted to. You can make Truth and Young tag team. Just I don't know. It's just like
no 24/7. We will say too, there was no 24/7 title on this show at all. So just want to make sure.
Right. Thank Christ.
I don't think we'll ever see in that in NXT UK. Or
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly fine with this.
But yeah, I thought this segment though was a thumbs up. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoy Killian Dane being back in NXT. I was kind of surprised he went back to NXT. I thought he would have gone to UK, but I'm happy he's in NXT.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed this a lot. What about you? Your thoughts on the segment?
Thumbs up, man. This was a fun brawl. It's just fun. Absolutely fun. I loved it.
Yeah.
Loved every minute of it.
Then we have another great match. Just 3 great matches in a row. First, the triple threat match for the NXT North American Championship. NXT North American Champion, the Velvet Dream.
Yeah, versus Pete Dunne versus Roderick Strong. This was awesome from the word go. But before we even get to the match, we have to talk about Velveteen's entrance because he comes out to the Mounties music.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ever hear the Mounties music in NXT ever. And then Velveteen Dream just busted out here where he has I believe it was the Toronto, what's the basketball team called? I forget. Raptors. Toronto Raptors. Dressed up as Mounties. And then they take off their Mountie clothes and then they start doing their dance routine. Yeah. And then they point to the I guess the screen now. And then Velveteen Dream comes out. And he's dressed in the suspenders and the Mountie hat. I'm like, only Velveteen Dream, man. Only Velveteen Dream.
That's probably the most over the Mountie ever was, and he wasn't even there.
Oh no, man. Mountie was amazing. Don't you dare disrespect fucking Pierre like that. Have you seen, by the way, before I continue? It's fucking hysterical to me. But have you ever seen Brian and Vinny's review of one of the Mountie matches? They love the Mountie. Brian and Vinny loved the Mountie. He was I forget. I think he had a match with Tatanka on like an episode of Superstars, and they reviewed Superstars like back when Superstars was actually good, and it was like the show before Raw came along, and they just loved the Mountie. They thought the Mountie was the best thing ever. They thought he was awesome. So like, it was probably a shock to them to hear this. I can only imagine.
Speaking of the match, but the match being awesome was no shock. This match I'll talk about because you'll talk about the next two matches. Velveteen Dream and Pete Dunne start to have a face-off, and Roderick Strong's just there being annoying. He's trying to get people to just pay attention to him, and Pete Dunne and Velveteen Dream just aren't having any of this. They basically just double team Roderick Strong throughout the beginning portion of this matchup. Either one by one they would beat him up, or just both of them would beat him up. It was awesome. And the funny thing is just Pete Dunne and Velveteen Dream just interactions really work together really well, because Pete Dunne's this serious British wrestler that just wants to beat people up, while Velveteen Dream just is just, so flamboyant and stuff.
Yeah. And then you have Roderick Strong, who's like the middle ground of both.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like this, unreal.
Like there's that moment where after Pete Dunne fights off Roderick Strong, you just see Velveteen Dream like doing his pose at him, and Pete Dunne's just like looking at him like, "What the hell are you looking at me like this for?" And just, I think he just hits a wicked forearm right onto him. Like,
I think, yeah, and I'll say this before you continue. OTRS Central said it best. This is what triple threat matches should be like.
I don't want to watch that review because he just craps all over from the title. He just craps all over the show.
No, actually, he
really?
He didn't like the main event. He did crap all over that because he's what can you do? But he actually said it in his review that this is what a triple threat match should be. It should be chaotic. It shouldn't be like one guy goes out to the outside and then you just have two guys. No, there was a couple of times where it happened, but then they came in and it was just awesome. It was just chaotic from the word go.
Roderick Strong throws Pete Dunne back first into the post, and then he throws Velveteen Dream back first into the barricade. And I love when he does the wicked backbreaker. Like he does that rolling backbreaker like right onto the apron, but like Pete Dunne is there and he does it like right across, like kind of killing two birds with one stone type of thing. That was awesome. But then you have that moment where, Roderick Strong's just kind of dominating one guy and, keeping the other one from coming in. But then once that's over, Pete Dunne makes it like a comeback. No, Velveteen Dream actually makes a comeback. And then the match just spills into chaos from that point.
My God, this match was just fucking...
Roderick Strong just has a moment where he runs wild. He hits like forearm after forearm.
I love that. You know what else I love? Their kick exchange that they had between the three of them, where they started punching each other, and then it just started turning into a cavalcade of kicks.
Yeah.
Where I think it was like, first it was Strong, then it was Dunne, then it was Dream, then it was Strong with two kicks, and then and then what was it? Pete Dunne hit the Insecure, and then all three men were down. I love that spot. That was awesome.
And then Pete Dunne hits like a wicked double German suplex on both guys. Velveteen Dream gets a double sharpshooter.
No, this is the Tower of Doom you're saying, right? That's not what you're talking. It wasn't actually that. It was a Avalanche Olympic Slam, and Pete Dunne had Velveteen Dream's arm. And he was about to do the finger break. So he has his arm. He has his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he uses like the wishbone.
Yeah.
So then Strong gets up to the top, and then he does an avalanche Olympic slam while he still has Dream in an arm hold and does a top rope arm drag. And I kid you not, the height that fucking Dream got off this was scary high. Like, it was so fucking high. Because it's not a typical Tower of Doom where it's like a double power bomb. It was like an Olympic slam, and one guy had an arm already, and so he ended up flying and then just dropped right on his shoulder blade, right on the canvas. That was an awesome and scary spot. Fucking great. It was just great triple threat action. It feels like NXT perfects every single match type. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's like any match type that WWE or any other company has done, they just go, hold my beer, and they keep topping whatever match type is prior.
I want to see them. You know, the funny thing is, NXT could probably make the Punjabi prison match somehow really good.
Yeah, right. and all they have to do is put in Mansoor.
Yeah.
He was actually fucking really good.
Yeah, we'll get to him. But yeah, Pete Dunne does the double finger breaker on the both guys. He hits the bitter end on the Roderick Strong, and he's about to get the win when Velveteen Dream knows he's not going to make it in time to break up the pinfall, and he stops the ref's count. And this pisses off Pete Dunne, and he stomped right on his hand. Like, I thought, like, Velveteen's Dream hand was going to come out, not hand, but his arm was going to come right out of its socket.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And he does like that face stomp that like the new Daniel Bryan does as a heel now. That's really goddamn.
Yeah, I really like that. And Pete Dunne can get away with that because it's Pete Dunne, you know.
Yeah. Roderick Strong does a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker.
He just hits a series of backbreakers. That's not even the only backbreaker he hits. There's one where he does I think he did like a wheelbarrow one. He did a pendulum backbreaker. He did a power bomb. Pete Dunne had him in an armbar. And by the way, Pete Dunne's like one of the best submission mat wrestlers in the entire company. And he has him in an armbar. Strong picks him up and just drops him right on his back with a power bomb right on his knee. That was sickly. He did a backbreaker on the barricade. He just hit he's the messiah of the backbreaker for a reason.
Yeah.
Like, for real.
And then the finish. I love the finish.
Oh, the finish is great.
Wait,
before you even do that, I think there is one spot we are forgetting. There's at one point where Strawn has him in the like, this is right after that powerbomb backbreaker spot where Pete Dunne is trying to lock in the triangle armbar again, and they get into the corner, and then out of nowhere you just see Dream climb up the other side of the ring on the top turnbuckle, and he pulls a coast to coast purple rainmaker and executes it perfectly, and it looked like it just hit right in the diaphragm of Pete Dunne. That was awesome. That was so cool. Like, that was just so cool.
This match was awesome.
And then the finish.
So Strawn hits End of Heartache on Pete Dunne, and you think he's going to get the win there. But then Velveteen Dream hits the axe handle smash and breaks up the pin and causes Strawn to fall out of the ring, and he pins Dunne and gets the win. He took advantage of Roderick Strong's win. And I like this because this can set up 2 one-on-one matches. Velveteen Dream versus Pete Dunne.
Preferably at NXT UK at some point.
Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, Velveteen Dream versus Pete Dunne.
Or Velveteen Dream versus Roderick Strong in the rematch on the USA Network special.
Yeah.
To close out NXT TakeOver with the Undisputed Era, or NXT, the first episode of NXT on USA with the Undisputed Era all in gold finally. Which I'm calling they're doing right now because, you know, you'll see why I say that later on. But yeah, it's fucking cool. I mean, this match, if people like think like, I don't really like triple threat matches because just one guy stands out of the ring, not in this match. There was like 2 times that happens. They did everything that you possibly could do in a triple threat match. If you want a good 3-way match, watch this match.
Yeah,
I would go as far as to say there is only one match better than this, and it is the Tajiri, Little Guido, and Super Crazy match from ECW all those years ago when they would used to do those 3-way dances. Other than that, and I'm not talking about the one from 05 because this match was definitely better than the one in 05. But as far as the match they had, the first match between those 3, that would be better than this. But those are the 2 matches I would recommend, is that 3-way dance in ECW and this match from TakeOver.
I might even checkmate you with that one. because it happened recently. The one with Pete Dunne, Adam Cole, and Ricochet on NXT they had a while.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that was. Yeah. That's another one. That's another one.
Yeah, because that was, you know,
Yeah.
that was like Pete Dunne's last match he had before like the UK.
Yeah,
win.
before the UK. Yeah.
You know, and I love the fact too. I've been saying it a lot that Pete Dunne's back in NXT because I mean I don't think he would have gotten necessarily still in NXT UK, but he basically did everything he did in NXT UK. I feel like it's time for him to kind of not only I don't want to say move up to NXT because that makes it sound like NXT UK is like lower than NXT, but I feel like it was just time for him to go over NXT and really show what he can do over there. And plus too, if they want to do the Pete Dunne Walter 3 match, this is like he could come back and he'll get like a huge pop. But imagine the pop he'll get when he goes back to NXT UK. Like he'll get a huge pop when he goes back.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and also I would go as far as to say they're probably going to do a if it were me, they should do a UK takeover. They should have War Games at Takeover and have 2 War Games matches. Because hear me out. If they do the OC, I know I'm jumping ahead like in the creative things, right? But let's say they do the OC versus Diarra, right?
Yes.
To headline a takeover, which is what I think they're going to do because they're going to at least want an established name on NXT to get eyes on it. The OC are perfect for that, I think. I'm fine with them if they do that because I really would like to see AJ Styles in NXT.
Same.
So if they do that, that's your main event. And then to kick off the show is you remember the inaugural War Games match in WWE where they had a 3-on-3 versus 3-on-3-on-3?
Yeah.
Gallus, British Strong Style, Imperium.
I love that, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Which I'm assuming you mean Walter Eichner and Bartel, right? Because
Walter Eichner and Bartel. You could still have why am I blanking on his name? What's his name?
Alexander Wolf.
Yeah, how could I forget about him? You could still have Wolf in there, but like as like to get, like as a cheap way to get the win for Imperium, which what can you do? It's no DQ. But I would have these factions go to war in War Games. It has to happen, and then it would need to kick off a takeover War Games. I pray and cross my fingers it happens because I want to see those 3 just go at it.
Yeah, I know.
But
especially to if Imperium wins all the belts too, make it for all the belts.
You could do it with Gallus winning the tag titles. Actually,
yeah,
you could do it with Gallus winning the tag titles and the UK title on the line.
Yeah,
so put both of them on the line.
But this match right here, though, this triple threat match was still great. 4.5, I thought it was awesome. Yeah, it was just great match. Nothing else to say.
There's you guys want to see a really good triple threat match? It's just the one.
Yeah. And since you love this match a lot, you could talk about it. The NXT Women's Championship match, NXT Women's Champion Shayna Baszler versus.
Okay, so I didn't love it a lot. Because if I had to rate the matches so far that we've reviewed, I would probably say number 2 would be the triple threat. I thought that was the best match other than the main event. Then it would have to be the 3rd best match would be Io Shirai, Candice LeRae. And then the 4th match, I honestly think, is this match. And a lot of people don't like this. They thought it was the worst match of the entire takeover and give a lot of criticism to this match, which I highly think is unwarranted.
Well, I thought it was the worst match, but I didn't think it was a bad match necessarily. Because I've enjoyed the tag title match.
Yeah, but people think it's the worst match. It's like, why is Mia Yim challenging? Watch the show.
Yeah.
Seriously, watch the show. Like, I don't understand how people and you can tell these are people that don't watch NXT on a consistent basis, except for JD. JD from New York, he's watched it. He had the same criticism, but I don't understand that criticism because all you have to do was go back to when she got cheered to be signed by the Full Sail crowd, and they signed her. And then you go into her story, and the way they built it up, where she took out the 4 horsewomen and injured them, right? So that way it was a one-on-one encounter, no bullshit.
And remember too, who eliminated Mia Yim the first time around in the Mae Young Classic?
Yeah, exactly. It was Shayna. So it was like it just all kind of goes full circle.
And who in the Indies has beaten Shayna Baszler before? Mia Yim.
Yeah. So this works. Like it's they go over the history. It's not like this is completely out of left field. This has happened. This has definitely happened more than once before. And this match was fine. It was great, I thought. I thought it was the best mat wrestling show. It was the best mat wrestling showcase of the entire TakeOver card. I thought this was awesome.
This too, for people that complain about this too, like I'm not a hater or anything like that, but don't like praise like Love and Johnny Gargano having title matches because his win-loss record isn't the best in NXT either. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Anyhow, continue.
But it's like I love this because it was just simple. It was simple mat wrestling 101. It was simple picking apart a body part on both women's part.
Yes.
Mia Yim looked like she took Shayna to the limit here. I really was entertained by this. I loved the submissions that they were doing, and I've always been a sucker for that ever since Benoit and Angle back in 03. But and even in 01 with Ultimate Submission. But it was like I love that kind of wrestling. It's not like I'm not like I love all wrestling really. Even certain comedy wrestling I can enjoy. Not all of it, but certain kinds. Like I just love wrestling, especially where it originated, going back to the roots where it was, the catches can mat wrestling clinic kind of match. I like this match for that. If you look at it for what it is, it's awesome.
I just remember too. You never got to see Kushida and Gulak's clinic a match that they put
on.
Oh,
I heard they were so good. I need to watch those back.
It was like before Gulak went to his gimmick that he has now too. Like right before.
Yeah, it kind of was like the prelude to it. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, this was just fantastic. Really, I really enjoyed it. Like I thought Mia Yim had some really innovative submissions. I thought Shayna did some innovative submissions. Obviously, I love how Shayna was able to use her striking ability. I love how Mia Yim showed off her striking ability with the haluva kick into the cannonball. I love how Shayna just hits her kicks. Like, I remember when I complained about him in the beginning, like, rightfully so, because he was green as goose shit in the beginning. But, like, she's gotten so much better, so crisp with these kicks. Like, they're so brutal. That stomp to the arm is just brutal in its own right. Although it does kind of ruin the magic of it when you see how they do it, because they fuck you, Kevin Dunn, because they show how they protect the arm when Shayna goes to stomp, and it doesn't look like she's stomping on the point of the elbow. She's stomping on the forearm and the elbow right here, so it goes back, but it looks like she dislocated it. But that's how they get around it without it actually injuring somebody. I wish they didn't show me that though, because it like took me out of it a little bit.
I love to this was like one of the first times in a long time where you've heard like Nigel be like full on heel Nigel when
true. Yeah.
Mia Yim was, and it wasn't
although sadly you didn't have a good baby face to kind of combat him, because I don't know, like once Nigel started talking smack to her, she backed down, and I'm just like, why?
This is where sometimes you miss
stand your ground.
This is where sometimes you miss because Percy Watson wouldn't have taken this crap.
Yeah, like Percy was great as the babyface. Like I feel like Percy gets a bad rep because he wasn't Nigel Morrow, but he was highly underrated. He was really good in the NXT third man role.
Unfortunately, when we do year-end awards, we'll have to vote him because we're doing it for each brand, by the way. Like AEW.
NXT is still gonna win, hands down. I don't even care, even with Beth on the booth, because like Marvez is trash. Unless they get Golden Boy back, which they did sign, by the way. Golden Boy is signed with AEW now. I don't know if you saw that, but he has officially a contract now. And so does Tony Schiavone. If they put Schiavone or Golden Boy in that spot, I'm all for it. I think Golden Boy should probably be that in that spot.
Can you imagine how Alex Marvez would do with Mo and Nigel? He'd be exposed even more.
Oh my god!
Admit it. You kind of want to see that. Just you kind of want to see that. Just to
no,
see how...
man. Nah. No, I don't. No, I fucking don't.
What do you think he would be like?
Probably more terrible than he already was with JR and Excalibur.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Please get him off.
I think Nigel would lose it.
It's bad when pretty much everybody can outshine you at the jobs that you've been given, including backstage interview. Because I feel like either Jack Whitehall or Tony Schiavone could beat him in that easily in that role.
Yeah. Anyhow, back to the match.
Continue. Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry. But yes. I love how Shayna is just ground and pound mat wrestler. I honestly think she should be the female contingent for the era. I'm serious. I don't know how this hasn't happened yet. To be fucking honest, because she's so good. She's the MMA fighter. Kyle O'Reilly's an MMA fighter. Bobby Fish, MMA style fighter. Roderick Strong, MMA style fighter, and I think married to one of the 4 horsewomen. I think it's Marina Shafir. He's married to.
Yes.
Why aren't they a part of the era yet?
Yeah, right.
I'm serious. How are they not a part of the era? I don't get it. I'm just saying. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
She doesn't even look out of place, because I saw a photo with Noah that Noah took with Adam Cole and Shayna Baszler. They don't look that different. I mean, obviously Shayna looks drastically different, but I'm saying side by side, they both have the top 2 championships in NXT.
Yeah.
They don't look out of place with each other at all. Serious. Have the 4 horsewomen join the Undisputed Era.
I would love it.
I'd be all for it. You want to have all the gold. You want the Expedition of Gold for the era. Talk to Baszler.
Don't you mean 3? Because there's only 3 of them right now. Because Ronda's not in the picture right now. So.
Yeah, right. 3. But
and Ronda now won't be in the picture for a long, long time, probably.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I think they're calling them the Horsewoman. I think that's how they're getting around with it. They just call them the Horsewoman.
Yeah, but you originally you just said 4, so.
Yeah. So yeah, just 3. But yeah, I would highly recommend too, if you're going to do this though, you're gonna have Shafir and Duke win the women's tag off of Bliss and Cross.
I don't think anyone would take it legit though, because they haven't won a match yet in NXT. So they've been on the losing in NXT.
Give me a effing reason why Bliss and Cross got their fucking title opportunity in a fatal 4-way match where it was supposed to be 1-on-1 with the Kabuki Warriors with the Iconics.
They beat Bayley and Ember Moon, who were challenging. Who
gives a shit?
You said to give you a reason. I had to
cares. It was not I'm talking about a legitimate reason. A legit reason. That was not a legit reason. They were about to have a match at fucking SummerSlam. They had one match. They didn't say it was number 1 contender. I don't remember hearing it was number 1 contender. They just got inserted into the match. And then did what was the other team? Fucking that was originally Fire and Desire that they're now calling Sex and Violence now, really?
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. But yeah,
that's what people are saying. I don't know if it's actually WWE's creation. But anyway, my point is, if you could have a random fatal 4-way tag match for the titles, why the hell can't Duke and Shafir just win the tag titles off of Cross and Bliss?
It's not like anyone would question it either, too, because the MMA.
You could literally have them win the belts. You could have them defend them every month on a main roster show here and there and retain. You can have Bliss get turned, turn and go back to being a heel on Cross.
I actually would prefer the other way. Cross go heel on Bliss.
Either way, you can build that, and then all's right, because then you can have legitimate tag team action with down in NXT.
Yeah.
Which it sorely needs, because you have a lot of teams that you can make. Just saying.
We made them.
Just saying. And you also have Vanessa Bourne and whatever her fucking name is, Leah or whatever.
Yeah, Leah.
But yeah, I just come on, guys. Do it.
Anyhow,
if you're gonna go for all the gold, go for all the gold.
Yeah. Talk about the finish of this match.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I get, as you know, I get sidetracked, people. I'm sure nobody missed that.
I know. It got turned into a fantasy booking series. That's a different show.
I love booking. I think that's my problem. I love booking a lot. But anyway, they do a top rope code blue, or AKA code red. It's a code red, but they call it code blue because I guess Mia Yim wears blue, so okay. But yeah, the funny thing is, by the way, that's not the code blue. You remember Tyson Kidd's neckbreaker?
Yeah.
That's code blue.
Oh yeah, because the code red is in the code.
It's
blue.
Amazing Red's move. It's Amazing Red's Sunset Flip Powerbomb, which is what Mia Yim used. But I guess here they just call it the code blue. Which is, whatever. I'm not complaining too much about it, but yeah, she hits this from the top rope, pins her, kicks out right at 2 15/16. Then there is a submission battle between these two women right to close the show. I love this exchange, by the way. It was I think it was Kira flew to clutch. And I don't remember how they got to that point. Maybe you remember better than I do, but I remember that it was a move that went right into the Kira Fuda clutch. You thought it was over, but then you have Mia Yim pulling at the arm she injured earlier when she kicked the steps into her shoulder right near the beginning of the match. So she's pulling on that arm. She gets into a cross arm breaker. Then she has the Kira Fuda clutch on again. She pulls on the arm again, about to hit another arm bar, but then Shayna counters that and hits a vice grip with the legs to tap out Mia Yim. I fucking love that.
I love too because she had to think outside the box and go to an alternate way to win because she knew she didn't
use win with her Kira Fuda clutch. She had to use her. She finally used her Thunder Dice.
Yeah,
which is what I've been recommending they do for months now, is have her adopt a triangle-like hold. So I like that she adopt the vice grip version of that.
Yes.
Perfect way to end the match. I like this match so much better than the opening tag, but not to say the opening tag was bad either. No match was bad, and I feel like everybody's saying this match was bad. It wasn't. I love this match. I was invested in both characters. So, some people may not, so I guess it's all a matter of opinion, but I think it's just, she gets, Mia Yim gets unfairly criticized. I don't think it's warranted.
What did you give it?
I give it 4.5.
I thought it was real good. I gave it 3.5. I think I've seen him. I still thought it was real good, but I think I've seen him had better matches. But I still thought this match was really good.
I gave it 4.5. I actually really like this match, and they probably have had better matches. I remember I rated the Mae Young Classic one, I think 4.25 or something like that.
Yes.
But then again, that was when Mia was more the veteran, and then Shayna was the green was green. So I like this match way better.
Then
probably.
We had the main event, match of the weekend. Match for the. Well, I know I gave Ziggler and Goldberg 7 stars, but this really was match of the weekend. I just love seeing
Dolph.
No,
no, you did not.
It's more of a biased 7 stars because
So it's not real. Please tell me that's not real.
I gave it 7 stars. So.
Why?
Because I love Dolph Ziggler getting destroyed, and I don't like Dolph Ziggler, so...
You don't have to rate it 7 stars.
I did
Dude,
it...
squashes should at least be 3. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy it better than anything else, but they're always 3 or 3.5. Why?
I gave it 7... I gave it 7 stars, too, because Chris was there, and he's a huge Dolph Ziggler fan. He has to learn. He needs to start learning.
You know, the sad part is, if Dolph Ziggler's not even overrated like people say he is, he's just looks overrated because he's an idiot and stuck with WWE for so long when he literally could have gone anywhere else.
I also think that...
And at that point, it's his own fault. Like, that's the only reason why I feel like people hate him, which is completely justified at this point.
Also, too, I think he just got exposed because he's just... Now he's in a talent. He's in a place where people are more talented than him now. Like, you know, Gargano, Cole.
Way more, yeah.
Gargano,
Cole, Styles,
Ricochet,
so many.
Nakamura,
yeah. Although I feel like if if he went to AEW, same thing. If he went to New Japan, same thing. I mean, he really wasn't. Like,
not it.
I mean, but then again, if he'd have gone sooner, he could have at least adapted his skills. But the problem is, he decided, I'm going to stay where the money is. He became complacent, so fuck you. You deserve everything you get at that point. Good on you for getting your dough, but, you know, you pay the price for that. So, anyway.
Then we had match of the weekend, probably. Also, other than the Fiend match, but that really wasn't. But that was more of a character moment than a match. I know you haven't seen it yet, but you got to see the Fiend versus.
I already seen the Fiend entrance. I don't even think I need to see the match. I already saw the entrance. I loved it. Continue.
It's Johnny Gargano versus Adam Cole, who's
the promo package to open this was awesome. By the way, all the promo packages, by the way, for NXT were great. Yeah. Every single one was just awesome, including the Mia Yim Shayna Baszler one. But this was the best out of all of them. It really hyped up their fucking rivalry to a ridiculous extent.
And you know what the funny thing is? Even though we could say like maybe this was all last minute changes because of Ciampa's injury, I feel like this was planned all along. It's just, you know, they had to do it quicker because Ciampa got, like, I think Cole was supposed to win the title at 25. And I think
I don't know. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it was going to be. I think it was all meant for Ciampa and Gargano. I think that's the one sad part about it is because with this match, especially the final stipulation, you knew it was supposed to be for Ciampa and Gargano, which in a way is kind of sad. And I had that realization, like, this was meant for Ciampa and Gargano, not Cole and Gargano. That being said, though, you would have never known that, had you seen the build to this, because the build was incredible. Like, Cole fucking going to his gym and just completely, like, telling him to give up on their dreams. Like, that's just great heel work. Like, I love Cole as a heel.
Can you imagine, though? I mean, I love it, though, but can you imagine how much better it would have been if Ciampa had been there? Like,
oh, my God. Oh, yeah, he would have been fucking great at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. This whole feud was supposed to be for Ciampa and Gargano. You knew it was. But Cole and Gargano made it work, man. And a lot of people are going to make that the reason that New York is better than this match. But you just can't.
It was close.
This is coming from a guy who was there for the match that got 5.5 stars live.
Yeah.
I was there live for that match. And I loved every single minute of this.
But it's the NXT Championship match, NXT Champion Adam Cole versus Johnny Gargano in a 2 out of 3 falls match.
Let's call it what it is. 3 stages of hell.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't call it 3 stages of hell, but
this is what it is. It was in the 2 out of 3 falls step, but it was a 3 stages of hell.
This is probably the best 3 stages of hell match I've ever seen.
Fucking This trilogy is the best I've ever seen. Honestly, let's be honest. Honestly, I think this may be the best trilogy in WWE history. Period, bar none. Don't at me. Like there's no trilogy is ever gonna come close to this shit. Not one. I'm serious. Like I don't even think we're gonna top this with our show. That's how good I think Gargano and Cole matches are.
Yeah.
So let's continue. Sorry. Gargano comes out as Wolverine. That was cool. And Ciampa is fucking over. I'm sorry. Well, Ciampa is over, but he's not there in this match. See, I got Ciampa on the brain.
Yeah.
I got tomato champs on the brain. Cole is over as always. He gets a major ovation. I really like his Titantron effects. That was really cool. And yeah, he was super over. And they wanted to get at each other right before the opening bell rang. And these two proceed to have a fucking clinic of a wrestling match to start this off. So, for those who don't know, Cole picked the wrestling match stipulation because his reasoning was he won the wrestling match.
Yeah, twice.
Twice. He won the first fall at NXT TakeOver New York, which again I was live for, and at TakeOver 25 he pinned him to win the belt away from Gargano.
Yeah.
So then that's why he picked this. However, it would show later on in this match it actually highly backfired on him because the better wrestler is actually Johnny Gargano.
Yep.
Actually Johnny Gargano. But that's not to take anything away from Cole's acumen because he's really good in the ring. But he's no Johnny Gargano because Gargano is he's such a versatile wrestler. He can strike. He can do mat wrestling. He can fly around the ring. He can do it all. He's kind of in a lot of ways. He's very much like Io Shirai. He's that Eddie Guerrero type wrestler who he could do anything. And Cole ended up realizing that. And the tables actually turned where he got the chair and then had the referee distracted because of the chair and low blowed him. I could go for this first fall spot for spot because there was so many good moments in the first opening sequence. But we're not we'd be here all night if I did that.
Yeah.
I feel like, and you would too, even though you probably have them. Do you have them listed, or just by memory?
I just remember.
All right,
but
go.
I like how right away. I like how right away. They do callbacks to the past matches where they try to go for the same thing that they went for, Cole going for the Panama Sunrise, Gargano going for Canadian Destroyer, or the Cleveland.
And then you also had a moment where they're Adam Cole tries for the last shot, and then you have Gargano trying to go for the Gunner escape twice, and then you have them trying to go for super kick, and you see them have a standoff where they have the legs up, and they're like, I can hit you with the super kick anytime. And I love that. I love how Nigel talked about how their mentor and their inspirations like Shawn Michaels and and they look like they're gonna have sweet chin music on each other as Morrow kind of fed off of Nigel. And then Beth stayed quiet as usual.
And Simon Miller said it best. It made those two matches actually mean something, that they knew that they studied those matches and that they knew that they were coming. It didn't make it feel like a waste.
Yeah, it didn't feel like either man had an advantage. It actually felt like I would suffice to say it actually backfired on Cole.
Yeah.
And that's the story they told here. And
Gargano,
I cannot believe how many people missed that, because there's so many people, by the way, that are criticizing, including, by the way, Alvarez, Meltzer, and Vinny actually criticized this. I don't know how they missed that in the beginning part. Maybe it was just because it was such a long match, but I like the long match. You know me. I booked the long match. I booked the Hell in a Cell 2 out of 3 falls. If anybody knows that. 2 out of 3 falls.
I was expecting. I was actually too I was expecting you to come on here too and not crap on the match, but say it was too much. I was coming on here ready to throw a bunch of WYW stuff at you just to come back.
No, because how many? I would not be surprised if somebody saw our show or something. And I'm not saying that out of arrogance, because this literally looked like this whole thing was straight out of WYW.
Yeah.
Like, the way they built this match. It was like, obviously, the beginning portion was awesome. I thought the wrestling was so crisp, so clean, but also looked like a struggle from the word go. And it was just like, I love the story they told in the match. I love how they focused on a body part right away. I love how, like, they just went after each other in a wrestling match perspective. And then continue if you remember any other spots, but I like that part of the opening match.
Yeah, the double suicide dives. I believe
right, yeah.
Adam Cole did an awesome Alabama slam, like right into the apron. That was awesome.
No, a wheelbarrow. I remember what you're talking. Wheelbarrow German. And he tried to go for it again, but then Gargano countered it into a reverse O'Connor roll where Adam Cole slams his face right on the barricade. Yes. That was a cool spot too. I don't know if that was in the second portion of the match though.
No, it was in the first.
Okay, so I was right.
But then eventually, after everything, Gargano grabs the chair.
No. Cole grabs the chair.
He
grabs the chair and he's like arguing with the ref. Like, you can't use this chair. If you use that chair, this is a wrestling match, not a street fight. Calm down. And he's about to take the chair out of the ring. And then he just penalty kicks Johnny Gargano right in the balls. And then goes for the cover. And then he lifts his shoulder up. And then and then Cole tries to grab the chair again. And then he's arguing with the referee. As he's arguing with the referee, Gargano hits a move to level Cole, and then he grabs the steel chair, and you just see his face change. It's like this Vietnam flashback where he goes back to his matches with Ciampa, and he just waylays Adam Cole with the steel chair. Because he knows, even though Cole gets the fall, it goes right to his stipulation, the street fight.
Yeah. And Johnny Gargano knew what he did too, because he even had a smile on his face.
Like, and then after he's like, the winner of the first fall by disqualification, Adam Cole, and then he just starts bam, 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 bam. He looked like Austin on The Rock, just smashing the chair 100 times into The Rock. This is what this reminded me of. And then he just sits in the chair, just like relaxing, like Cole was taunting Gargano and all that. So
and
then
when it gets announced that it's a street.
Yeah, they announced that it's a street fight next because apparently they had a coin flip, but they didn't air it live. I presume because they wanted it structured this way and they didn't want it to be inverted because it would have been weird. But then all of a sudden, Cole's like scared shitless, like, oh no, he's got a fucking chair. And I'm the one that brought it in. And then he just goes out to the ring and Johnny Gargano, he just pulls up back the chair and just launches it into his face. I cried laughing at this. Like, I shouldn't have because it looked so brutal, but it was just perfectly comedic and like also like, oh shit. You ever see those memes? I hope they do this for like a meme. It was at this moment Adam Cole knew he fucked up. And just bam. It was the best. And then they start going around. This was just awesome. And by the way, he was just brutalizing him in the crowd. He was taking him over to the crowd. Here's the part where I say, fucking Alvarez, Vinny, and Brian missed, and a lot of other people missed this too. So in the beginning, Gargano actually out-wrestled Cole, and it backfired on Cole. So Johnny Gargano was a little too cocky in the beginning portion in the ring. However, he still looked like he had an advantage because he smashed the chair into his face, as we laughed about, honestly. And then they go to the crowd, and they're brawling through the crowd. And then Johnny Gargano takes a selfie with a fan as he's, hitting a bunch of moves from the top of a barricade into the crowd and all that stuff. Typical Johnny Gargano brawl stuff, right? And he's cool like that. I like that he did that with the fan too. That probably made the fans' night. And I guarantee you, by the way, that was not a plan. That was totally planned. And then they go to the back into the ring, and then Johnny Gargano hits a crossbody, and then it just levels the barricade near the timekeeper's area. And then they're like right there. They're in between stuff, and then they're climbing onto the tables. I think this is where the table spot comes in, and it looks like Cole is going for a Panama Sunrise, but Gargano ends up countering it into a backdrop, and then he just splatters onto the Spanish announce table near the edge, and it looked brutal. So there you go, your Spanish announce table moment there for the night. Poor Spanish guys, man. They always get the shit out of the stick with this, don't they?
Yeah, they always will. I don't know why, but they always will.
Vince McMahon and Triple H racism confirmed. What? I didn't say nothing. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure Triple H ain't, but I'm sure Vince does it just because. I don't know. Maybe it's a joke. But anyway, so then they go back into the ring, and this is another thing. So pinfalls and submissions take place in the ring. They cannot take place on the outside. And the commentators were quick to point that out. By the way, I want to point out.
Well,
so
actually, at first, more fucked up at first, I think. He didn't thought count anyway, so then he had to fix it later. And so he just got word, which shows how quick. Which is what I like about NXT too, by the way, because if he made this mistake on the main roster, like Corey would have they would have had like Corey when they laughed at him and stuff, saying
instead of trying to cover it up. Yeah, I hate when they do that.
Yeah,
I absolutely can't stand when they do that. I'm glad that they actually covered up here. That was very smart on Morrow to cover up like that. And as time would go on, they go back into the ring, and then you just see Johnny start having that smile again. Goes under the apron, table, then another table, and then chairs, just all over the ring. And this actually ended up fucking Gargano because he took too much time.
Yeah.
That's what took too much time, because people have to remember one specific match, even though he lost. Adam Cole, Aleister Black, Extreme Rules. From NXT TakeOver, I believe it was Philadelphia.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Cole's a street fighter expert. He knows how to street fight. And Gargano's only won one street fight. It was the unsanctioned match with Ciampa.
Technically, it's not even a win.
So it's not even a win. And Cole has not won in a extreme stipulation either, except War Games.
Yep.
He's won the inaugural War Games match, and there was weapons aplenty in that. Nobody ever brings that up, and which shocked the hell out of me, because also, it's like people don't remember that. It's like, oh no, it was too gimmicky. There was too many weapons. It was too long. Blah blah blah. You idiots! You're missing the whole point. I don't know how you're not seeing those stories.
Also, James,
your eyes.
Remember too. In the second street fight he had with Ciampa, the reason Gargano lost is he took too much time beating up Ciampa.
Exactly. It's a Gargano thing. He shouldn't do it, but you know how Gargano, he likes to make his opponent suffer if you fucking cross him. That's how Gargano is. And it ended up costing him, but it ended up costing Cole earlier in the match because he picked a straight up wrestling match, even though Gargano's the better wrestler.
There's a reason they call him Johnny Wrestling.
He knows how to wrestle. He has a better in-ring IQ than Cole does. So I don't know how people didn't realize the story of that as it was being told on camera. It blew my mind that it flew over everybody's heads, including the observers. Like not that they're. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, it was a long match, and they're probably not used to it. But I guess it's because I'm used to long matches because I booked a long match kind of thing.
Well, that's good too, though, because Okada and Omega had an hour.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're correct. They did have an hour-long match, didn't they? And they rated that 7 stars. And yet, this is you can't even tell me. By the way, their credibility for ratings doesn't go out the window now after that, because they had. Like, if you don't, he followed the story verbatim. And the story is amazing. I'm not going to take anything away from Okada and Omega, but if you're going to rate that 7 stars, and admittedly, he did rate the first Adam Cole, Johnny Gargano match, the first ever 5.5. Great on you. How do you not rate this 6? At least.
There's some spots coming that he says that we're not there yet, so I'm gonna say
yeah, we're not getting that, but I'm saying, like, even with just these 2 matches stipulations alone, how do you not rate this? It's just like, I don't get it, man. It's almost like Dave says he watches NXT, but he doesn't. And I know Alvarez watches NXT. He's watched NXT since, I think, Brooklyn, the first Brooklyn show. He's watched it every single week with Vinny. How did no one catch this? With the history of Adam Cole in extreme match stipulations, and it compared to the history of Gargano's.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Gargano's just a better in-ring technician than Cole is. Like, clearly. That's how they booked that. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like, I just wanted to get that out of the way, because it's not just the Observer. I'm not just singling out the Observer, but like literally everybody was saying that that's why the match was not better than Io and Candice or the triple threat. And I'm like, why? Like, how? How do you say that? You don't. That's when you just completely disregard the other story that has been told throughout the history of NXT.
Plus, this is a blow-off match too. Like,
yeah, absolutely. This is a blow-off match. It was a perfect blow-off match.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry. I had to get that out there because no one else has pointed that out, and it infuriates me to no end.
Yeah, but my thing's coming with the Observer, my gripe, but it's not until the 3rd fall. So.
Yeah, continue.
Continue with the 2nd fall, though.
Yeah, and then they I forget what I think it was was it the Panama Sunrise that Adam Cole hit in the 2nd fall, or did he not hit that yet?
He hit the fireman's carry into the chairs.
Yeah. The Ushigoroshi, where he just picks him up and drops him. He drops him on his knee, and then the back just smacks off the chair. Brutal looking spot. Doesn't get the fall. And then, I believe Gargano hits. What was it that he hit off? No, I remember what it was. So they set up a chair in the corner, and then they keep teasing that they're going to hit one of their signature moves on the chair set up in the corner. And then Adam Cole attempts the Panama Sunrise again, but ends up getting hit with like a forearm shot by Johnny, and then he picks him up. And he hits the lawn dart. It's the sickest lawn dart I've ever seen in my life that Johnny Gargano's ever done. And it looked like it just crumpled Cole. And then he hits the Gargano escape, and Cole immediately taps, giving Johnny the 2nd win. But he almost lost by this much because he got a little cocky.
Yep.
Got a little cocky. Compared to Cole, who admittedly is cocky, but he knows what it takes when it comes to a serious competitor in an extreme environment like that. So I thought they told the story beautifully in the first 2 matches alone.
Then we got match 3.
And then the cage comes down. The way Morrow, Beth, this is a shining moment for Beth too. The way Beth, Morrow, and Nigel sold this was like, oh my God, this is going to be bad.
Yeah.
This cage is lowering down. You see chairs all over the cage, barbed wire on top, a table platform right in the corner, a ladder near the corner, sludgehammers, kendo sticks, handcuffs, a bag full of weapons, which we later find out is brass knuckles and a bolt cutters, and just pretty much everything that you can imagine but thumbtacks was in this match. It was probably the most sadistic. Like, there have been 3 match stipulations with weapons inside cages. There have been the Ambrose Asylum, which is the worst out of the 3, in my opinion. The Extreme Elimination Chamber, and Lethal Lockdown. The first 2 failed, obviously, for obvious reasons. You need no look further than the battleground of that show where the Ambrose Asylum happened and December 06 to figure out why they failed. So,
well, it's extreme. That's extreme.
Impact / TNA was sitting in there, as I said, nobody can beat our match type. It's Lethal Lockdown. Everybody loves Lethal Lockdown. And then Triple H just goes. Triple H and William Regal just look at each other and just like, hold my beer. And then you just get this monstrosity. I kid you not, this is the most sadistic fucking structure I've ever seen. The Hell in a Cell even doesn't top this demonic thing. Like, dude, the only way this would top the Hell in a Cell is if they did the same thing with the Hell in a Cell, where weapons are all over the place.
Yeah.
And it would obviously need to fit a feud that would warrant that kind of match.
Yeah.
But
and this one did.
This one did, absolutely. Oh, God, here we go again. Fucking Skype. Yeah, fuck you, Skype, you piece of shit.
You're still here.
Cool. So, the cage is lowering. And there's 2 different facial reactions. One is Johnny, who just looks like he's at a kid in the candy store. He's like, hey. Yep. And you just have you have Gargano's face. Then there's Cole's face. Just like, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. Why did I tap out? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm about to die. I'm about to be locked in this cage with this maniac. And he looks at Gargano's face like he's a kid in a candy store, and then it just gets worse. He's like, oh, my fucking God, no. I'm locked in with this psychopath. The cage lowers. They show the replays of the first 2 falls. And then they set the cage ready. They both are up. They both have time to recuperate. And then they just stare at each other. And then they just start brawling. And the match continues. And then it's just... And then they have the sick sequence where it's like... what was it? It was like they kept going for their strikes, their signature strikes, and they kept reversing out of each single one of them, and then they both hit double super kicks, knocking each other out.
They
didn't even start with weapons at first, and the crowd went mental. And then the weapons started. Kendo sticks. Oh yeah, that's right. They did go for kendo sticks. That's when the double super kick happened. So they just wailed each other with super kicks. They sell their injuries, and then they're just like, fuck you, and both kick each other. They fall down to the canvas. Then weapons then they get another chair. Oh my God. It's just the spot. It's just a really gruesome spot coming up.
Well, they get kendo sticks, and they really waylay each other with kendo sticks, and then... Adam Cole, I believe, hit like a backstabber with the...
Yeah, oh, I love it. Yeah, I can't forget about that. The backstabber with the kendo stick, like, wrapped around it. I love that spot. That was an awesome spot. I also, speaking of kendo stick spots, I know this is probably... I think this is later in the match, but Gargano hits the John Cena STF, where he had the kendo stick. Well, actually, it was more with a chain. But in this case, it was the kendo stick with the STF. Yeah. That was awesome, too.
We should mention, too, the rules is you can only win this by pinfall or submission. Yes. You can't escape. They didn't say... I'm assuming you lose if you escape, but they didn't say that. But I just assume that's the case.
Yeah, you can't escape. They did say that. You can't escape.
Yeah, but they didn't say what happens if you did. I'm assuming you lose if you escape. So
Yeah, it's war games.
Yeah.
You lose the match, you lose. You try to escape, you lose.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just awesome, man.
We had
great. Continue spot for spot if you can.
Panama Sunrise by by Adam Cole, and then he did one off a ladder, and this is where.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, there is one more spot you're forgetting. This is a brutal spot. Gargano is going for a top rope maneuver. He has 2 chairs, and what he was trying to do, I believe, was trying to hit a tornado DDT through the flat end of the chairs. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
So Gargano gets a little bit too much rotation, and he hits Adam Cole with a tornado DDT on the fucking lip of the chair.
Oh, yeah.
Like, legitimately, full force into the lip of the chair. And you just immediately see Cole clutching his head like he's in serious pain. And later on, you can see the scab of where it happened.
Yeah.
Right on the top of his head from that spot. It looked brutal. Anyway, continue. There's so many spots, by the way, guys. Like, there's chair spots, there's more kendo stick spots, and then there's a sledgehammer spot. So yeah, as you said, he goes for the Panama Sunrise. Adam Cole does, finally hits it, kicks out at 2. Then I believe he's trying to go for the last shot, but then Gargano reverses it into a super kick, and then they go towards the top rope again, and then he does it top rope Canadian Destroyer, Avalanche Panama Sunrise. That doesn't get the fall. It was so fucking close, like, to get the fall.
And Cole does the Panama Sunrise off the ladder, and this is where I criticize Meltzer, because he's like, he shouldn't be kicking onto that. When you've been watching a lot of New Japan matches,
and they kick out of literally everything. How many times was freaking? How many times did freaking Kenny Omega in the final encounter that they had kick out of the Tombstone Rainmaker combo? That happened 2 times in this match. This also happened 2 times in this match.
Yeah. What are you do? Like, what are you doing? Like,
I'm sorry. Like, this, you legitimately look. I understand it's subject to opinion, but it's like, if you're gonna have an opinion, you got to be consistent. And that's where I noticed that Dave is completely off with his consistency. Because, Omega and Okada did the same thing with head trauma moves. And this is the same thing. A flipping pile driver it looks devastating, but it really is no different than a tombstone. It's a flipping pile driver, at the end of the day. So, and it's just, I don't get it. But anyway, besides that, then you have Gargano, and he sees the sledgehammer. And initially, Cole tries to get him to not go for it. And I think that's when the Panama Sunrise happens for him. And then, he does another one. But then Gargano does another Panama Sunrise, Avalanche Panama Sunrise, aka Canadian Destroyer, in Canada, which I love that Morrow pointed that out. And then, after that, Cole gets the sledgehammer finally. And then Cole was like, no, I ain't having this. He hits 2 kicks, but eventually Cole, even though he's trying so hard to avoid this shot, Gargano hits the sickest sledgehammer shot I've ever seen in my life, and it looked so brutal. I thought, and it looked like he broke Adam Cole's ribs the way he hit it. And Cole was selling this thing like he had broken ribs legitimately. And then I believe that's when the Avalanche Panama Sunrise hits for Gargano. Still 2 count, and then he goes for a bag. And he's thinking of thumbtacks. We're all thinking of thumbtacks. But then it's just brass knuckles, handcuffs, and bolt cutters, which the crowd boos initially. Until he starts going up. And then he cuts a snip of barbed wire. And then the crowd starts going mental again. They start going mental again. They start chanting "Fight Forever," and like Then Cole has that same look that he did in the beginning of the match, and he's trying to run away. He's doing everything he can to run away from Gargano, and he gets up to the table platform on top of the cage. And Gargano follows him up top. And what follows may quite honestly be, because Gargano set up a ladder right near the table to go after Cole. Or I believe Cole set it up earlier. But it was for 2 tables were set up earlier as well. And then you just see Gargano. He's trying to just, he's following him up via the ladder side. What then follows is probably the second most sickest bump I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Right behind Mankind. This was dangerously close to the Mankind bump. This was so fucking dangerous, and I never want to see it repeated again. In this match, though, it was fucking great. Gargano wraps the barbed wire around Cole, and then they both fly off the freaking platform on top of the cage through only one table. And the table ends up cutting open Adam Cole's back, and he's bleeding so bad from this. And then a repeat from Triple H and Stone Cold's 3 Stages of Hell match. Cole drapes the arm over Gargano, and he retains the NXT title by a hair.
Yep.
This was so fucking amazing. Sick. I broke my rule. It's 6 stars, people. This is 6 stars for me. This is not 5. This is 6. This is 6 fucking stars. And I saw this match live. I saw the 5.5 rated one live at New York. This tops that. I initially feel like an idiot for shooting it down without even watching it, because I did not know it was this damn good. This was so fucking amazing. From the beginning bell all the way to the final fall was awesome. Seriously, Congrats to both guys, man. You may have not gotten the proper recognition you deserve, but I do. This was a fucking clinic, in the words of the infamous Owen Finch. Because this really was Azareth versus Matt Nova.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah. But no, this really was a fucking clinic, dude. This was absolutely unbelievable. Hands off.
This was a clinic. I give it 5. I'm not gonna break the scale.
You don't have to, but I'm breaking my scale. How can you not? That's my thought process. You just saw 3 matches that were just done amazingly, especially if you follow the history. Take notes, observer.
Especially too, because typically in 3 stages of Hell matches, they typically get through That's what I liked about this the most. They typically try to get through the 2 stages quickly. They actually had all the stages go, which is why I don't get that complaint. What would you rather see, a rushed 3 stages of Hell match, or would you rather see a
Exactly. They took their time. That's what I don't understand. They didn't rush it. They did it perfectly. Each fall had a story. Each fall built to the fucking finale of this feud. And let's be honest, we call this also 3 stages of Hell when I call it 2 out of 3 falls. But in reality, their entire feud is really a best of 7 series.
Yeah.
Think about it. But the winning fall went to Adam Cole. He won 4 falls to 3 at the end of this feud.
Yeah.
That's an incredible story, man. This is the best trilogy in WWE history. Don't at me.
I thought this was a great show. It wasn't quite the levels of 25 or New York, but this was still a great show. I gave it a B+. I thought it was great. Just a great show.
I gave it an A-. I agree with you at the same token. It was not great as I have not seen 25 yet. I have to watch that still. And I probably should watch it soon if I'm going to do that pilot episode of NXT versus AEW. But
yeah. I know, because that was the first real war between NXT and AEW. Think about it too.
Was those 2 shows? I believe they took place a week from each other, right?
Yeah, Double or Nothing took
place the Saturday before 25.
Yeah.
Yeah. So still, but yeah, it definitely was not good as New York, but my God, man, the show was just It was great. It was great from top to bottom. It gets unfairly criticized too. There's only one. I honestly feel like there's only like two things that wear it down. Beth Phoenix on commentary and the Kevin Dunn camera angles. That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
I think too, when you see so many like amazing takeovers, they probably look at this one, because we saw 2A+ ones, like, whoa. They probably looked at this one and were expecting that. They were expecting that, and I wasn't
I expect a good show. Like, as long as I get a good to great show, I don't care, and I don't feel like... Yeah. I think that a lot of people do... I do think they say that. Like, it was still a great show. There's that at least. There's that in common with Meltzer, except for OTR Central. But that is in common with the Observer. That's in common with JD from New York. That's in common with Solomonster and pretty much everybody else. Simon Miller, everybody. So this was, a great takeover. And I recommend the show to anybody if they wanted to see if they wanted to just see a little bit of everything. I would recommend a serious match. Like, if there was a person that wanted to get into professional wrestling that liked the real wrestling, I would show them Shayna Baszler versus Mia Yim. If there was a person that had not watched wrestling since the Attitude Era, I would show them Gargano and Cole. Or I would show them the opening tag match. If there was like somebody that like a woman that wanted like that to feel empowered that women can do good things, I would show them Candice LeRae and Io Shirai. Like, and if I wanted to show somebody that really wanted to see a triple threat match that wasn't boring, the triple threat match from this show would be the one I show them. There's something and even the dark matches, I recommend to people too. Like, there's something about this show that you can recommend to anybody, and they would not be disappointed when seeing it. And that's what NXT offers. They offer something for everybody.
Yeah. And AEW's got some nice competition if NXT can stay this way.
I love it. I was scared because I thought Vince was taking over. If Triple H still have control, I love it. I can't wait. Yeah. I can't wait. You have no idea. Like, but the fucking smile's coming on my face right now. I can't wait. I can't wait till October 2nd. I'm stoked. I'm so stoked. I want to see this. I want to see where it goes. But yeah,
I feel like you and I need to watch. Like, we need to have somebody host, and we need to like simulcast this. Like, have AEW on like one TV and have a, NXT on another or something. Like,
yeah, you know what we could do? You do well. I don't know if you could do. Oh yeah, you can't do live reactions. Actually, yeah, you can on my channel. I just need to give you access. So you do a live reaction on my channel. For what is it? Are you? But wait, hold on a second. I just realized something. Are you sure you can't do live reactions on your channel? Because I only have 100 on my Women's Youth Wrestling channel, as I was able to live stream Immortal just fine.
This is a recent thing.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, then just use my channel. So you live stream AEW with like, or no, you live stream NXT or whatever, and I guess I'll live stream AEW, and then we can watch them after we're done with the separate live streams and see which one is better. Because I'm thinking of like starting the Who Wore It Better series, and the Indie Force isn't really interested in doing that. They just kind of want to cover AEW and like all the other indie shows. So I'm thinking, why don't you and I do Who Wore It Better between NXT and AEW on my channel?
I don't know, though. I kind of want to watch AEW a little bit more just because it's the first episode. So
yeah, I know. Well, what I'm saying is, after you're done watching that episode, you could watch NXT right after, and then I'll watch NXT or yeah. So you'll watch AEW, and maybe I can watch AEW. Fuck it, I don't know, and then NXT right after, and then we'll go from there. Because I want
I know people can want to like simulcast it, but I can't. I got ADHD. I can't watch two things at once. So
Fair enough.
Can't be doing that.
Yeah, and I
All
want to
my
watch AEW too. So yeah, but what I'm saying is like, you watch it, I'll watch it, and then we'll do who wore it better on my channel or something. So
Yeah,
guys,
let's
if
do
be excited, we might be doing a show on my channel, and maybe it's just it'll be fun. Yay, let's go.
Hold on though, we're not done yet though. We're
Oh
not
no,
done yet.
it's not done, and I'm sure people are like, "Oh God, these two fucking idiots have been on here forever." But listen, it's
I know, how long
NXT.
we
We got a lot of
been on
NXT.
How long have we been recording anyway? Because I don't have I have my notes on the Chrome.
I have no idea.
Hopefully we're still recording. We're still
Yeah,
recording,
we
right?
are. We are. So I mean, this show was 3 hours, and we had to talk about the beginning portion of NXT. Yeah, this has gone exactly how I predicted, like 2 hours and like 56, because there's a lot to talk about with NXT.
All right, let's talk about this week's episode of NXT, which was August 21st, 2019.
Yeah, these were great TV matches.
Yeah. First, though, we had a WWE.com exclusive where we see Bronson Reed being interviewed by people at the Performance Center. He's talking about, how he's looking forward to putting Australian Strong Style in the WWE. And Shane Thorne comes up, and I actually kind of like this because they both know each other since, it sounds racist, but since they're both Australian. But I'd imagine they probably tangled in the past because,
yeah, I think so. I don't know the promotions and
so Shane Thorne basically says that I got you into WWE and you blew your opportunities by losing the breakout style tournament. So Bronson Reed challenges him to a match.
Yes, they do.
The match gets made official for later on in the show. I like how they do the WWE like exclusives where they'll use it to set up matches.
They use it very well.
Yeah, because I don't think they do it on the main. The only time on the main roster they do it is for the 24/7 title. And while that's funny and stuff, they should really do it to like set up matches on like Raw or SmackDown because people would get excited to see it. So,
well, the reason they weren't doing it was because Vince was in charge and he probably would have changed it, which we saw on SmackDown multiple times.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I don't know, but yeah, you can't really comment on that, altercation of Bronson Reed and. Oh wait, yeah, you can.
Yeah, I can. I saw it later.
Yeah,
I saw it later. But yeah, this is a .com exclusive. They said so. I get it. So yeah, that is the first thing we talk about, and then we get to the opening segment of NXT.
So the Undisputed Era come out. Adam Cole basically gloats how he retained his NXT title against Johnny Gargano.
And one thing before you continue, I didn't like the fact that he didn't sell the injuries he sustained.
I didn't either, but yeah, that was kind of not fun.
That's the only thing I didn't like about that. Everything else though was fine about this segment.
Maybe they were expecting it to been 2 weeks, but what he did,
he went through a table, had a huge gash, had a sledgehammer to his ribs, and had kendo sticks galore. Like right on his back. Like this guy should be not limping per se, but he should at least be clutching his ribs a little bit, like just a little bit. Not doing his full on entrance like nothing happened. I don't like when people do that. Like you need to sell your injuries. Exactly. We're not going to be able to do that with our show all the time because it's real life. But we have an excuse. Ours is a video game. Yours isn't. Come on.
What are you doing? In 2020, wait till you see Sean Maverick because you do the best you can. Actually, wait, you can do that because can you change the way people look like in the?
Yeah, but not during entrances and scenes.
Oh, that sucks.
What can you do? Yeah. I mean, you can put tape around the ribs.
Yeah,
but they just won't look like they're selling. Is the only problem.
Yeah.
Look for instance of this Taka Michinoku. We did at least put tape around him and a face mask, I think. But yeah, anyway, continue.
And then Fish and O'Reilly, all upset that like they were screwed out of the NXT tag titles, so they demand William Regal come out here. Which that didn't really, that's like the only other thing I have like a little bit of a criticism about. Like they demanded he come out and then he didn't. Then they just kind of moved on. Like it was weird.
Yeah, right.
And then Roderick Strong says that, Velveteen Dream's been ducking him for months for the North American title. Now, if you watch NXT, it's actually kind of true. Like, Velveteen Dream kind of has been ducking Roderick Strong. And you could say that's a very unface-like thing to do, but Velveteen Dream, I don't really, like, even though he is a face, he doesn't really act fully like a face. He's like kind of an anti-hero kind of in a way.
True.
And then afterwards they say that in a matter of time, they're going to be draping in gold. This kind of surprised me because I thought what was going to happen was Adam Cole was going to be upset that, like, he was the one. But I kind of
I like NXT. They're a unit right now. They're not breaking up right away, and I like that they're not breaking them up too soon because they're still very hot and they still haven't had the evolution moment. I like this a lot. I think a lot.
Well, I think they were supposed to break up because they were teasing dissension early, but then what that now called the Viking Raiders got called up. So
now they need a team, which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
And I like the way they do this because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure Undisputed Era are going to win the tag titles because they do announce a title match for next week. Once that happens, USA comes in, has the first episode on the USA Network, and I say Strong takes the title from Velveteen Dream on that show, and then that's when Undisputed Era have all the gold. Because I don't think it should happen on a takeover. Takeover, it wouldn't make sense. Because I understand, thinking about it now, you're gonna need, unless it's a really dominant faction where they have so many guys, like the NWO, it worked. Like, you can have them win against everybody at all the in all the matches on a pay-per-view. You kind of can't with this group.
Yeah.
So the best time to do it is around this period where they're going to go on USA. So
yeah,
I think they know that, and that's why they're booking it the way they're booking it, which is smart, by the way. Nothing wrong with the booking of what they're doing here at all. I like how Fish and O'Reilly talk about how they got screwed because they made the tag. And I like the fact that Strong talked about how Dream capitalized on him hitting the finishing move on Pete Dunne to retain the title, which means it's on borrowed time. So I like this. And it wasn't even, and you could also make the argument it was never supposed to be a triple threat match. It was supposed to be a one-on-one encounter. Now they'll probably have their one-on-one match soon. So,
and yeah,
there you go.
So we think that's all going to be over, but then Jordan Miles comes out with the contract.
I love how he just has this stoic face. He's not like Apollo. He's not like Apollo Crews that just smiles all the time. He just comes out and he just stares him down. And you know what it is? You know what it is? He got that shit from Naruto. You know the story by that with that stoic stare. You ever see like a Naruto? You ever see like a Naruto episode where it's like, specifically, we'll say it's like Sasuke or Kakashi, and they show their eyes, and they just have this stoic face when they zoom out of the face and whatever. And then sometimes they'll smirk a little bit. That's where he got that face from. And I love it. I love it with Jordan Miles, man. This is awesome.
Adam berates him, saying that you shouldn't challenge for my title because you'll lose. You should challenge for the Cruiserweight or one of the NXT UK titles. I do like that he says, too, I'm not burying those brands. I'm just saying that I'm just that good. You know, that way doesn't look like you're burying the brands.
I love that they do that. Just that little touch of not burying the brands, you know? Like, he's a lot like Jericho. Adam Cole is a lot like Jericho, you know?
Yeah.
He really is.
And then Jordan Miles goes to hand him the contract, and then he just drops it. And now, basically, Adam Cole just has to sign the contract. And you know what the funny thing is? I hate... It's weird saying this. NXT basically did the Money in the Bank gimmick better than Money in the Bank because I feel like this is how Money in the Bank kind of should be done in a way. Like, or they did, maybe not Money in the Bank, but they did the Gift of the Gods Championship better because basically this is what Gift of the Gods, I think, was supposed to be. Except,
I will tell you something that you're going to like to hear. I after this is over. I'll explain to you later. But anyway, continue.
Anyhow, I thought the opening segment though was good. In 2 weeks now, so not next week, but the week after, Adam Cole is going to defend the title against Jordan Miles, which I think is good. It makes sense too that Jordan Miles would want to go after the top NXT title. And this kind of, you know, I kind of hope that because I don't think he's going to win, but I kind of hope he has enough, and I think he will because it's NXT, where he has a great enough showing where he'll still look like a winner by losing.
Yes.
But and it would still make him look like a star. So I think this was a win here. I like this a lot. What about you? What do you think of this?
This was a awesome match. Or an awesome match build. Just with only a week or 2 weeks time, I really enjoyed. Jordan Miles was awesome in this segment, man. He was fucking great here. He has that stoic face on still, and he just hands it over. He hands over the contract for Cole to sign, and then he drops it, and then he goes right back to his shit-eating grin. I'm like, oh, ACH, you clever fuck. I love it. Absolutely love it. So yeah, Jordan Miles looked great here. Adam Cole is always great. So is the rest of Undisputed Era. And I guess the one other thing, Strawn has gotten so much better on the mic, and you can tell. Just hanging around with Kyle O'Reilly, Bobby Fish, and Adam Cole, he's improved drastically on the mic, which is sorely what he needed. And I said that when he first showed up in NXT, he needed to improve on his mic skills, and now that he's been with Era, he's improved that in spades.
I think too why he wasn't as good is because he was just not only a generic babyface, but he just didn't fit a babyface role at the time, and I feel they realized that and they fixed it. So
yeah, and the funny thing is, if you really think about it, if Austin Aries were to stay in NXT a little longer, I could see him in this group still. I could actually see him in the Era, because remember, Strong came in as a heel. He was teaming with Aries before Aries had that sick eye injury. I believe with Atami, ironically. Wasn't it with Atami, or was it with Ibushi? No, it was with Ibushi, because he kicked him right in the eye, I think.
Well, my fantasy booking's going to be Atami, so...
yeah.
But
I don't remember. It was one of the two. I think it was Atami, because he hit the knee right in the eye, didn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, right. So
Atami just sounds like it makes more sense, because I don't think of him and Ibushi really... Because I don't think Ibushi was in NXT all that much. He just had the match. He only had 3 matches, I think. So
yeah. So Strawn has improved drastically on the mic since joining with the Era. So, and it showed here. This segment was thumbs up. So
the only problem I would say too with maybe Austin Aries being in the group is I think he would have overshadowed everybody else just because everyone knows.
Except probably Adam Cole. Yeah, that's a fair point.
But
you never know. You never know. I mean, there could have been there could have been the merger with 205, but you never know. You're probably right. We'll continue.
Then we had the first match on the show, Mansoor versus Damian Priest. And this is the first time you've gotten to see Damian Priest as Damian Priest. I know you've seen him before, so.
Yes, at of course, Best in the World, with that sick last ride power bomb.
Yeah, he doesn't do that.
I wish he could use that. Well, he does actually, doesn't he? He has actually the way he innovated it. He has that, but now it's a razor's edge power bomb.
This is kind of an interesting match though, because I'll say
that's my first time seeing Mansoor too.
Yeah, but I'll say this: Saudi Arabia is probably not going to be happy because WWE booked a match basically with a character that Saudi Arabia wouldn't like versus someone of their country. And they had the person that the character Saudi Arabia didn't like go over. I think that's awesome. Because, if Saudi Arabia, obviously, but then again, they don't watch WWE anyways, so what do they know, right?
Yeah, exactly, right.
I'm not saying, and look, I don't want to make these jokes every time, Mansoor has a match. Because Mansoor, I get the vibe, based on him, he wanted to get out of that country. Like he seems like he's just I think a cool dude, and
he's so good in the ring too. Like he's actually fucking great in the ring. Like,
which is kind of a surprising too, because I don't think there's any like wrestling schools really in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he you would have never known that. You look at him, he literally could go with Adam Cole. He could go with Gargano. Like it's insane how good he is.
One match you gotta watch that's really he has a pretty good match with Travis Banks on NXT UK when
I heard it was really good. Yeah. And I also heard that because Saudi Arabia is like right near the UK, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't in UK. It was on WrestleMania Access, and he just happened to be in the area. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, right. Because it was that was during the Worlds Collide event, right?
No, they did NXT UK tapings there. So.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But this match was just really good. I like the way it was booked too, where like even though Mansoor got an offense, it came off like believable. Because speaking of which, too, I do gotta ask, since this is the first time, how would you think of Damian Priest's entrance too? Like,
great. I really liked it. I like how he's the archer, Damian Priest. I like that gimmick. I like how. The problem is, they're gonna have to do like at least like they have to actually give him an archer bow and an arch, like where he hits it right in the center, like, and it's an LED one with like a one of those plunger things.
Yeah.
He's got to get one of those so he can hit it on the screen.
Maybe that's going to be a takeover entrance someday.
Probably. But yeah, I really like that.
He reminds me of what Baron Corbin was in NXT, just 10 times more talented. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I was like, I could see him in a team with Baron Corbin, and then I realized, but Baron Corbin would weigh him down.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, he was so good here. Like, he even had the
Can you
jacket.
imagine, like, yeah.
Can he just, you know what? Fuck it. Adopt the End of Days. I believe it so much more with Damian Priest.
Do you think he could do the move, like, well? Like,
oh, yeah. Hell, dude. Have you seen what this man can do? My lord, he could do so much. Dude, you think Dijakovic and Keith Lee are good. Damian Priest is up there, dude.
Oh, you missed, yeah, because you missed out on the Damian Priest Keith Lee match they had a few weeks ago.
I heard that was great.
Yeah.
Of course, I saw Dijakovic and Punishment Martinez before he changed his name to Damian Priest. But yeah.
Yes. But yeah, this match was really good. Mansoor had to get some hope spots in. He hits a really cool flip dive on the outside. But then Damian Priest just destroys him afterwards. He hits a sit-out choke slam, a wicked sit-down powerbomb, and then he hits the Reckoning, which is known as the Rolling Cutter, for the win, and I really like that a lot.
I don't like that as his finish. I see it as a Siggy, but all it is the Crossroads, and I don't think a guy like he could use it as a signature, but that shouldn't end his matches. That Razor's Edge powerbomb, on the other hand, that should be the finisher.
I can finish that.
There are also really good hope spots by Mansoor. Mansoor does a really cool springboard. Like, he doesn't even use the ropes. He just springs.
Yeah.
Like, springs and twists in midair. Like, he was graceful doing it. You'd have to see it for yourself to believe it. And hits a neck breaker on Damian Priest. And then, like, he just does really good moves in this. But that's the one that sticks out to me the most, is that specific move.
Yes.
Like, he's so highly underrated. He's highly underrated. Like, I know he's Saudi Arabia. He just won a battle royal. He looked like a rookie there. But when you see him on NXT, it looked like he'd been wrestling for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, it's unreal.
Especially too, like, he's like, he reminds you so much of Ali. Like,
that's what I said the two should team, actually.
Yeah.
Seriously, I said the two should actually team in on SmackDown, or I don't even know, because I know Ali's like in a singles run right now, probably going in a feud with Alistair, but I mean, I feel like they're not going to really do much with Ali now, and you might as well send him back down to NXT and have those two team. because that seems like a great team to me.
Yeah. But yeah, Damian Priest winning obviously makes sense. You got to build him up for as like build him up to the main event scene. I don't know who he feuds with in the future. I would like to see him face Kushida because that seems a good direction to go in. But and the thing is too, I can't really say you can't really have any of them lose, but that's the good thing about NXT. Even if somebody loses, like no one really comes off bad. So,
would you recommend Kushida is Roderick Strong's opponent when he wins the North American title from Velveteen?
Yeah, I could see that.
Because that would be the only way it would work. I would feel like it would be. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Honestly, Punishment Martinez, even though he looks like a heel, I feel like he's gonna go face eventually. So I feel like he should actually go up against Adam Cole.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah,
I think that match would be really, really good. And then you have, Kushida go up against Ricochet or whatever. But anyway, but I'm sure they're gonna do the OC first before they do that. If they bring the OC to NXT,
they have a ton of.
We'll see it if it happens. But I've got good money on it that they're probably gonna have the OC come to NXT.
Yes.
I think they're gonna have. I think they're gonna have a new member in it though before they do it. It's either gonna be with Balor or Joe. I see one of those two being alongside AJ, just because of the history between both men. I think Joe would make more sense.
I think Joe needs it more. He can't. He's kind of because Balor, he's not being booked the best on the main roster either. I think Joe needs it a lot more.
Yeah, true. Because I'm sure the OC are gonna just lose and go right back to the main roster.
Yeah.
But if they do that, NXT gets put on the map, and then they can go right back to Raw, and then Joe can win the Universal title.
Yeah, hopefully.
One can hope, right?
Yeah. Then we had Mia Yim versus Vanessa Bourne with Aaliyah inside.
Another person that's actually performed very well and improved. Vanessa Bourne. Remember how much I shat on her?
Yeah, she was.
She was terrible in Man Class. Holy shit, she's improved.
I can't really say though because she's wrestling also Mia Yim.
Yeah, that actually is very true.
Yeah, because she had a match recently with Tanawa Conte that wasn't that good at all. So
that's Tanawa Conti.
Yeah, I know.
She's terrible. She's just terrible. I'm sorry. Get her away. Yeah. Get her away.
But still, this match with I thought was solid. Mia Yim wins with Protect Your Neck, which is a weird name for a finisher because that's impossible.
It's basically just you can't protect your neck. I guess that's PYA. I guess you could call it. I get the idea. It's an ironic name, I think is the point of it. But it's basically if you've never seen the move and if you're watching this review before this episode, I don't know what's wrong with you, but okay. Basically it's an Eat Defeat or a Soul Foods or a Sonya Foods.
Remember those days?
Yes, I do.
I really wish that was on my channel. I mean, that was
you should have put that in the highlight reel. The Sonya.
It's not on my channel, so it doesn't qualify.
Oh, that's right. That was on CM Brothers, wasn't it?
No, it was on your channel. It's on your channel.
Was it?
Yeah. Remember we did reviews of NXT for a few weeks on your channel.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sonya Foods. Anyway, so she does the Soul Foods or the Eat Defeat, but it's with her knee instead. I really like that. I really like that maneuver. However, I do think she should keep the Eat Defeat, especially the top rope Eat Defeat, as a signature, and then also have the the Protect Your Neck finish.
I think too. I guess it's not the best name, but Molo says it so well. It just comes off so well. With the way he says it with such enthusiasm. He's just Protect Your Neck. It's just awesome.
Barrow's just the best on commentary, isn't he? Him and Nigel are the best, honestly, bar none.
I really wish Aiden was down there. I really wish he was.
Yeah, please, I beg, because that commentary team would be the best for the next 5 years. Period. No one would come close to that team. Nobody, not a single soul would come close to that team.
I wonder. Because I think is he named with done wrestling, by the way? I know he wrestles at like live events, but is he just done wrestling completely now? Because
I think he does better in the commentary role. I think he would only get so far if he were wrestling.
yeah.
So because the thing is, Aiden English has always been so much better with his words than he is in the ring, and he's a solid wrestler. He's not even bad in the ring. He's just so much better at talking. That's the thing. He's so much better at talking. So I think the commentary booth would be perfect for him. I think he'd be the best. He would be one of the best on there.
He is probably. I'll let you talk about this though. The hype package for Dominic Dijakovic.
Wait. You forgot one thing, actually. Shayna Baszler came out after that.
Yeah, right.
Shayna Baszler came out and she's like, Mia Yim, you're badass. The heel puts over the babyface, tries to recruit her into her group, but they surround her like a pack of dogs. But they still wanted to join. They're trying to intimidate her into joining because they actually see Mia as a threat. I guess. So here's the thing, though, about it. I feel like Mia would be actually a really good fit for the Horsewoman, and then you could do the 4 Horsewomen. Just call me crazy, but you could get away with it because you do have the NXT UK Women's title, and you do have a woman from Haitian descent in Mia Yim. And you also have Cassius Ohno, who's fucking in NXT UK anyway, so why the fuck not, Because Tony needs some serious, legit competition. And you can... And hear me out, because I think this would actually be good. We're going back to the creative booking again. You could have the 4 Horsewomen's Maria Shafir and Jessamine Duke win the women's tag, and then you have Mia Yim join the Horsewoman eventually, which I think they should do. I think that Mia Yim should turn on Rhea if they do Rhea. I hear rumors they're going to do Rhea Ripley and what's her face, Sonya. Sonya. I almost said Sonya Deville. I mean, I meant Shayna. Like they're gonna do Shayna versus Rhea. So you have Mia turn on Rhea, and then you have her join the 4 Horsewomen as the 4th member. Because honestly, I does Ronda really need the Horsewoman? I feel like that Mia Yim would probably be a better equivalent. Yeah. And then she wins the NXT UK Women's Championship. And then you have all the 4 Horsewomen draped in gold and preferably join with the Undisputed Era like I recommended before. And then you have 4 members of each in the male and female representative having all gold.
Yeah.
And then you can have a women's tag title match at a UK takeover or a regular takeover with Duke and Shafir versus Rhea Ripley and Toni Storm. And they beat them. The babyfaces go over. Because that way you get the title, you get the UK title off Toni Storm onto Mia Yim, and then Mia Yim can have feuds with the other NXT women, including Storm, in the eventual rematch. And then you can have Rhea and Toni beat Shafir and Duke for the women's tag.
Well, unfortunately, I think the thing you forget is I think Triple H tries to separate UK and NXT most of the time. Like, the only time he really doesn't do it is
there's only let's be honest though, they're a part of the same kind of brand, and as long as you have heritage, and I think there is some heritage when looking at the history, like I think Ono does have some European lineage in him. I think that you can make the excuse for them to go to UK.
Well,
I don't think there's any issue with that. You
would, and plus too, there's also trouble too, like with tape-ins and stuff, because me.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true. But if they get the tapings right, if they finally get them aligned properly, you can have it work. You could definitely have it work. They would have to time it right finally. But what if they do that correctly? they're perfect. You know,
I mean, the most opportune time is Cardiff Saturday, but
yeah, they won't do that. They won't do that though.
Yeah.
I'm saying like probably in the next 6 months they do it or something like that. Like they flesh that whole thing out until the Mania takeovers and shit.
Yes. But I would like. I mean, it would be cool though too, because a fantasy booking series I've come up with is since Raw and SmackDown every year do the Raw versus SmackDown and Survivor Series. Why not NXT do NXT UK versus NXT at War Games? Since that kind of follows that Survivor.
True. Yeah. True.
I might do that as a fantasy booking series when we get close to that. So I think that'd be cool. Like have the champion, like whether it's Walter versus Adam Cole, or if you want to have one of them lose the title, so you have that face versus heel dynamic or whatever. In the main event, you can have like 5 guys from NXT versus 5 guys from NXT UK or whatever.
Yeah, right.
And maybe like the winning brand, because I feel like Triple H would put something on the line, like the winning brand can get one of their athletes. So, for example, like if NXT UK wins more matches, the NXT UK can get an NXT talent. And I think that should be the only problem is too. I don't think Triple H though wants one.
Yeah, they don't want it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But still, I mean, it's just a recommendation. I would do it though. I think, because otherwise, I feel like Mia Yim will go stagnant. You know.
Yeah.
Because remember, Strom was an enemy of the Undisputed Era before, and he lost to them, and then eventually joined them. So you could do the same thing with Yim.
Yeah, exactly.
Just my idea. But anyway, continuing. Sorry, because we got sidetracked. That segment happened. The Mia Yim got beat down, and then the horsewomen walk off.
Actually, one thing too I love is you can see this afterwards. After the show on WWE.com, Mia Yim went to William Regal like complaining about this, saying that she wants him to do something about it, like have a match with Shayna Baszler. And William Regal, this is why I love him as a GM, because he doesn't take sides. He's just like, you already had your opportunity at TakeOver, you're not getting another one. Pretty much, you have to earn that type of stuff.
Yeah, that leads me to believe they're already building Mia Yim joining a horsewoman. Then,
yeah,
that actually sounds like that's happening. Then, because I remember I remember actually watching that.
Yeah, but then we had. Then you get to talk about the hype package. Dominic Dijakovic and Keith Lee.
They went over their entire history from the Indies. They even got clips from PWG.
I thought it was WWN Live.
WWN, PWG, and Evolve. That's where they got these from.
Yeah.
This feud is awesome.
Yeah.
For one reason, it's big men that can fly. Do you remember from from round 1, episode 3, Ori Dre versus Sean Maverick, and how that was a big hoss match with big guys that can fly? That's what Dominic Dijakovic and Keith Lee is. And the best part about it is they're charismatic as all hell, bro. I mean, Keith Lee is fucking like that. He's like the most, and I'm not trying to even other than the New Day. I say this with no racism at all. Like, this is just my whole observation. He's the most charismatic black man I've ever seen in my life. That swagger he has, the way he talks, the way he just had that smug smile, everything about him. He's not a heel, but he's that perfect, like, cocky baby face that you can't help but love, right? And then you have Dijakovic. He's the complete antithesis of that. He's the no nonsense, I'm gonna kick your teeth in straight away kind of heel, and I love that. I absolutely love this. And this feud, if you have never seen any other matches, and I saw that one that they aired in this promo package, is awesome. This promo package went over their entire history. These guys talked about each other and how they're competitors and how they're looking to one-up each other every single time they're in a match together. And it builds to this awesome face-to-face split screen versus screen. God, this video package was awesome. This honestly may have been, if it wasn't for the Gargano and Cole promo, this would probably be the best promo package I saw throughout all 3 episodes of NXT. Like, this was awesome.
I want to say one other thing too, because there's something they had a match in NXT and they went to a double count out, and they were
I love that. I love that they did this. That was awesome.
They were supposed to have a rematch actually though,
and then Keith Lee got hurt.
And then when Keith Lee came back, Dijakovic got hurt. So it's just kind of like.
And now it's like they're finally healed and they're finally gonna have the match, and I can't wait. And they're gonna have the match too, because I think the way they do it is they do it like the tapings, like they do it like the first taping and the second taping together live. So they already had the match, and it's gonna air next week. It happened, and I can't wait. I can't wait. Let's go. Let's go.
It's probably not. It's probably not going to be the main event because of the tag title match, but still, I still think.
Yeah. It's so cool.
I don't know who's going to win either because they both need to win. Because I think Keith Lee needs to win because he's had a lot of big losses lately. But Dijakovic really needs to win. But I really want to, maybe just because I love Keith Lee, I really want to see Keith Lee. I like Dijakovic too, but I really want to see Keith Lee win.
Yeah. I honestly, it's got to be Keith because I feel like Keith is probably gonna go. Like, see, here's the problem. You run into this problem, and this is why I say I recommend they bring in the 6-man tag idea to NXT first before they bring it up to the main roster and create their own titles there, because I want to see Strawn, because Strawn has to win the belt from Dream, right?
Yeah.
And then you have to have the rematch with Dream, and then you have to have Kushida fight Strawn, and Strawn's probably going to have to lose to Kushida. But then you have that size differentiation with either Strawn and Kushida versus Keith. So, that's going to be the issue, And it's just like, I don't know what to do there. Like, I don't know what to do, because it's just like, I see this guy, and it's like, if you have him in there with anybody, he's going, realistically, he should win.
Yeah.
He's a big ass dude who can do high flying, and he can also drill you with any kind of power bomb imaginable and a jackhammer. Give me a break. Like, this guy should be, if he has a title match, he's winning the title. So I think to myself, you have all these guys, and you're not going to be able to use all of them, and you're going to 2 hours with nothing on the line. You need at least one more title. That's why I say you should do the 6-man tag, because then you could do Dijakovic, Damian Priest, and I don't know, some other big dude that can. Is there any other big dudes in there? I know there's just that 7 foot tall guy, right? That everybody's been talking about. Team them up with them, and then you have Dream and Breezango, and then you have the Era already. You could have the Lucha House Party go there, so that way, they can re-sign their contracts if they actually feel valued. And there's other teams you can do. There's so much that you can do with that, because you actually have they're stacked.
Yeah.
And you need to find something for them to go after. The 6-man tag titles, to me, is perfect because they actually have the talent to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's just what I recommend. Hopefully they do it. Maybe they won't, but I'm not going to complain either way. It's just a minor gripe. The problem is WWE signed away too much talent because they didn't want AEW to have any. So
yeah,
AEW effect all day long.
Then we had Bronson Reed versus Shane Thorne.
This was an amazing match, actually. Like, for as short as it was actually Shane Thorne proved a lot here. And Shane Thorne is a really, really good singles competitor, which I never thought I'd say because I always saw him in TM61. But he's really good as a singles. Bronson looked awesome as always. He's, Auszilla for a reason. Maybe he can join up with Keith Lee and Dijakovic. I don't know.
Well, the problem is he's a baby face, so.
No, I'm saying if you do the 6-man tag, you turn Dijakovic face.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, no, you're right. I'm sorry, because if I'm doing it, I forgot I already put Keith Lee with the Street Profits. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
stupid.
But this match is really, really good. Bronson Reed, because he's a big powerhouse, gets the advantage on Shane Thorne, who's the typical average of everyday wrestler. And eventually, Shane Thorne goes after the leg of Bronson Reed. He really targets Bronson Reed. He has a wicked drop kick right to the back of the head, a wicked neck breaker. That was cool. Bronson Reed, though, he's very athletic. He had a really cool splash right onto Shane Thorne. He had a really cool clothesline off the steps. That was cool. And eventually his emotions get the best of him, and Shane Thorne outsmarts him. And Shane Thorne wins. I actually forget how he won, though. Do you remember how he won?
He won with, I think, a stiff-ass knee strike that's his finish. Like a running knee strike, but it's like you remember? Yeah, it was a shining wizard. It was basically like a shining nizzard. Nizzard.
What's a nizzard?
I don't know, and I'm afraid to find out. Actually,
I want to look it up, but I feel like it's something weird.
I was afraid that I almost said the N-word. Actually, to be honest, that's why I'm like, oh God, what did I say?
I'm looking up right now what a nizzard is.
But it's basically, for those who don't know the move, think of the shining. Think of Shinsuke Nakamura's old Bombaya knee from New Japan combined with the Shining Wizard. That's what his knee strike is.
I don't want to read what it is. I'll just tell you after we go off air because
no,
it's actually something racist.
Is it? Oh shit! No, I have to see this. Hold on, I'll look it up for myself. Hold on, I'll just show my reaction. For those who don't know, I did not say that on purpose. I swear to you, I meant to say wizard. Oh no! Oh no!
I hope you'll go on the same thing I'm about to go on.
Where is yours?
I don't know. Maybe I spelled it. I spelled it Nizard.
Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It is It's essentially the N-word, and I did not mean to say it. Oh my God! What the hell? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing?
Wait, is it? Did you look up pictures of it?
No, it's the word that you probably saw too. Is it from Urban Dictionary?
Yeah.
Oh God! For fuck's sake!
This is going in the 3,000.
I swear, everyone. I swear to God, everybody. I swear to you. I meant to say wizard. I swear. Do not get pissed at me. I swear. Honest to God, I meant to say wizard. Oh my God.
This is definitely going in the 3,000 video highlight reel.
Oh no! I'm so sorry. Oh, Keith, please! If he ever watches this video, he's gonna be pissed.
Shane no. Yeah, Kofi, the New Day will be too. The primetime players.
I'm screwed. I'm Hulk Hogan, man. I'm out. I'm gonna be banned. I'm gonna be shadow banned. I'm gonna be shadow banned number 6.
Yeah, you already shadow man number 3.
I was number 5. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Oh my God. Fuck me. I can't believe that happened. I can't.
I should have just let it go.
That word? Why is that a word?
I always wonder, how do people come up with these words? Who came up with a word like that? A definition. And Urban Dictionary approved of it too.
They approve of everything, dude. They approve the term blue waffle. Don't look it up. I swear. Don't look up what blue waffle is.
No, now I gotta.
God, no! Don't do it. Don't.
Sorry, man.
Oh God, you're gonna vomit, dude. I swear to God.
I don't know if I want.
Oh no. Oh, don't tell me it's deciding to glitch now. Oh, and it might be glitching on you, man. I don't know if you can hear me, but it's glitching on you. Yeah, it glitched on you, didn't it? Or did it glitch on me? Fuck me. What happened?
I don't know why, but Skype closed out on me.
So did the recording stop or not?
Yeah, but it
Wait,
didn't
no,
stop, but
I'm still on it.
Wait, what?
I think, yeah. Oh, no, hold on. Let me.
So apparently Skype didn't want me to know what a blue waffle was. So
I've never been so happy Skype glitched out in my life.
all right, let's
I've never been so happy.
hold on, wait.
What
Alright,
happened?
so yeah, blonde. I was just getting back to my notes. So yeah, Shane Thorne won with
What the
shining.
fuck is going on with Skype?
What do you
Now
mean?
all right, now I'm not happy because it keeps doing it every 5 seconds now.
What's wrong now? Oh, are you freezing?
You're freezing. Hold on, let me switch Wi-Fi's.
All right. So he's gonna be like, we're not gonna.
Yeah,
do this.
there we go.
All right.
There we go. I'm
But
good.
yeah, Shane Thorne won with the Shining Wizard.
The Wizard.
Yeah, Wizard. I can't say that. I'm never gonna forget that now too.
Jesus, I can't believe I said that.
Yeah.
Jeez. Anyway, continue.
I like Shane Thorne's new gimmick though, where basically he basically took Cassius Ohno's gimmick, where he's going after all the shiny toys. He's got his gimmick now, pretty much. He's just gonna go after everyone in the breakout tournament.
Except he actually looks like, he's in shape and doesn't look like he's blown out halfway through the match. Although now that you mention it, I do know the fucking third guy that could team up with Dijakovic and Damian Priest.
Cassius Ohno.
Yeah, it's got to be Cassius Ohno. He's the only other one that would be tall enough and would make sense. So,
you would have to move him. You would have to move him back to NXT then.
Yeah, but then he has something he can actually win.
That's true.
Anyway, continue.
Then Velveteen Dream comes out to do a promo, and I really love this promo. He comes out like on a couch and with a woman pushing the couch, and he points out his T-shirt. Says that it costs like $10 or something.
This promo was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'll recreate it. I remember it. The Dreams T-shirt, $30. The Dream Shades, $10.
If they had said 15, I would have...
Yeah, no, it was $10.
Yeah, I'm saying if he had said 15, I would have called BS.
Yeah, right. The NXT retaining the NXT North American Championship and pinning Pete Dunne, the longest reigning NXT UK champion, priceless. And then he just goes on running the whole roster down, saying that no matter who comes up and tries to beat us, I'll knock him down like bowling pins or something to that effect. And then he said, Strong, you got the Dream's attention. You got the Dream's attention right now, but you're not going to have it for long, and you better surprise me, guy, because if you don't, Dream over. Snaps his fingers, the song keeps going, and I'm like, Dream's fucking so good, man. He's a good wrestler, and he's a great sports entertainer. He's just fucking great at his job.
The funny thing is, now with the NXT moving to the USA Network, I could actually see them putting the belt on him now, because I think he could.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He easily they could put the belt on him. He could easily win the world title over there.
I think he was gonna win it anyways, but I feel like they're gonna not rush it, but like they're gonna definitely put it on him now because I feel like he can win eyeballs to NXT on USA Network.
And I can see him once he wins NXT, like he can make like special appearances on SmackDown and Raw and promote himself as the NXT. Kind of like how they did with Kevin Owens on Raw.
Yeah,
they could do the same thing with Velveteen Dream, and have him fight a heel champion like what's his face?
Well, you don't know who the champions will be at the time.
Yeah, right. But for right now, it's Rollins, right? Let's say he gets a surprise win on Rollins or somebody, or he gets a surprise win on Kofi Kingston, which would make a lot of sense, to be honest. I would actually highly recommend they do that match on Fox at some point.
Oh,
so then, and then you get eyeballs on the product with him as the champion, and he.
Well, the only problem is,
go.
I don't think Fox would want to have Velveteen Dream because Fox wants to turn SmackDown into a more sports-oriented show, and Velveteen Dream.
Yeah, so Raw would probably be the better option to go with then.
But good promo. So I'm assuming it was supposed to build to a match of like Takeover on NXT, but I think this is going to be, like I said, like we've been saying for like the past over 3 hours now, the main event of the first episode of NXT on the USA Network.
If not the first, it probably won't be the first because they want to have that ending shot at Undisputed Era and all the gold.
Oh, you know what? Then this is going to be the first match. This will be the main event of
Takeover, probably,
or the first match that goes. Because think about it too, they're going head to head with AEW. This will be the main event of, the first episode of head to head of AEW for NXT.
Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it because I'm pretty sure Cole is going to be losing the. Actually, no, you're probably right. Actually, thinking about it now, it probably would be Velveteen, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, go for it.
But they want to get it. They need to do something big.
Yeah, true.
On that episode.
True.
And then we have the main event. Speaking of main event, not the show. We don't want to scare James away. But it's Matt Riddle versus.
What are you talking about, man? I'd love to see another match between Kurt Hawkins and Apollo Crews.
Hey, you want to review me? You want to review main event? It's never too late. So.
No. No.
I was gonna say now you don't want to make any jokes.
No, I don't.
So it's Matt Riddle versus Killian Dane. Killian Dane has new theme music. It's basically Sanity's theme, but he does new theme music itself. But I really like it.
I like it. I actually really like the theme.
And
he just looks so nuts, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Holy shit, he looks scary as hell.
You need to see his vignettes. They're awesome.
Oh, I heard his vignettes are just great. It's just an Irish madman or a Scottish madman, basically.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
And Matt Riddle, before the match starts, comes out through the fans from behind Killian Dane and attacks him. And the match starts and it immediately goes into a physical brawl. Matt Riddle hits a wicked form off the steps. He hits a wicked high knee strike and a wicked German suplex. But eventually Killian Dane gets the heat with a high cross body. And he dominates Matt Riddle for a long-ass time. I really love... even though this was like a regular wrestling match, I thought that was kind of a mistake with everything that they did. But even though this was a regular wrestling match, even though the referee wasn't bending the rules, they were fighting like it was like a fight. So,
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
And Matt Riddle mounts a comeback. He hits the whipcord knee, the Broton, the German suplex, there's a move that the bro to sleep.
The bro to sleep. Yeah, it's just it's basically just, if nobody knows what the hell we're talking about or on about, it's just the go to sleep, but with the opposite knee.
Yes.
You know what I really want to see now that I mention it? Riddle versus Dijakovic.
Yeah,
GTS
right.
versus GTS.
I feel like we were supposed to get that match, but then Dijakovic got hurt, so it didn't happen.
Well, they're probably going to do it eventually. But anyway, continue.
Then Killian Dane and Matt Riddle fight on the outside. Matt Riddle's setting up the steps like he's going to hit like a wicked power bomb onto the steps, but Killian Dane counters it into a backdrop, and I feel like he was supposed to go back first on the steps, but they botched and he went face first into the steps, which looked nasty. And
yeah, right.
Killian Dane hits a senton, and then he puts it back in the ring and hits like 5 Vader bombs in a row. Matt Riddle at this point's bleeding from the mouth, and Killian Dane covers
I think they botched a little on commentary. It's a rare botch, but there's a thing where he does a backdrop on the steps, and Riddle purposely lands awkwardly to the point where it's his face and his jaw just kind of snaps back. Instead of doing the back body drop, he just goes face first into the steps. I think that's where he was bleeding from the mouth, not necessarily from his ribs.
I see.
So that I think that's a rare botch, but I mean, either way, it's very minor. But I did notice that I think that was a botch. But still, this is how the match ended. Dane looked like a monster in this match, man.
Yes,
he looked like a freaking beast.
And Killian Dane wins. A lot of people probably will complain about this because Killian Dane doesn't really need the win because he's coming from the main roster. He's not going to take the hurt by losing. But I feel like you just need to build up Killian Dane back up as this powerhouse who can take anybody out. And the feud's continuing. It's not like this is a one and done thing because afterwards,
exactly. And then because Riddle was locking into Bro Mission like right as NXT went off the air.
No, but there's more. They fought like at outside Full Sail, and Killian Dane still kicked his ass. So, like I said, this feud isn't a one and done match. This is definitely even though Killian Dane won here and kicked his ass, Matt Riddle's definitely going to get the win in the feud. It's not like this is a one and done thing.
True. Yeah.
And like I said, I feel like you got to build Killian Dane back up. We haven't seen it. I don't think he has. When was the last time he's even won a match? I don't even remember the last time he's been. He's come on and won a match. So
yeah, true.
And he just debuted with a new gimmick. I don't think he really needs to lose right now. But yeah, your thoughts on the match? And do you think NXT did the right or wrong thing by having Killian Dane win?
I think they did the right thing because they're going to continue the feud. Thumbs up for me all the way on this show, and thumbs up on the main event. Good show. Did we do letter grades?
I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a real good show. I gave it a B. It's definitely a surprise show because
I gave it a B plus. I highly enjoyed it. I thought the whole episode was great.
I'll give it a B plus too. Why not? If you probably looked at the show like just without watching it and just looked at the match card, I think a lot of people would think that this is a crappy match card because
it's not. It's not though. When you watch it, like Vanessa Bourne surprised me. The opening segment of the show was great. The opening match was great with Mansoor and Damian Priest was great. And then you had like the really. You also had what was it? There was another match I'm forgetting. I feel like before
Bronson Reed versus Shane.
Yeah, Bronson Reed and Shane Thorne was surprisingly really good, and then the main event with Dane and Riddle was great.
And I bet we can definitely say too, we're now definitely never gonna forget Bronson Reed versus Shane Thorne, and for our standpoint now, for a reason we shouldn't remember it.
Yes. Unreal. I can't believe that happened. I didn't even know that was a term. It was such an accident. Christ. But yeah. But there you go. That was NXT.
Yeah, all NXT. Sorry though, we can't review NXT UK. James hasn't seen it yet, so maybe we'll do like I don't know. What are you doing? What are you doing Sunday?
You'll see me again. How about that? You'll see me again on this episode, just on a different day. Yeah. Sunday. Yeah, I'm free Sunday.
Yes.
Free Sunday afternoon, preferably, if we can.
And ironically enough, this video ain't even over yet. You're gonna get more because we have to do all the main roster stuff post SummerSlam. So this ain't done. This video ain't even over yet, but you're probably not gonna be on for that because you don't watch.
Bye after NXT UK. Bye.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll just have that.
That's still when Vince is fucking in charge.
Yep. So, yeah, we'll just see you on the NXT UK portion of this show.
Yes, you'll see me.
You're just gonna watch. You only have 2 episodes to watch. So
yes, I will watch the 2 episodes, and then you'll see me again.
Yes.
And I know you guys will be sick of me by that point, because if I was me, I'd be sick of me. I think I already am sick of me after that blunder.
Yes. So. And don't forget, guys, this is now that we've decided this is going on both CM Brothers and Wrestling Fortune 44. CM Brothers first, and then Wrestling Fortune 44. So.
Yes, because he's got to post his 2000 video to be the 2000 video special. So
Yeah, I know. I know that's been very slow, but it's been very busy and
life got in the way. How about that? Life got in the effing way. Yes. So, with that being said,
so it's coming. It's coming Monday, so it should already be out by the time either you see this video or
You might see this video. You might see this video on the CM Brothers early.
Yeah. So.
But with that being said, any plugs?
Well, we're not plugging because we're coming back. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'll see you in the UK. Bye.
I'll see you on the main roster. So bye. Okay, so me and James are back. It's August 29th, 2019, 12:25 a.m. Literally just turned that time. And schedules kept changing, so we didn't really do this when we wanted to do it. We were supposed to do this like 3 hours ago, but what happened, James?
I fell asleep because I don't even know how.
Yeah, so...
I passed out. I don't remember why I passed out. It just happened.
You robbed the people too of seeing Video 2000 because I didn't work on it because I knew like any second I would have started working on it, you would have called me like a second later. So
yeah, they'll get it eventually. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know what schedule just keeps changing, but now we're here to review the NXT UKs. We're not doing this week's. That's going to be for another rundown, but we're going to do episodes 56 and 57.
Yes.
So, any quick thoughts you have about it? Because this is when was the last time you watched NXT UK?
It's been a bit, so I would say it's still the same NXT UK, which means it's good. There's obviously some improvements. Isla Dawn's actually improved tremendously as a wrestler. However, what hasn't improved is the fact that she's still fighting the same freaking person that I've seen her fight.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that was Jenny. But I swear to God, all three of them look the same. Nina Samuels, Jenny, and Isla Dawn look like the same gimmick.
Yeah.
So it's like, I always get the three mixed up. But
one thing we got a quick rant. I like Jenny and all, but you're doing something wrong if Jenny's getting more of a push than Killer Kelly. Like, I'm serious. Like,
yeah, why? Where the hell is Killer Kelly?
Well, she's injured now, so.
Well,
but still, like, if the fact that Jenny was getting more of a push than Killer Kelly, you're doing something. I mean, I like NXT UK, but you're doing something wrong. Like.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyhow, let's get to and this week's episode will be done on the next episode. So.
Yes.
So let's get to episode 56, which aired 2 weeks ago, August 14th, 2019. They were in Plymouth for these tapings. They were back in Plymouth.
When did they ever leave Plymouth? I feel like that's like their homebound area.
No, they were. Well, I mean, they've been Plymouth for a few weeks, but they went to the Download Festival.
Right, true. But I feel like Plymouth is almost like their home there.
Yeah, Plymouth, Scotland, or I think I don't know what I don't want to say Cambridge because I believe they go to Cambridge, but I could be wrong.
You never know.
And we know they'll probably be in Wales for a few tapings because I don't know if they're going to structure their UK tapings where they're going to take place because remember after Blackpool they did the tapings right afterwards in
in Blackpool, in the same arena.
They
do the Ring of Honor deal.
Yeah, time will tell on that. But we had Nigel McGuinness and Vic Joseph on commentary for this.
God, the drastic commentary style when you listen to Vic and Morrow is astounding.
You mean Vic and not? Oh yeah. I know.
It's like, oh my God! Like it's not even that he's that bad. Like he's obviously gotten a lot better. But jeez, man, it's like.
Well, I've said this before. Like, one of the problems about NXT UK and NXT, like watching them back to back, is you just notice how not trashy he is, but how not. I don't know. I don't want to say not good because he's good, but
he's Michael Cole.
Yeah,
there's no other way to say it. He's Michael Cole. Not to say Michael Cole is bad. Actually, I feel like Cole is even better than Vic. Yeah. But he's early 90s Michael Cole. That's the best way I can describe him. He's getting better.
Yeah.
but he's going to be like Michael Cole. He's not going to get any further than how Michael Cole is now. And a lot of that has to do with he's getting screaming in the air. Although I have not heard Michael Cole's commentary style since Vince has supposedly left, so I have no idea how he is now. But my God.
Yeah. I mean, he's still. I like Nigel too, because I like it when he's a heel, but he's also play-by-play at the same time.
Well, he has to be because he's carrying Vic in a way, because Vic is still very new.
And I like to when he puts a move on, he'll explain why the move hurts. So I
like him. I like him in that role.
And it explains like what he should do to get out of the move too.
Quite honestly, I think they missed the boat on not hiring Dave Bradshaw, especially now that Defiant's gone. Like that guy.
He's the guy that is he the guy that commentated Pac versus Adam Page at that indie?
Yes, yeah, he is. He's incredible. He's fucking awesome. You need, like, after that performance, scoop him up before AEW scoops him up, because
I know
he would be phenomenal in UK. He'd be phenomenal there.
And he knows he knows everybody probably too. So
he knows everybody. He knows how to call the moves. He's honestly like a British Excalibur. He's a British Morrow. Yeah. Like that guy is right on par with Morrow. That guy should be your head commentator. You should pay him as much money as humanly possible to get Dave Bradshaw into the NXT UK broadcast team. I've been saying this for years now, since it started. Well, not years. It's only been around for a year, but for months.
Yeah.
Actually, 4 years since the brand was even announced that it was going to be a thing. Like I said, get Dave Bradshaw. Because this guy is so talented at his job.
No, 3. Because it was announced at the end of 2016.
True. So, I highly recommend get him. And if you still want to keep Vic Joseph, that's fine. But make him a babyface commentator.
Yeah.
That would be the one thing I'd recommend. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just
I feel like the only reason he's doing this is because Mo probably couldn't do it because it's too much travel for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he's homebound in Orlando all the time. He doesn't have to go too far and all that. But my God,
he couldn't do you. No way.
But it's like at least get Bradshaw, dude.
Yeah,
like, Bradshaw's fucking incredible. Like, he was awesome in the Pac Hangman Page match. He was awesome in the Kirby Joseph Connors match back in WCPW days. He was fantastic all around. Actually, I'm sorry, he didn't even call that match in WCPW. That was actually JR and Jim Cornette with Alex Shane.
I wish they could have gotten JR, but obviously JR probably doesn't want to travel to the UK every week at his age. So,
well, yeah.
I think it sounds like he's like he can't travel. But if I was 60 years old, I wouldn't want to be traveling to the UK.
No. I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah. But anyhow, let's talk about the actual show itself. Episode 56 was a good episode, but it was definitely a filler episode that we needed for
100%.
And also, you can check my because I also reviewed this episode on Aftermatch Wrestling on NXT Pody with Christopher Mace, Stephen Osborne, and Jerry Slaughter. So there you go. So you can check out my opinions on that. You still have to unquit that group too. You're gonna look like that's the biggest loser when you unquit. Like,
yeah, oh my God, I feel so stupid for doing that. No one expected that he was gonna just leave.
I don't know what's going on, but he has some weird back. Okay, he has some weird back.
Oh, that's just my Xbox, probably.
But yeah, starting off, we had Mark Coffey with Wolfgang ringside versus Flash Morgan Webster with Mark Andrews ringside. This was Mark Andrews and Flash Morgan Webster having to prove themselves, so that way they could get into the NXT UK Tag Team title match at NXT. Right. They had to win this match, and they had to win the next match on the next episode. Really enjoyable match. I thought it was, pretty good. I don't remember a lot of it because it's been 2 weeks. So you want to kind of chime in because I don't remember as much.
I don't really remember it much either. What was the match again?
Mark Coffey versus Flash Morgan.
Oh, actually, I like this match. Mark Coffey versus. I'm sorry, if I'm getting
Flash
blanking.
Morgan Webster.
Yeah, Flash Morgan Webster was contrasting styles. One's a high flyer, the other one's like kind of a hard nose hitter kind of guy, and always delivered like the heavy artillery when it came to like the striking game in Mark Coffey. I thought his strikes in particular were actually very stiff. He was laying everything in. It looked like a fight. And then you have Flash Morgan Webster, who's playing the excellent, he's playing the babyface. Ironically, his gimmick feels like a heel, but since he's teamed up with Andrews, it's been great because he really could show like how good of a babyface he really is, and it showed in this match how he made his comeback and just the way he sold everything. I thought was pretty good. He's getting better too. That's the best part. He's getting better. He's already charismatic as hell. I feel like if WWE wasn't, I mean, WWE probably is better right now, but my God, like this guy could have made it somewhere in the Attitude Era with this gimmick. Especially like if a guy like William Regal can do something worth note, he could.
I bet William Regal's the one. I bet William Regal's the one that signed him too. Honestly,
sure. I am absolutely sure of it.
But yeah, the match was fairly good.
Long story short, they ended up winning. They ended up winning against Mark Coffey in an upset. I believe it was a
roll up.
It was a roll up that secured pretty much another chance because then they had to fight the Grizzled Young Vets in another match.
Yes.
But in order to get into Cardiff. But yeah, this match really kind of showed what this triple threat tag, they're obviously building to a triple threat tag. And I think it was great. I thought it was a great way to kind of build up the underdog story when it comes to Andrews and Flash Morgan Webster. So thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I gave this a thumbs up. And I enjoyed it. So there you go. It was Flash Morgan Webster's first match back too, because he had been out due to injury actually for a while. So they hadn't really been doing the tag team for a while because Flash Morgan Webster had been hurt. So there you go. Then we had a Toni Storm interview. It was very awkward. She comes up.
Jesus, this was cringe.
Yeah, she comes up.
Oh my God.
She comes up and all of a sudden is like having a good time with Wadsy, and she's like, "Let's go to UK together" and all this stuff. And then when Kaylee Ray gets brought up, she's really doesn't have a lot to say. I guess the storyline is
yeah. So in fairness, the storyline is that Tony and Kaylee Ray have been best friends, I guess, up until recently, and that's a great story to tell. And I understand why they did this segment. Here's the problem. They had the in-ring segment on the very next episode, and this segment before that, when honestly it should have been inverted. Yeah. Because you just have this backstage interview, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
At first glance, and it doesn't make any sense. If you didn't invert it, this would be a whole different story.
Yes, exactly.
So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, it was awkward. Then Jordan Devlin's getting interviewed.
Oh, Razzie. Also, Razzie's hair is as frizzy as ever. He ever becomes a wrestler, like how OSW Review does the Kane Frizzometer.
Yeah.
He already has it. He's already at 100%, 24/7, 365.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Also, too, something we got to talk about, the win announcer they have for UK, I don't know his name off the top of my mouth, but he's excellent, I think. He's
actually really good. He's probably the best ring announcer in WWE, actually.
Yeah.
But,
I really wish he would do NXT, because I don't think Alicia Taylor's cutting it in NXT, so.
She's not. Holy crap, she's not. It's like every female tries to be Lillian Garcia.
Yeah.
You can't be Lillian Garcia. There was only one Lillian Garcia.
Yeah, exactly. Then Jordan Devlin is getting an interview, but before he can say anything, we have a bunch of commotion going on backstage, and Rhea Ripley and Piper Niven are getting into a brawl that has to get broken up. This was pretty good, nice way to keep the storyline going, but the
Poor Jordan Devlin is just looking on like, what the fuck? He
Yeah.
couldn't give a fuck. It's just like he just looks there. He's like, oh, these women are gonna.
Yeah.
Love how I'm just gonna get cut off, and we're planning this. Oh, fuck it then.
Yeah, I bet he's pissed off too because he's upset that he's not getting any shine in NXT UK, and all of a sudden now, like, can't even get 2 words in of an interview. So,
jeez, poor guy. And then Rhea Ripley and Piper Niven have a big girl fight.
Yes.
It was a nice big girl fight.
It was fun. I thought it was a nice way to continue the feud. The problem is though they've been continuing. This feud's been going on since like.
Who's the babyface and who's the heel?
Rhea Ripley's the heel. Piper Niven's the face.
How funny is that? Because rumor has it that apparently the challenger for Shayna Baszler's NXT Women's title is Rhea Ripley or of some kind. So at least that's the rumor. I don't know. That's what people told me.
Well,
so what I'm saying is,
if that's true, then it's a spoiler for this week, but it's really not that big of a spoiler. They're having a match, not like in the Tapins in Coda, if you know the dog match. That will probably be the main event. And if that's true, Piper Niven's probably going to win, and that would be like her last match before she heads over to NXT itself.
Okay, I would think that would be the case. Hopefully it doesn't happen on the same week, because that would be awkward.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I like the brawl, but like I said, this feud's been going on since basically WrestleMania week, and it's kind of
it feels like it's been going on forever, hasn't it?
Yeah. So, there you go. Any thoughts you have about this, or?
They had a big girl fight.
There you go. And then
this is how you do a. By the way, this is how you do a backstage brawl or pull apart brawl of any kind. Take note, Becky Lynch and Charlotte.
Yes. Then we had, I thought a pretty good match. It was Kenny Williams versus Travis Banks. Before
Travis
the match,
Banks looked awesome here, and Noam Dar was on commentary, and he was just a fucking pompous prick, and I loved every second of it.
Yeah. We did. And I kind of liked it too, because Kenny Williams and Noam Dar, you didn't know because you didn't miss these shows, were feuding during the Download Festival tapings, and they just finished off their feud. And now he's starting to feud with Travis Banks, so I thought that was pretty cool. And this match,
this match should be a barn burner whenever they have it. Hopefully, it's at the, hopefully it's this week's. But this was an awesome way to kind of set up this feud.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was cool. I think Travis Banks just wins with the Kiwi Crusher. They had an awesome match, like, just in general, because it's Travis Banks and Kenny Williams.
Yes.
But yeah, Travis Banks, persistent striker, hit him with the Heavenly Slice or whatever they called it. And the Kiwi Crusher.
I think it's the Slice to Heaven.
Slice to Heaven, right.
Yeah.
And he won with the Kiwi Crusher.
I love the Kiwi Crusher. That looked like an awesome finisher.
I could not understand all of what Noam Dar said, but he basically was haphazardly. He was crediting Banks, and then he would be sarcastic about it.
Yeah,
that's what I got out of this.
You probably don't know this. I forget if it was this show or the next show. They all having Travis Banks and Noam Dar all having a match at NXT UK Takeover Code.
Which is great.
Yeah. Because
we hope and pray that Travis Banks is not get assaulted by somebody this time.
There's a joke that me and Chris Dodd have that Travis Banks is a big loser because he can never even make it to the win and have a match, and he always gets hurt.
Jeez, man. Yeah, it was not doing Travis Banks any favors. Hopefully
you're gonna see it in the highlight. You're gonna see it in the highlight reel of Video 2000 because it was funny.
I'm sure it was.
And something I think that's gonna happen. Obviously, we're not at the predictions time, but I'm thinking Kenny Williams is gonna go heel and join up with Noam Dar, and they're gonna be a tag team because they kind of was setting
They
up.
look the same. That's why.
But they were kind of
Yeah,
setting that up for a while when Noam Dar wanted to take him under his wing, and originally Kenny Williams didn't want to, and he just Kenny Williams just keeps losing and losing, and he's just starting to get frustrated. So I actually think they should do it. I feel like if Kenny Williams goes heel, it would be a huge step up for his career because this baby faced in NXT UK ain't working unless he's going to 205. Then it ain't gonna work. So
yeah, well, if they beat Travis Banks, then just send him over to either NXT or 205 immediately. Because this guy he's gonna lose, and it's gonna do no favors to him either.
Does he fit the weight limit?
He looks like he fits the weight limit.
Then I'll let you talk about this match because you were impressed with it. Nina Samuels versus Isla Dawn.
Yeah, basically, this match was... Hold on, I got a fucking cat meowing to come in, of course.
Yeah, so I'll just wait for him to come back.
Every freaking night, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, hold on. So now I lost my train of thought.
Isla Dawn versus...
Yeah. Isla Dawn got a lot better since the last time I saw her. I remember I was giving her a lot of shit. And rightfully so. But yeah, she's drastically improved here. A lot of that probably has to do with the fact she was in there with Nina Samuels, who arguably probably is the better worker of the two. That being said, this match was still very good. Good TV match.
Yeah, she wins with the Nina Kuroshi. So there you go.
AKA the Ushigoroshi.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I don't know. Apparently, too, this is the third time they've had a match, and man, Isla Dawn's stock in NXT UK just fallen tremendously. She went from challenging for the title to jobbing out.
Yeah, right.
So there you go. I mean, I think she should just be a heel, honestly. That gimmick just looks like it fits a heel gimmick a lot better.
Yeah, and she should probably be either teamed up with Nina Samuels or Jenny to go for the frickin' women's tag. If they're even doing the women's tag on all brands like they said they were going to do.
I forget, when we did the women's tag, who did we have Isla Dawn team up with, or do you not remember?
I don't even think we had Isla Dawn team up with anybody, but...
I think we forgot about Isla Dawn. She didn't get to be a part of history.
Oh,
we left her out of the loop. Sorry.
Get good, scrub.
Anyhow, then Sid Scala and Johnny Saint were backstage, and they announced a last man standing match between Joe Coffey and Dave Masters because of the match episode. I'm excited about that. That would be that's gonna be a hell of a last man standing match.
Yep, I cannot wait for this. This is gonna be dope.
Are you coming over Christmas for Cardiff too? Or?
Yeah. We're gonna be coming over.
So we doing live reactions for that then?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. All right, then Walter's back. No, he's not backstage. He's having an exclusive interview at a wrestling school. This was something I've never really seen before. In a WWE capacity, anyway. So he's training a bunch of rookies who are wanting to break into the business, and basically he's just making their lives miserable. I did say I'm wondering if this was they took some notes from how Bill DeMott was treating the NXT Performance Center people, because I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, right.
But and this was a rib that they were doing on him.
Good. Isn't he back now or something?
I haven't heard about it, so.
There was rumors that he came back or something.
He just
oh God.
Pretty much, and I love too how the lighting was all gray, and how the eerie music they used for this too. And pretty much he's just making their lives miserable. He has one of them try to chop him, but because Walter's so big, it doesn't have any effect on him, so he chops him. And he sees someone that looks like the same size as Tyler Bate. And he's just
starts beating the shit out of him. He stomps on his head.
Yeah, and forces him to say that he's Tyler.
Walter is a scary man.
Honestly, I was scared when I watched this. He
is so terrifying.
Yeah.
This man is so terrifying. I don't think we've seen a man so terrifying since maybe the Giant in WCW.
Maybe, yeah.
Like,
no, Bray Wyatt.
Nah. Like, I feel like the Giant was more intimidating for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Like, up until he left WCW. Like, Walter, he may even surpass the Giant. Because it's like, this guy is just a brute. He's a freaking brute. And I love that they turned him heel and he has his own heel group now. Because this guy, like, as if he needed a group, he could literally take out the entire British Strong Style group by himself in a real fight.
He probably could.
Like, he could just fucking knock each one of these motherfuckers out, no problem, in a legit street fight.
But yeah, the guy finally says he's Tyler because he's having his head stomped in. What do you think he was gonna do? Like, and
I'm Tyler Bate. I'm Tyler Bate.
And he challenges Tyler Bate next week for a face-off. If I was Tyler Bate,
Adam Cole's looking at this is like, God damn it, why didn't I do that?
I know, yeah. Can you imagine, like, those guys, like, if he went to the school like Adam Cole went to, and those guys like would have like not like
they would have shit like, themselves.
I think they would have dropped out of wrestling school altogether. Like,
this guy's incredible, and he's a great promo too. Just no nonsense. He's going to kick your ass.
I didn't think he would be. I thought that's why he wasn't talking for the longest time. But he's great. He's great at the promos, like,
and he's great in English.
Yeah, he's better in English probably than his own language.
Yeah, right.
That's
real.
But yeah, I bet even though like these guys, you know, they knew it was kayfabe and stuff. I bet even these guys were like legitimately scared of this guy. Like, yeah, we're not.
I'd be. Are you kidding me? It's freaking Walter.
Yeah. Yeah, this segment this should have closed the show, honestly. Like,
I agree.
This should have like been the end. It was just scary. Like, it was scary.
It was a scary, scary thing to behold.
Then we had the main event. This is so I'm gonna let you talk about it because this is the first time you've seen Cassius Ohno wrestle since his NXT. Well, actually, no, you've seen him in NXT. I just want to know if you've seen any improvement. But Cassius Ohno versus Ilya Dragunov. Any thoughts?
Ilya is a madman.
Yeah.
Holy hell, this guy's a madman. Just in general, like, this is where I come to. It's like, I remember the Cassius Ohno from way back when. And it's not that he was bad here.
He had a 16-minute match, so...
He had a 16-minute match. And it's like, he got blown up, like, right near the end of it. Like, you could tell he's gassed. And Ilya Dragunov's just wrestling circles around this fool. Circles. And it's like, the guy can't keep up. And it's like, I know people are like giving this high praise, but it's like, I don't know. It's like I never understood the hype with Cassius Ohno in this current state. I could see the hype back in Ring of Honor in 2010. I could see the hype back in when he was in NXT the first go around. I can't see it now. I'm sorry. I don't see it. This guy has no cardio. He barely can keep up with the guys down there. I mean, sometimes he'll have a brilliant match, but half the time it's probably, you know, like, you got a guy like Johnny Gargano, and he had a great match with Gargano, and then you have to remember, this guy can have a great match with literally anyone. He can have a great match with a mop.
Probably.
Like,
you could have a great match with a porcupine.
I remember when Cassius Ohno used to be this kind of guy. I mean, he couldn't have a great match with it. He's not like, he was never the caliber of talent that Gargano is, as far as in ring. But he could carry his own weight. He can't even do that now. Quite literally and figuratively. You need, I don't know what he needs to do, but at this point, a trainer role. And oh, by the way, his T-shirt's hideous. His yellow T-shirt. Get rid of that thing.
I think that might be,
change it.
maybe that's the point, though. Maybe it's supposed to be hideous. It's not supposed to like the T-shirt. So, because I don't think that's selling any T-shirt. Anyone's buying that. So, but yeah, you know, I did enjoy some of the strength spots, like when Ilya Dragunov did the power bomb. I thought that Cassius Ohno didn't think he was gonna go up for it. So he obviously because Cassius Ohno is bigger than him and heavier, so he didn't think that he was gonna be able to power bomb him, but he did it anyways. I liked because Cassius Ohno had worked on the shoulder like the whole match.
Yeah.
So, he kept trying to do a clothesline like with the injured shoulder, but instead didn't finally learn and did it with his good shoulder. This is the first time he did the
he's good at selling, I'll give him that, but half the time I don't know if he's selling or if he's trying to catch his breath.
Oh no, I'm talking about Ilya Dragunov here.
No, I know, but like when Ilya was going in on him, I didn't know if he was gassed or what.
Oh yeah.
Especially towards the end.
And then he did the 6-1 line. That's the first time he pulled that out. That's
so cool in a way. It's so stupid. I'm gonna be honest. It's so dumb. Because and Ohno proved it because he just the minute he tried for the 6-1 line, boots him immediately.
Yeah.
But the second time he does it, he doesn't even do the same thing and hits the damn move.
Yeah.
And the problem is Cassius Ohno can't do what he used to do and hit the inside-out bump because he's so big. So he's taking a flat back bump, and it looked like there was like no power behind this lariat at all. But I love the move. I love that like he's just paying tribute to Ray. In reality though, I don't know how you can make this work. It's a cool move. It's like the rebound lariat.
Yeah.
The only one that really could do that probably really well is probably Nigel, because he always found a way to make it work where the guy did it when he least expected it. But it was like, I don't know. I like the move. I think the move is cool.
Then you have the finish. Cassius Ohno throws Ilya Dragunov like head first into the post, and then he hits the discus elbow.
To hand him his first loss. The minute I saw that, I was just like, Ohno didn't deserve this win. I'm sorry. I don't care how big he is. I don't care if he's the size of Killian Dane and Dragunov's the size, if not a little bit smaller than Riddle. This guy should have gotten the win on Ohno. I don't know why they ended this fucking undefeated streak on this random TV match with Ohno.
It was weird too, because I was even thinking too, like I was doing fantasy booking in my head, like this guy you could build up for Walter for a future UK title match, undefeated streak versus like undefeated streak, and it's all gone now. Like
and then that's when you could have blown it off where Walter beats him.
Yeah.
Instead, it's like nope.
So that's
I don't get it. I don't get. Maybe they're doing it for Dave Mastiff instead.
Yeah, maybe.
But it's like, even then, I argue the fact you could have had Dragunov, Mastiff, and Walter for the title in a triple threat. Undefeated versus undefeated versus undefeated, and one person was going to lose.
Yeah.
One person was going to get their shoulders pinned in the mat. Or you could do a Walter thing and have him pin both shoulders to the mat.
Oh, that'd be sick, yeah.
You know? But it's like they don't... I don't get it, man. It's like Cassius... Ohno didn't need this win. I don't know if he's undefeated.
No,
I don't think he is. So again, this guy should have won against Ohno. It made no sense. And if your logic is, well, it's not believable because Cassius Ohno is way bigger than Ilya Dragunov, then you shouldn't have booked the match to begin with.
Yeah.
This is some raw shit.
Well, the only reason I can come up with is his gimmick is that he's the best British wrestler and the only one that knows how to perfect it in the game. So you want to really prove that. But he's been winning and losing. So
So clearly that's a lie. Yeah. That is a lie. Because clearly the best British wrestler is Pete Dunne.
Yeah.
If it's not, If it's not Tyler Bate, it's Pete Dunne.
Yeah.
Pete Dunne was the longest UK champion and fought Americans and United Kingdom competitors. He fought all over the world with this goddamn title, retained all over the goddamn world with this fucking belt. This guy is the best pro wrestler in Britain. Not Ono.
He was also putting on like clinics, in Pete Dunne was too.
Pete Dunne is another competitor just like Gargano who you could literally get a great match with out of anybody. Out of literally anybody.
Even a porcupine.
Even a porcupine.
Because he can't touch the porcupine, so he'd have to find a way, and he'd find a way.
This was... The match was okay. It was 3 at best if you're going to rate it. I give it a thumbs in the middle. And that's being generous. That's honestly being generous, because this finish really killed it for me.
It was
I don't get it. I don't get it. Way too soon for Ilya to lose his undefeated streak. Because you could have had Mastiff go up against Walter, and Walter loses against Mastiff.
Yeah.
And then you could have done Ilya Dragunov versus Walter. Walter beats him, and then Mastiff beats Walter for the UK title, which I can actually believe.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't get why they ended it this soon.
Yeah.
It made no sense. And the guy was the most over guy. He was the most over dude in this entire match.
Yeah, definitely.
There was way bigger of a reaction in the match for Dragunov than there was for Ono.
Well, that could be too, because Ono's, the American heel, and
well, but he came in here, and he got the biggest ovation when he all of a sudden came in. Like, they loved him, and then they turned him heel, and it was another thing. It was like, why? This is already proven to be not working over in NXT. Why are you going to turn him here? It made no sense. You had a natural babyface in Ono. You could have just went with it. And hell, who knows? Maybe you would have been motivated to do cardio or some shit. But, oh my god.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't get Ono. It was a fine match, but god damn it, I'm sick of this guy. Like, this guy does not deserve half the wins he gets. Mainly because he does not try. I understand why Triple H got rid of him like all that time ago now. They didn't even put in the work.
Why do you put him back?
Yeah, right? Jesus Christ. And they put him against Bobby Roode for the NXT Championship. In his return match back.
Yeah. Notice he never really got much of a push after that, too. Like,
my god, he's fallen off a fucking cliff. Rightfully deserved, by the way.
I like, too, how he tried to make that a storyline where everyone cared about me, but all of a sudden these new guys started coming in and people cared more.
Because you got fat and ate yourself to oblivion, you bitch. Get yourself in better shape, get better cardio, and then maybe we take you seriously, you fat shit. And I know that's rich coming from me. I don't give a fuck.
You're not out there wrestling every week either.
I'm not out there wrestling every week. You don't see me in this fucking tank top going out there and trying to pull off some of the freaking clinics that Gargano's trying to have with you, carrying the weight of the match. Fuck me. This guy, just get rid of him. Honestly, just get rid of him. Either that or put him, I actually would say, put him on the main roster, because at least he could go a slower style.
Yeah. Wow.
At this fucking point.
James is actually pushing for someone to go on the main roster. Like.
Well, I mean, and it's a demotion anyway. Fuck me, I hate this guy. This guy's so bad. He's probably an amazing person. I don't know him personally. He's probably a great person. He's a horrible wrestler. He's now a horrible worker, and he is a far cry from what he was back in 2010 to 2014. A far cry.
Yeah.
Far cry from the Kings of Wrestling. A far cry from NXT before it was on the network. Get rid of this dude. Or put him on the main roster and get him off NXT. Entirely. This guy's weighing your brand down, and I don't understand why they insist on having him around.
Yeah. All right, letter grade for the show. I give it a B-. It was a good show, but it was really a filler show. They should have, put a little bit of a better show since this was like, 2 weeks out before. Actually, no, 3 weeks out before Coda. So I think.
Yeah, no, this was a filler show. I gave it a B-.
Yeah. Then we have episode 57, August 21st, 2019. It starts out right with a match. It's Fabian Eichner and Marcel Bartel versus The Hunt. I thought
this match was awesome. This match absolutely ruled. From the entrances all the way to the final bell, this match completely ruled. I love this match. I love these teams.
Yeah, I know.
You just have Primate and freaking Wild Boar just being animals, literal animals. And then you just have these no nonsense. I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna out wrestle you on the mat. Not taking into the account that these guys are wild animals and have the stamina of a fucking animal.
Yeah.
I love the psychology in this match. I actually really enjoyed this TV match. It was a fun TV match.
Very fun. I love that double drop kick they do in the corner, like when they have the guy trapped and they both hit it like one from one side, one from the other side. Like it looks really cool.
I love that. Yeah, that's a really innovative finish too. Take notes, Roman Reigns.
Remember too, this is a team that was thrown together and they gel so well as a tag team.
It's unreal how well they gel, isn't it? Holy crap! You would think that these two have been teaming for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
They could go in there and fight Red Dragon tomorrow, and they go toe to toe with them.
They went toe to toe with Orny Lorcan and Danny Burch.
Because they're so good. And I could not wait for that match. I still remember that match, and that match was every bit as good as I said it was going to be. They honestly probably should have put that on a dark match at TakeOver. That's how good that match was.
I thought it was, but I forgot it wasn't.
It was in Full Sail, and I don't get it. They should have honestly been. I love the new gimmick with them, where it's just they're literally Walter's guys, and you could tell they're his proteges, and they're just doing this. They're putting their hands behind their back and looking stern and mean, exactly how these guys should be.
And it's not like one of those things though, where there's just as lackeys or anything like that. They're actually proven they can be a well-forced unit in NXT UK. So I like that too.
And the funniest thing is, by the way, this group is actually Ring Kampf just added with Eichner. They had to call it obviously the Imperium because they can't go with Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
Because that would not go over well with national audiences. But
but yeah, they went with Powerbomb, or the Doomsday Device uppercut, I believe on Primate for the win. Makes sense because obviously you want to build the Imperium faction. They shouldn't be losing really that at all, honestly. So I actually liked it, and I think eventually we're gonna see a thing where Walter and Eichner and Bartel are gonna have the tag titles eventually.
And I also think that they should bring in a fourth title.
Yeah.
Because they have to. I would think maybe the European title.
And I think Alexander Wolf should be the first champion. So that way, but the problem is you don't want to do the same storyline you're doing because NXT is literally doing the same storyline with the Undisputed.
I would. Why not? Honestly, why not? You know why? Because you could build to a War Games match and people would actually pay to see it.
I think so.
Because the thing is with the Imperium, they're the uncool bad guys, but they get great heat. With fucking Undisputed Era, they're the cool heels and they're so over. So automatically, Era would be the baby faces in this situation. They honestly would be the baby faces in this situation. You can easily book this match.
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to see the match.
I mean, if you can book Kurt Angle and Triple H and Royal Rumble 2001, where Triple H is the de facto babyface because Kurt Angle looked like such a prick in the build to their match at Royal Rumble 01.
Yep.
And also the fact that Trish was, involved in that whole thing. And the fact that he was going out with Trish, I think at the time in storyline, and you had Triple H cheered, you could easily do this War Games match.
Yeah.
Easily.
Especially to having NXT UK stars showing up on NXT, where when it goes, because it'd be on the USA Network by that point, we maybe get like the people, because it's going to be
to get the network, yeah.
Yeah, because obviously,
and also keep people from unsubbing to the network.
Yeah,
because a lot of people only keep the network because of NXT.
Yeah, so. Oh, and if 205 goes too, then that's another.
Yeah, true. That's it though. That's it. And there's a lot more people that watch NXT than 205, sadly.
And NXT UK probably.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then Sid Scala's backstage. This is where he makes the match with Travis Banks and Noam Dar. I forgot about it for a second too. Honestly, too, I know he's the assistant, but let's be honest, he's really the one that's the GM of this show, because he's the one that knows.
Johnny Saint does nothing.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, say this shit for me. It's like, why even be on TV unless it's for a serious thing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he should be the Jack Tunney. And freaking, what's his name? I forget it already. Sid Scala. Sid Scala should be like the William Regal.
Yeah.
Because it's like, he would show up a lot more than Regal. Has shown up a little bit. Actually, no. He's showed up as much as Regal.
Yeah.
And Johnny Saint shows up as much as Jack Tunney.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. Like,
and who the hell? Why is he the? I love how they do this to authority figure deal. Why are they the general manager and the assistant general manager? Yet on the main roster, there is the commissioner and general manager.
I don't know.
Consistency, people. I'm asking. I know it's a lot from WWE, but I am asking for consistency.
Yeah, I know, it's weird. But yeah, I wonder if Johnny Saint just. I don't know why he's there. Like, if he was there for names.
He's there, like, just here to watch the match. Maybe he just makes the matches, and he's just like, I want to see these two beat the shit out of each other. Give me a beer.
Yeah, like.
Maybe that's what he's there for. I don't know.
He doesn't even make the matches because he thinks they'll be good. Like, he just makes the matches just so he can watch them, not because he thinks not because he's thinking of wins and losses or anything. Maybe he's just the fan, and Sid Scala is just the one actually like doing the job and stuff like that too. Like,
yeah, because he has to be like, dude, what? Maybe he's Vince Russo and Sid Scala's Jim Cornette, and he has to try to make this shit make sense.
Right?
Johnny Saint, you fucking idiot. You are a fucking cunt. Why are you making this match when you shouldn't have the match to begin with? Why is Ilya Dragunov losing to Cassius Ohno in the main event of NXT UK? It's like when Sting and Hernandez was in the main event of TNA and Cornette fucking destroyed and ripped Russo apart. You shouldn't have the match to begin with. You should not have Sting beat Hernandez. You should not have Hernandez beat Sting.
Oh, that's great.
Christ, that would be amazing. Can we please get that? That'd be hilarious backstage segments.
Yeah, because eventually I think Sid Scala is just going to be the full-on GM.
Yeah, right.
Itself.
Maybe. Well, I know he has some name value in NXT, right? With Johnny Saint. Maybe he was just the initial GM to give it some buzz.
Yeah, maybe.
That might be the reason why. Because I know he retired, believe it or not, like in 2010. It was not that long ago that this man was in a ring.
Yeah.
So.
Then Walter's supposed to get interviewed. Not Sid Scala. Radzie's like hyping him up, and Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel walk into the room, and they say that like Walter's not gonna have an interview at this time. He's gonna save it for Tyler Bate. And then we see a bunch of commotion go down.
I love this.
Yeah, and
they did not reveal who it is yet.
Yeah, and we see someone like take out Fabian Eichner and Marcel Barthel, and we see. I'm just gonna point this out because this is a nice little touch. Someone with a tattoo on their leg, just to because obviously they use this later. So, and they have like sneakers on and stuff. So
Because you got to remember, Pete Dunne has a tattoo on his leg as well.
Yes.
Because nobody ever pays attention to the fact that fucking what's his face has a tattoo. Trent Seven has a tattoo on his leg. No one knows that. They just see he's a great wrestler with a mustache.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I thought this was great. It sets up the main event, and yeah, I liked it a lot. So any thoughts you have about this backstage segment?
Just thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thumbs up all the way.
Then we had Kaylee Way versus Chags. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but
this was a squash.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
One with the Widow's Peak. And afterwards, she talked about how she's going to make Toni Storm's life a living hell, and she's going to win the NXT UK Women's Championship at NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff. And she's just talking shit about Toni Storm, and then Toni Storm finally comes out, and Kaylee Way basically does exactly what she said she was going to do, and makes Toni Storm's life a living hell. She basically brings up all the personal shit, saying that you're the reason that we don't talk anymore. You're the reason that your family none of them talk to you, which I don't know if that's true or not, because that's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's like I don't even I guess the whole idea was to make her a legit babyface to feel sympathy. Yeah. And poor Tony's just getting grilled. It's just like.
And then Kaylee Way says, she goes to say what the reason her father left her, but Toni Storm slaps her in the face. It kind of didn't make it. What didn't make any sense here though is she's just sitting there and letting her talk all this shit and doesn't slap her, and you're kind of
kicked her in the fucking vag.
Yeah.
Jeez, man, that was just any normal human being would have done that.
Yeah, but I like this though. It was a nice way to really make the feud interesting, and I was waiting because she said she was gonna make her life a living hell, and we were 2 weeks away from NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff, and she really hadn't done that yet, but now she has. And I like this because this is mind games, so that way Kaylee Way can win the title.
And honestly, she should.
Yeah.
My God, she has to. Because I gotta tell you, I don't know what it is about Toni, but I don't know. She's a better chaser than I think she is a champion.
Yes.
She's not she wasn't horrible, but
yeah,
she has not had a memorable reign at all.
Especially, I feel too what it was too is she didn't have a lot of credible heels to go against. It was
Ginny, it was shitty fucking heels.
Yeah, Ginny.
To be honest, Ginny the fashionista.
Yeah.
And
then it was Nina Samuels.
There's a lot more credible baby faces that you can go up against, including Toni herself.
Yeah. Especially
you can have Candy Floss, Zaya Brookside, and a bunch of other women go for this belt. The best title
defense she actually had was when she faced Bianca Belair and Nikki Cross at Worlds Collide. That was the best one she had, I think.
Yeah, honestly.
Because the match with Rhea Ripley was a disappointment, the rematch when she defended the title, because it happened in a WrestleMania crowd it was a Royal Rumble access crowd that didn't care about it because they wanted to see the, other wrestlers. So
yeah, of course. Because main roster does not like proper wrestling.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I put myself in their shoes, though, if I had a chance to meet Triple H or something and NXT UK was on, I think I'm picking to meet Triple H over that. Let's be honest.
Yeah, still.
But anyhow, this segment was, I thought, a thumbs up, though. Did you think it was a thumbs up, or?
I thought it was a thumbs up. It was fine.
I wonder if they're going to add a stipulation. I mean, they didn't.
I think they should. I think there should be a street fight, and I think this should actually main event the next takeover.
Not a street fight, because they already have a last man standing match, but I think maybe a stipulation where if Toni Storm gets counted out or disqualified, she loses the belt, because...
No, I don't like that trope. Just have a standard one-on-one match, and then if it gets heated, have the rubber match or whatever, be a freaking street fight or something in the next takeover.
I'll let you talk about this. Dave Mastiff and Joe Coffey's like feud video package.
I love this.
Yeah.
It's just going to be two big men going at it and beating the crap out of each other. And I really hope this is going to get Gallus back into winning ways. Unless, like, because I don't see Coffey beating Mastiff, but hopefully even if he loses here, that means Coffey's will win at TakeOver.
Oh yeah, Gallus.
Because Gallus needs to be in the feud with British Strong Style and the Imperium. They need to be in this feud. Because if they're not going to do Imperium versus Era, I would highly suggest they do another War Games match with the three of them, like 3 teams.
Yeah.
Like they did with the first War Games match, because that would be awesome.
So you would have to put Pete Dunne back in NXT UK for a few weeks, probably. Then
that's fine. That's fine. It needs to happen though, because I feel like, because I don't even think Pete Dunne's gonna be in NXT for the foreseeable future. I think that was just a one-off because they just needed a guy to kind of be the fall guy.
Yeah.
So.
And that's not a bad thing either, because it's not like he looks weak being the fall guy either.
Yeah, no. He took like a shit ton of moves. So.
And they also had the match won up until, Velveteen Dream, so.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, I like this a lot.
This is great. Thumbs up.
Yeah. I mean, it's just basically, rehashing the feud and such. I mean, they said other stuff, but just go watch it, so. Then we had
we could recap it, but you better watch it.
Yeah.
To get a better understanding.
We have a vignette for Oliver Calder. He debuted this week, so there you go. We'll review that this week. I was, thought his vignette was fairly impressive. So
yeah, thumbs up. Don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Then Jordan Devlin gets interviewed, and he's upset because he hasn't been given many opportunities in NXT UK, even though he's had like show-stealing performances.
Love this.
And show-stealing matches. And then Kenny Williams comes up and says, why don't you stop talking about what you have done and start actually doing stuff and face me in the ring next week, which was this week's episode.
And then Radzi just tries to continue with the interview, and then Devlin with just this straight-ass look just goes, I fucking hate you, Ramsey.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, we could talk about someone that's improved. Jordan Devlin, man. How much
man. Talk about going from green as goose shit to like one of the best things about NXT UK. Holy hell, this guy has had he had a match of the year candidate with Pete Dunne.
Yeah.
Earlier this year, he has just been having great promo after great promo. He had an awesome match with Finn Balor, his trainer. This guy is just on fire right now. I'm shocked he's not being utilized more often. Honestly, if they're gonna do a thing with Noam, I honestly feel like they should do Devlin, Williams, and Dar.
Yeah, the triple threat
as a faction. I mean, you could do a triple threat. I don't know, but if you said Williams was probably gonna go with Dar, so why not add Devlin to it?
It's I'm predicting it. That's what I want to happen. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. So, you
never know. I feel like either way, just have Devlin in the mix somehow.
Well, I'll say this: if they put in a mid-card champion, if Alexander Wolf isn't going to be the first champion, it definitely should be Devlin.
Oh yeah.
Devlin or Alexander Wolf. So,
that it probably Wolf first, and then Devlin turns babyface.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he could be a great babyface now.
Oh yeah, I think so
as well.
He doesn't need to. Plus, too, you need it because other than British Strong Style and maybe they don't have they have strong Mark Andrews is a strong baby face, but they don't have a big strong baby face. And then I think Devlin would fit that mold easily.
I agree.
Then and I guess Kenny Williams is just gonna go singles for the rest of his life. His tag team partner has just disappeared forever.
Yeah, right.
What I'm actually not going to complain about because I didn't really like that tag team anyways that much.
Yeah, who was it again? I forget.
Amir Jordan.
Yeah, Amir Jordan. I never understood that. If anything, Amir Jordan and Aston Smith should have been a tag team.
Yeah.
Or Amir Jordan and the Sings.
Yeah.
In fact, why aren't the Singh brothers in NXT?
Well, they're in 205, so.
Like, why aren't they in UK? Because there's no tag team division in 205.
Yeah, so.
So why aren't they there?
I don't have a
way. India is close to Europe than it is to the USA.
I don't have an answer for you, so that would make more sense because I mean they're good in 205, but if there's no tag titles, there's no point for them to be in there. So.
I agree.
Because I thought they would put in tag titles, but if 205,
of course they're not going to.
Yeah, unless
unless they merge with NXT and then they do it, but
yeah,
I don't see it happening any other way.
Because you could get some great tag matches with Orny Lorcan and Danny Burch versus the Sin Brothers, and the Sin
Brothers are actually a really awesome tag team too, and it's so sad that they have been relegated to jobber status when they should have been so much more.
I know, yeah, it's kind of like, they have to kind of basically re-establish themselves now after being with Jinder for so long. So
and now they're with fucking Arya Daivari. Is that really any better?
Well, I mean, it was just a 1 week thing. I think it was just a 6-man. So.
Still, why?
Yeah. All right, then I forgot to write this down. I believe this happens next. Walter and Alexander Wolf are backstage, and they're obviously upset that Fabian Aichner and Marcel Bartel got taken out, and they think it's Tyler Bate.
Oh yeah, too. This was right after he told Ramsey he hated him.
Yeah.
I love the chaotic feel of UK.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in UK. But yeah, Walter was bullshit, and so was Wolf.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that was and then we probably had the best match on the show. It was James Drake with Zach Gibson versus Mark Andrews with Flash.
This was amazing. Holy shit, this was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't James Drake because he can never talk because he never needs to
talk. He's with Zach Gibson.
Yeah. When we do a year-end awards for NXT UK, spoiler alert, Zach Gibson's winning best mic work of the year probably.
Oh my god, yeah.
But yeah, this was an awesome match. Mark Andrews gets the win with the Stun Dog Millionaire because he forgot about rule number 5. Don't suplex Mark Andrews.
Here's the other thing that was happening too. You forget that Gallus come out.
Yeah.
Mark Coffey and Wolfgang come out, and they're just
they're basically trying to screw over Andrews and
Gibson. I don't know why they decided to make it harder on them.
Yeah.
But maybe they think it's a better advantage to have another team in there than it's just them versus Gibson and Drake. And honestly, I could see why they did this because it probably makes sense to have a babyface team in here anyway, especially if they're Welsh boys.
Yeah, because they went in their hometown. So I honestly think, too, what's happening here is I talked about it with Stefan and Jerry and Chris Mace. Andrews and Webster are probably taking the fall in the match, too. So that's probably why they don't want to. They don't want Grizzled Young Veterans or Gallus to take the fall, lose probably. So
because they can't afford it.
Yeah,
really. I mean, Gibson and Drake can kind of afford it, but Gallus absolutely not.
No,
Gallus absolutely can't take the fall.
Especially if Joe Coffey's losing Saturday. So
true.
And then that's not the end of the show. Vic Joseph and Nigel McGuinness, they kind of cut to them for a bit and they're breaking down the face-to-face segment.
By the way, before you continue, holy shit, how tall is fucking Vic Joseph?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ, he's huge compared to Nigel, in height.
And all of a sudden, we hear the fans just cheering all of a sudden, and Trent Seven hops over the guardrail.
He pulled the Seth Rollins, and he's like, I want Walter!
Pretty much. Because this is the first time he's been seen since he's been taken out by Walter. I'm assuming... Because you didn't see that episode.
I've seen
it.
Okay.
So basically, everyone's supposed to think you're a dumbass for wanting to call out Walter when it's going to be 2-on-1, but there was a plan here. So Walter and Alexander Wolf come out, and Tyler Bate pops up behind him and waylays him with a steel chair, and basically Mustache Mountain just Mustache.
Oh, hell
Out
out of these fools.
They and we find
Except
out
for Walter actually looked like he was going to get a comeback, but nope.
And we find out that Tyler Bate actually was the one that was taking out, Imperium. And it wasn't like a thing that happened that made Imperium look stupid. The fact that they were getting taken out, like it wasn't like that scene in Nexus thing they did like way back when.
They took what Mia Yim did with the horsewoman and copy pasted it here, and it actually worked a lot better.
Yeah,
because no one knew it was Yim. Everybody knew it was Yim. No one knew it was Bate.
Yeah,
or at least not a lot of people did.
Yeah, I would have reversed it though. It had to be Trent 7 because that would have been better.
True, I agree, but still.
But Tyler Bate, takes out Alexander Wolf, and then Tyler Bate hit the jumping clothesline on. That's really what the wheelbarrow clothesline is, honestly. But he just jumps. That's really a wheelbarrow clothesline to me. But that's besides the point. And he hits the Tyler Driver 97 on Walter, which
this was an ungodly amount of strength.
Yeah. Now I would have saved this for Takeover, and maybe they wanted. I'm honestly not mad because obviously we pay for it anyways, so it's not like at least I do anyways. So I pay for this anyway, so it's not like you're really getting robbed if you wait. And plus too, Tyler Bates probably not winning, so this is like a chance for him to get his final act of revenge before.
Yeah, true.
So, and it just worked. Really, I thought it was great because this it's a bit of a spoiler, but this is the last thing they officially do before NXT UK Takeover Cardiff, because the next week's just a video package. But this is the last thing they physically do together before Cardiff. But
which is fine.
Yeah, because they don't think they didn't need to do. That's what I like about NXT and NXT UK and stuff. If they don't need to go any further with the feud, they won't do it. So
they don't need to.
That's the problem with the WrestleMania Women's Main Event. They did way too much to build up. Honestly, too much build up sometimes is a problem too, in a way. I know it sounds
they had that brawl, and that brawl should have happened in the main event.
Yeah. So
that's all.
Yeah, Tyler Bate stands tall. And I liked it too because it was a chance for Mustache Mountain to even get revenge because and it kind of shows too because everyone thinks because I was starting to think this too, the old god of NXT UK was starting, and this gives people hope saying that the old god isn't dead yet. No idea what happens. But I thought the show was great actually. I might say fantastic. It was basically flawless.
Yeah, I agree. This was a A+ show to me. There was nothing bad or offensive, and everything was awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Honestly, I can't really say what happens on this show because you haven't seen it yet, but this really should have been the go home show.
Honestly, I agree. This probably should have been the go home show.
I wonder what happened.
I feel like nothing's gonna top it, even if they tried.
They should have taped. I know they already had this already taped, but they should have aired this one this week. And once you see this week, you'll be this should have aired last week.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
So this is something
I feel like I'm probably gonna consider this the go home show, to be honest.
I mean, obviously it's a thing with NXT UK too. Maybe they thought because obviously I don't know. I've never taped a bunch of shows at once. So maybe they were
true.
Maybe they had to. I don't know. But it still worked.
It's UK. There's the answer. It's UK.
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy to tape a bunch of shows at once and hope. Maybe they were hoping this was going to be the go home show, but they're like, shit, we have to make this show the go home show now. So, this had to have been the last thing that they saw, the live crowd, anyways, because there's no way. Because the main events, of next week is Kenny Williams versus, Jordan Devlin. Like them and all, but there's no way that was the last thing that the live crowd saw.
No way. I think they did that. Maybe that's what they intended on doing.
Yeah.
But I think that's a mistake. But that's just me.
But anyhow, that's all the NXT UK stuff. except this week's episode, but we're saving that for. I was gonna say, want to just do it now, but you haven't seen it, so.
I haven't seen it. We'll have to do it tomorrow, but you'll see it.
Yeah, Crystal will be on for it, so.
Hey, well, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll have to do it, by the way, at like 9 tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I already have that set up.
Okay, cool. I'll make sure not to fall asleep this time.
Well, luckily, I was gonna say too, you have to be on the whole time now too, because we originally had a plan where you weren't gonna be, but now you're gonna be, because we're reviewing. Actually, so this can be the plug. By the way, tomorrow's episode's probably going to on the CM Brothers channel because.
Yeah, that's fine because you still have to do the thing tomorrow. Do you have time tomorrow to edit it?
I have a bit of time, but I gotta go get a haircut. I'm hoping to, because the thing is too, even if I finish it, like I'm not gonna, because I don't want to have my thing rendering while I'm on a Skype call either, because you know how that's gonna go. So.
Yeah, true.
Because you know.
Is your computer, but we'll figure it out, guys. You'll see it eventually. But anyway, yay, we did it.
I know, yeah. Actually, this ended up being. I thought this video was gonna suck because you just took a nap and was kind of impromptu, but I thought it came out pretty good. So.
Should I take a nap more often? Probably not. But yeah, it was fine. So anyway, yeah, NXT UK.
All right. So yeah, you gotta plug stuff because you're not gonna be
the last one.
Yeah.
So you guys can find me on YouTube.com. Shut up! I had a cat interrupt me.
I thought you just told your mom to shut up. Honestly.
No, I'd be crucified if I said that. Come here. You guys can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/user/jhebertside95. That's JHEBERTSIDE95. That will be linking you to my YouTube page where we will be doing live reactions for NXT TakeOver Cardiff. NXT UK TakeOver Cardiff, where you'll see Owen and a bunch of other people on. And you will also see All Out reactions, as well as, by the way, you will be seeing, if it starts early enough, because I know they operate on Japan time, I will be doing my own live reactions for New Japan Royal Quest. So you will be seeing all of that on the J Hebert Side 95 channel. Check that out. And also follow me on Twitter as the shows are going on live at J Hebert Side 95. This is going to be the biggest week in wrestling.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. These 3 shows are going to be the best wrestling all year.
And then obviously too, hopefully Friday.
Oh shoot! I forgot to plug my own show in that. Weymouth Youth Wrestling. YouTube.com/user/WYW Pride. Continue.
So like I said, Full Wrestling Fortune 44. Hopefully, Video 2000 will be out this weekend. I'm kind of hoping, but you know. The thing is, as I can't really do a whole lot of videos, like even if I get it up this weekend, so I'm not like in a huge rush. So, like if I get it up, I'd rather have it, be able to make videos afterwards in a way. So,
yes.
So there you go.
Hey, I'm Teddy Hart. I got a cat.
There you go. And then at some point, you're gonna see a retro wrestling review series of All In. We're supposed to have it up Friday, but we might record it Friday and upload it on a later date.
Yes.
Because I want to watch All Out to get myself hyped for not Double or Nothing. What's it called? All Out.
Yes.
And then, we'll be doing a channel update video soon and all that stuff. And subscribe to On the Talkinator because now me and my cousin at some point are going to be rewatching and doing season reviews of Breaking Bad since the movie comes out, so that will be fun. And then this channel for this video, and obviously the next rundown episode, but also tomorrow you will be seeing me and my cousin will be doing reviews for Red vs. Blue season 3 and the miniseries, which is called Out of Mind.
Out of sight. Out of mind. No, I'm kidding. Continue.
Yeah, so you'll definitely be getting that. Actually, no, it's season 4. No, it's season 4, not season 3. You already did season 3. I forget because
fair enough.
Netflix does it weird. They have the show all up in one season, and it's just stupid.
Well, there you go.
You would think Netflix is like Netflix is like this great thing when it comes to doing red versus blue stuff. It's like the network when it first came out. It's shit, but they call it volumes, and it's like they just put all the episodes into one thing instead of spreading them out. It's stupid. Stop it, Netflix. So, there's my rant on that. I mean, that's not the first time people have seen that rant on this channel. So
yeah, you've ranted about Netflix like 100 times.
I just realized, why the hell did I plug my stuff? I have to come back on here to the main roster stuff later.
Well, there you guys go. Bye.
So my stuff later on again. So
bye.
Okay, so me and Chris are back. It's 12:48 p.m. on August 29th, 2019. And now we're going to talk about everything main roster, basically post SummerSlam. So that's including Raw, SmackDown Live, and 205 Live. Yeah, pretty much we're just going to talk about everything every storyline pretty much that has taken place since then. And maybe any other like wrestling news that's come up. But yeah. Let's start with Chris though. Before we actually break all this stuff down, any thoughts you have on what's going on in the main roster? Like, do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's like in the middle?
If you would have asked me this a few months ago, it would have been in the middle. But I think like now, over the past month or so, it's really gotten better.
Yeah,
like,
I think
so. If you're
so.
watching every week, if you're not watching every week and you're watching every so often, you're not going to notice a difference. But for people like we watch it every week, so it's been like a progression over the past month or so. That's like it's gotten so much better.
I don't know. I feel like too, like since post Extreme Rules, it's been better.
It's been much better.
I mean,
it's
I don't want to say
enjoyable to watch now.
Yeah, I don't want to say too. It's like the perfect show. There's some problems I'm going to talk about, but it's not like dreadfully shit like every week now.
Yeah, it's not like in the grave.
Yeah,
ready to close the casket.
And I don't know if that has to, since we already talked about this. I don't know if that has to do too that Vince hasn't been there the past couple of weeks. Or that it's just better.
I think he's changing. I honestly think he is.
Yeah.
Like you can see some of the components on the show that are his.
Yeah.
But more and more you're seeing new and different things.
Yeah.
Especially with like SmackDown. Like
SmackDown's better.
Who ran over a Roman Reigns storyline. Like it's been compelling. Like it's been an awesome storyline. Where like they've actually for the first time in God knows how long, they've actually garnered sympathy for Roman Reigns. He's actually over as a babyface.
Yeah.
It's like surprising because he's been the most hated babyface in the company for years. But ever since he's come back from, leukemia, he felt leukemia and he came back from it. He's been like, even like post coming back.
Yeah.
He's been like super over as a babyface.
Especially too because he's not over Future now, like he was before he left. Like he's not on every week now. So, and even if he's on, he's not even on till like he's not all over the shows either. He's on sporadically.
The beginning. If it's Raw, it's mainly the beginning.
Yeah.
And if it's SmackDown, it's like he's in the big storyline, obviously with Daniel Bryan.
But yeah, we're basically going to talk about everything that's taking place. We're just going to go through each storyline. A lot of them will involve titles because Clash of Champions is coming up, so all the feuds.
A lot of title storylines.
Yeah, a lot of championship storylines. But yeah, let's start off obviously with the most important one, the Universal Championship. That's kind of taken of interest in, and this will obviously kind of involve the U.S. and the tag titles because they're all part of that same storyline pretty much. So after SummerSlam, Seth Rollins came out and he basically celebrated and relished about his victory against Brock Lesnar. And then the OC came out and they wanted to be the first ones up, mainly AJ Styles because he's the one that would be in the main event role. to challenge Seth Rollins for the title, so it led to a match later on in the show. And yeah, they had the match later on in the show, and it got thrown out because the OC got involved, and then Braun Strowman came out and made the save, and it looked like right there that Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman, like we're gonna have a feud for the title. So then AJ Styles after Raw on WWE.com exclusive challenged Braun Strowman for a U.S. title match, and that match got thrown out too. And then later on it was a Raw tag team title match. It was Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman versus Gallows and Anderson, and Rollins and Strowman won the titles. And then that this week on Raw, it basically was official. For the first time ever, 2 tag team partners are going to defend their Raw tag team titles and then fight later on in the night for the Universal title. I don't know if this is true or not, because this is one of those where you don't know if WWE's lying to you or not, because I feel like this has happened before. It's just
not like tag team championship wise, but like I've seen like Seth Rollins has done it, where he's defended his U.S. championship and his WWE championship in the same night.
But I feel like this is has just happened before. They're just not telling us about it.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember the last time that happened.
Yeah. It's just, they say something happened the first time so often that it's not true. You start to question whether it is true or not. So
yeah.
Then Braun Strowman, and then this week on Raw, Robert Roode and Dolph Ziggler won a gauntlet match, or a tag team turmoil match, but basically a gauntlet match to become the #1 contenders for the Raw tag team titles. And Braun Strowman had a U.S. title match this week, but the match got DQ'd, and basically he just beat the crap out of the OC. So as for what I think about all this stuff, it's okay, I guess. There's things I like about it. There's things I don't like about it. What I don't like about it is this is just done no favors to the OC, because they're getting jobbed out every week now, and it seems like. They basically lost the tag team titles when they didn't need to, honestly. They easily could have just had Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman, since they're like a makeshift tag team, just like fuck up by accident and then lose. I just don't really like the fact that it just kind of throws the tag team titles under the bus. And with AEW wanted to focus on tag team wrestling, it feels like, WWE should try to do that now more than ever. And this doesn't help, where you're just throwing together Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman, and they're a bit openly telling us that they don't care about the tag titles, because Strowman doesn't even seem to care that he's a tag team champion. He's just looking at the Universal Championship.
He cares more about the Universal title.
Yeah. And then also what I don't like about, I'm mixed on the Dolph Ziggler Robert Roode tag team, obviously because Dolph Ziggler's in it, so obviously I'm going to be mixed on it, so... But I like the fact is it gets Robert Roode finally doing something. How long that's gonna last, I don't know, because if Vince is still in charge, you gotta remember he's started a push with Robert Roode and then stopped it like in a week. So who knows how long it's gonna last? But they seem to gel really well as a tag team. I just don't think it was necessary to throw them together as a tag team. Mainly because they already have established tag teams that aren't getting used. So why would you take that away? Especially too if Gallows it made more sense for Gallows and Anderson to be in the tag team title picture, because they're already a team and they're dominant. So
and win the match,
and
win the fucking tag team turmoil.
Yeah, everything that happened with Ziggler, you could still put Ziggler and Robert Roode together, but don't have them night one already be #1 contenders, because then it just feels like force. Have them squash matches or something and actually progress them as a tag team.
I mean, I'm very indifferent about it. I rather Anderson and Gallows should have won the turmoil.
Yes,
because that just makes so much sense. Because now you're putting the pressure on Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman to retain their tag titles.
Yeah,
and also to wear them down enough to where, they're for the Universal Championship match.
Especially too, because it keeps the OC in a because now Gallows and Anderson just now look like AJ Styles lackeys, which is like the last thing you really want.
Well, they could have got involved in the main event, which I think is probably going to happen anyway.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it's just too, we have to see Seth Rollins and Dolph Ziggler feud again, and I'm all set with that. We've seen it, done it. Yeah. And like I said, too, it's...
The last time they had a prominent match, all they cared about was a fucking clock.
Yeah, right? So, yeah. I'm indifferent on the Universal title stuff. Plus, I don't really think you should be throwing Seth Rollins and Braun Strowman in a match together anyways. Just seems random. And it seems like a lose-lose situation because if Braun Strowman loses, it's another failed experiment for him. And if Seth Rollins loses, then what was the point of him? Like, he literally just went from beating Brock Lesnar to just losing the title a month later. I just don't think it's really beneficial for anybody. I would have done maybe like a triple threat match and thrown AJ Styles in there or something. Well, something different.
Yeah.
That way, because if AJ
someone has to eat the fall, and if someone has to eat the fall, AJ is probably the person to do it.
Yeah, but it won't hurt AJ if he eats the fall.
Yeah,
either.
exactly. It wouldn't hurt him.
Yeah.
Whereas it fucking murder Seth Rollins again and Braun Strowman again.
Yes.
Whereas Seth Rollins is kind of like the AJ's kind of like the third wheel in a way.
Yeah.
In this storyline, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm indifferent on this. There's elements I like, but there's also elements that I really don't like. So I know it's not no favors for the United States title because it's just basically filler for all this Universal title stuff. So
yeah.
All right, then we have everything going on with the WWE title, which I've highly enjoyed with Kofi Kingston and Randy Orton. A few weeks ago, the Revival and Big E and Xavier Woods were supposed to have a match, but Randy Orton came out and basically said that Kofi Kingston was a coward for taking the cheap way out to retain his title. So he challenged him to a 6-man, and the Revival won. And basically, Randy Orton said that he's going to take out everyone that Kofi Kingston cares about. And he did a plethora of RKOs on the New Day. And then on Raw the following week, he had the Revival take out Xavier Woods and forced Kofi Kingston to watch. And then Kofi Kingston tried to do the same thing, but the Revival could have ended that from happening. And then on SmackDown this week, Randy Orton read a fan letter, supposedly from Kofi Kingston's son Kai, saying not to hurt his dad anymore. So Randy Orton says he's going to pay him a visit at his hotel room. Says the same. What a coincidence! They're staying in the same hotel room. I bet Randy Orton. I bet he made sure they were staying in the same hotel room. He probably called up the hotel and said, "Hey, I was just wondering if my buddy's Kofi Kingston's family was staying here." That'd be funny. I would like to see that as a segment of him calling the hotel.
Convenient.
But Kofi Kingston was pissed, so he ran backstage in gorilla position and got beaten the shit out of by raping DDT on the concrete. So Big E was pissed. He tried to do something about it, but he failed. And he got taken out by Randy Orton in the Revival. So I like it. I actually like the feud. I actually like the group that they got going on with Randy Orton and the Revival. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I like the feud. Just the only problem I have with the feud is they consistently go, and this is just in general with anything. They're consistently going back to that whole I'm gonna hurt your family storyline. They did it. This is an exact ripoff of Samoa Joe and AJ Styles. And I wouldn't complain about it, but we just saw it literally last year. Literally, it was last year around this time we saw this storyline. So,
and it was also too, Roddy Piper did it years and years ago with Jimmy Snuka.
Yeah. So it gets old. It is getting a little old. And I do think Kofi Kingston's title run probably has to come to an end soon because he's starting to get a little stale with the title. That's not his fault. It's just, his feuds too haven't been that interesting, with Dolph Ziggler.
Post Daniel Bryan.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people say he's not really drawn to as a champion. I don't really think that's his fault. It's just that the product was so bad around that time.
I just don't. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
I don't blame that at all on him.
No. I mean, WWE said themselves the brand draws, not the champion. So,
yeah.
But what now too? They use that argument. I just like how fans will use that argument, but when it's the champion that's not drawing, they'll blame the champion. It's weird.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, overall, I think the feud's still good. What sucks about it is it doesn't seem like they're gonna add a stipulation. So if the match just gets thrown out again and gone to Hell in a Cell, that would be. Because also what's kind of sucked too is with no fault of his own, a lot of Kofi's matches with the title defense have been fairly disappointing. Because the matches with Dolph Ziggler sucked, and then the match with Samoa Joe was disappointing, and then the match with Randy Orton was highly disappointing. But like I said, it's no fault of Kofi Kingston's. And plus, too, it's also that problem where you have a champion who's chased the title for so long that sometimes the thrill of the chase is better than the title reign itself, and that's where Kofi kind of fell in. So
I mean, I like the feud that with the Revival and Randy Orton a lot. I think it's something new.
Yeah.
For the Revival to do, and it keeps them it keeps them interesting.
Yes.
Rather than just being like the same feud with the fucking Usos all the time.
Well, maybe they don't have the Usos right now too, so they had to kind of adapt to that too.
Yeah, but it's been interesting.
Yeah,
I like the team with the Revival and Randy Orton. It's a very they really work well together.
Yeah.
I love that flapjack style RKO.
Yes.
That finishing move is awesome.
Yes. And then the Intercontinental Championship has been fairly interesting so far. So we thought we were getting Shinsuke Nakamura versus Ali. Nope. They forgot. They're like, Ali, no thank you. See you later, buddy. Come to get.
Sorry, go back to being in the streets again.
Yeah, right. I love it too. Like, he even makes this promo recently saying they took this away from me, they took this away from me, and that promo they took away. They didn't have time to air it on TV. That was awesome. Like, yeah, they took away your TV time too, buddy. So
took away it all.
But they went in an interesting approach. So, as we know, Sami Zayn doesn't have the best win-loss record. If you go watch ups and downs, Simon Miller even has a Sammy tally now every time he loses, and I think it's up to. And he started it back in July, and I think it's up to 11 already because he wasn't on TV for a few weeks. So, that's funny. And so Sami Zayn, when he realizes he hasn't had the best win-loss record, I guess I got to be a manager now, so I can't lose ever. I know you don't make those jokes with Sami Zayn how he's a loser, but you'll make the jokes with Travis Banks and Jordan Devlin. Even though I bet Jordan Devlin
never gets championships.
Whoa.
Gets championship opportunities.
I bet Jordan Devlin's win-loss record this year is better than Sami Zayn's. I'm just saying.
Has Sami Zayn competed for a major championship?
Has he?
No.
So
therefore, he can't be the biggest loser.
Yeah, but Jordan Devlin's probably win-loss record. It's not about the matches you lose or win.
It's about the matches you fucking lose. He's lost championship matches. The matches that actually matter. He's lost them.
Alright, so I guess. Anyhow, we lost the kin of the win, so that mattered.
It's not a championship.
It's to be the kin. Now he can't be the kin. But anyhow, Sami Zayn basically wanted to have someone, I guess, have the same viewpoint as him and help express themselves. So basically, him and Shinsuke Nakamura are a team now. I really wasn't sure how to feel about it. It makes sense in a way because Shinsuke Nakamura's first WWE match in general was against Sami Zayn, so it does have that dynamic. It's just that they don't talk about that, so you can't really use that logic.
Yeah.
Which sucks. This is why WWE should talk about NXT in a way, because that logic would work.
I read something today that said that this pairing is supposed to be Jericho and Owens.
Yeah.
Where it's it leads to a big match at WrestleMania or something like that. But that's probably Meltzer who said, I didn't read it, but I didn't read who it was from, but they said that it could lead to a big match, a big blow-off match at Mania. But he doesn't think it will last that long, so.
Probably won't. I actually agree with him. I don't think it will.
But still, it's interesting that they're going with that route again.
Yeah. And then anyhow, so basically, Sami Zayn's basically going to be the mouthpiece for Shinsuke Nakamura, which I think makes sense because it saves Nakamura from having to talk, and Sami Zayn's great on the mic, so
especially this week.
Yeah,
This week he was hysterical.
They basically beat the crap out of the Miz, so then the Miz basically challenged him for an Intercontinental title match, and he got it. And
he's not going to win.
Yeah, and then basically they beat the crap out of him again, and Sami Zayn was just basically a hype man for Nakamura, just
jumping around, fucking. Oh my god!
I think this week sold me on the team up. I actually like it. It keeps Sami Zayn from losing, and it actually gives Nakamura something to do.
Makes him entertaining.
Yes.
He keeps him going on the mic.
Yeah. So I like it. I think it's good. And it gives the Intercontinental Championship some TV time because we need that. So I think it's quite good stuff. What about you? What do you think about it?
I love it.
Yeah.
Like, it's great. Like, at first I was like, okay, this is an odd pairing.
Yeah.
But, like, over the past, like, week or so, I've started to really like it.
Yes.
Like,
then we have...
going to be on the mic.
Huh?
Especially since Sami's going to be on the mic.
Yes. Then we have everything going on with the Raw Women's title picture, which is basically everything with Sasha Banks, because she's kind of the number one contender, basically. So the night after SummerSlam, Natalya came out and, basically turned face again. I did like that she said I don't have respect for Becky Lynch, because that wouldn't have made sense at all if all of a sudden now they have respect for each other. I did like she said, like, nothing changes now, so that's good. Yeah. But then she goes to talk about her dad, and of course, that's when Sasha Banks interrupts, which I still paused, but it's like, why? Why does the WWE continuously have to go there with the Jim the Anvil Neidhart and just death angles in general? Because once that happened, I'm like, don't do this. Do not have Sasha Banks attack her right when she's doing this, because that's what the direction they're gonna go with.
You knew it, and it was.
Yep. Because it didn't work, because Sasha Banks got cheered because she had been seen for so long. But yeah, I don't think they had this plan for like months and months, by the way, that Sasha Banks was gonna come back. I feel like the walkout was legit. Because you could say WWE worked us. With the way the product had been when she was gone, I don't think WWE was even that smart enough to even come up with something like that. So,
yeah.
I feel so that pretty much. I was kind of pissed too because I really wanted to see you in AEW. I feel like too that just because like we were literally 2 weeks away from that. So thanks a lot, WWE. Kind of had to ruin that. And we're gonna see if her coming back was the right thing, because obviously it's still early. Because she's being used well now. That's because just come back. So
yeah, exactly. Gonna push you to the moon right away.
Yeah. And I feel like too, it's gonna be like the same case with the with Mike Kanellis and with others who signed and nobody in the system. They're gonna use you the shit. So they'll try to keep you happy for a few months, and then once you're already kind of there, they could.
Yeah.
He was out there with half a foot running around. Like Carly Lloyd, she has 2 feet. She could probably do it. Just my opinion. I'm not a soccer expert. Let's try Sean in Western Mass. Go ahead, Sean. Oh, I dropped him. I'm sorry. I hit the wrong button.
Hello?
Hey.
100% my fault.
I'd say connection lost on my end.
Yeah, you're starting to like sound robotic, so.
Oh my gosh.
You're good now,
though. So then, she attacked Natalya, and then Becky Lynch tried to come out and make the save, but she failed. And we find out too that Sasha Banks was really, she has blue hair now, which I guess I like the fact that she got a new look. And then the next week, she was supposed to get an interview with Jerry the King Lawler, but there was bigger things to do than to fucking interview Sasha Banks. We had to get the Fiend over. The Fiend's sorry, Sasha Banks, but the Fiend's more important than
way
you
more
are.
important.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. And yeah, pretty much. That just kind of shows you right there, by the way, that's why it's kind of questionable if she made the right decision, because they cared more about getting the Fiend. I mean, obviously that's more important anyways, but they used that segue just to put the Fiend over rather than just have Sasha Banks come out. So anyhow, so basically then Sasha Banks did like an interview and basically didn't answer any questions. And then she attacked Natalia again, and this is where it's questionable because she basically said that you're gonna see your dad in hell or something like that. So that's just stop. Because Sasha Banks is a great heel. She doesn't need to go to these tactics to get heat because it's not gonna work. And then Sasha Banks explained all of her actions. She basically just everything we speculated. And it was a good promo. A lot of people think it was like straight fire. It was the best thing ever, but I think Kevin Owens' promo that he did when he shot was way better than that. So
Yeah, better.
It wasn't great. It was good. So it feels like just anyone that does like a shoot promo, everyone overrates it. It seems like that's just me though. Like if you're gonna compare this to like Kevin Owens' shoot promo, it doesn't compare at all. So and then basically Sasha Banks just beat her in a match, Natalia in a match. I like the fact that the match wasn't long; it was just quick. Because Natalia was hurt and such. And basically everything that Becky Lynch though said about Sasha Banks was true. She's basically the greatest performer that never was to be great because she's been used like shit for so long. So I like it too because it finally gives something fresh for Becky Lynch to do. So it's really still early to tell if Sasha Banks is going to be used better. Because it's still early. She could win the title and go on a losing streak. So I'm not getting my hopes up that Sasha Banks is going to be used better. And like I said, I'm disappointed because I wanted to see her in AEW. So
that wasn't going to happen. They would never have let her out of her contract.
Yeah. So it was just very disappointing. So there you go. What about you? What do you think of all this Sasha Banks stuff? No relation to Travis Banks either, which is also disappointing. So
I mean, I like it, but like, it's good that she's back. But yeah, I mean, it's been good so far.
Yeah.
I just don't know how long she's gonna last in the title picture.
Yeah, I know. Especially too, she basically just buried the women's tag team titles.
By saying that they're trash.
Yeah.
Even though clearly she said something different before.
Yeah. Get rid of them at this point now, because everyone's buried them every which way. So either get rid of them or just put them on NXT, because they'll be used a lot better there.
Or they've been called the Raw tag team, the Raw Women's Tag Team Championships from time to time.
Yep. So they don't even know the name of the title. So
they clearly don't give a shit.
Yeah. Then we have the SmackDown Women's title picture. It's fine. It's just basically back to Charlotte again. So there you go.
Back to Charlotte and Bayley for the 846th time.
Yeah. Because Charlotte Flair basically is claiming that Bayley has, made the title a joke because it's not prestigious enough. And honestly, I'm actually siding with Charlotte Flair because basically ever since the title's been on Bayley, it's been irrelevant. So Charlotte Flair's got a point. I honestly just
think also been irrelevant.
She's more relevant than Bayley is, though.
Well, not right
I
now.
honestly just think they should just put the title back on Charlotte Flair because Bayley's doing nothing with this title. And at least if Charlotte Flair has it, it'll go somewhere. So
they could have just kept it on Becky, but that's a novelty idea.
Well, just kept it on Becky and just since they did the wild card rule anyways, just have one woman's title because it's really pointless to have two at this point now.
SmackDown is just like SmackDown division's just like Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte.
The fact that two of the Alexa's Raw, but like even still, it doesn't fucking matter anyway. They're competing on both shows.
Yeah. So
It's just so frustrating.
yeah, it is. That's hopefully something that goes away. It doesn't seem like the wild card rule is going away anytime soon. So
They're planning to do a draft. That'd be permanent.
yeah, we'll see. Because they haven't promoted one yet. So then we have huh?
We'll see where this division goes.
Yeah. Then we have everything going on with the women's tag team titles. You could say they've been used better because at least it's on Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, who are on TV every week, so at least you're seeing the titles. The problem is they've just basically, blown through all the competition because they fought the Kabuki Warriors and retained and won, and then they fought Fire and Desire. So they've beaten all the teams they can face. So, I don't really know where you go with the women's tag because there's only 3 teams. So
really, there really is.
yeah, actually 4. I forgot the Iconics.
Well,
by the way, was I the only one was I the only one too that laughed that like basically they had no choice but to acknowledge the fact that Peyton Royce got married and they had to put they basically had no choice but to put it like Ty Dillinger's name and stuff but they have
Ron Arneal in parentheses Ty Dillinger.
Yep. It's kind of like
that made me laugh hysterically.
That was awesome.
I thought like they were gonna be like Peyton Royce marries some random guy, like just like Peyton Royce got married over the weekend. Congratulations, and not even mention fucking Sean Spears.
Yeah, right.
That was hysterical.
But then we have everything going on with the 24/7 title, and that's been very good. They R-Truth, the Raw after SummerSlam doing a match when it was the Revival versus Lindsay Dorado and Grand Metalik. Ran out and they did 24/7 title stuff. The Revival hit the heart attack and won it, so they were like the first co-champions, which was pretty cool. And then Kalisto hit the Salida del Sol on Dawson, and Carmella just put R-Truth on to Dawson, and he won the title back, and then he ran off. And I did like too. The Revival even said like, "Yeah, we got caught up in the Finn. This is just a joke." And then backstage, Elias cracked R-Truth right across the back with the guitar and won the title. So Elias became the champion. There is one thing I don't like about the 24/7 title where they just suspend the rules out of nowhere. Because it's not the how can it be a 24/7 title if you could just suspend the rules?
And the 24 suspended title.
Yeah. And I also but yeah, I continue with because Drake Maverick tried to win it one week, but he couldn't because the rules were suspended. And then like over the weekend at some point, he while Elias was recording a song, Drake Maverick tried to go win it, but Elias just beat the shit out of him. And I did see too, like he had to go back to his car, and Renee Michelle was not happy. He's like, yeah, she's gonna be mad. And I love too. I don't know if you saw it, like when he tried to pull out of the parking lot, it took him 5 minutes just to leave the freaking place. Yep. It was pretty fun. like the guy can't even drive properly.
He can't even drive. Not only that, he can't
consummate
his marriage.
Huh?
None of that. He can't consummate his marriage.
Yeah.
Now he can though because he won the 24/7 title.
Well, then no, there's more though. Then during Fox Sports opening ceremony or something, Elias was performing a song and R-Truth popped up behind him and rolled up Elias and won it, and then he ran away from Drake Maverick, which was funny, and he got body slammed into that dunk thing that you throw a ball at and you.
Oh, the dunk tank, yeah.
Yeah. And then R-Truth went from a panel of experts about I think college football it was, and he was talking to him and he tripped. I think he got tripped, I think, but the camera didn't show that. And he hit his head on the ground. And Rob Stone won the title. Is it Rob or Bob Stone?
Rob Stone.
Okay. Won the title from him, which is funny. Obviously this isn't it's.
We don't need a medic, we need a ref.
Huh?
We don't need a medic, we need a ref.
Yeah. I mean, this is funny too because it doesn't bury the title because it's not like he's winning the World Championship. So
it's meant to be a joke championship.
Yeah,
that gets people laugh and that gets people entertained, and that's what
and I like it too because from what I read, he's like a legit WWE fan, and this is publicity that WWE is going to get out of it because I'm assuming like when they did the panel show later on, he probably talked about it and said, "Hey, I won the 24/7 title." So, and then he got rolled up by Elias afterwards and lost it. I'm guessing he didn't want to take the Kato thing because I feel like if he was a legitimate wrestler, he would have been hit from the back with the Kato. And I did like it too. Like afterwards, like when Elias takes off and R-Truth, he just talks to Rob Stone and he's just like, "It's not so easy being champ, is it?" It's like it was funny. And then on SmackDown this week, while Elias was doing a segment, Kevin Owens attacked him, hit the stunner. And this is the one thing too I also don't like about the 24/7 title. I know like we talked about it how it's a joke title, but like why wouldn't Kevin Owens want to win the title? Like it doesn't make any sense.
He explained it on Twitter.
But it doesn't make any sense too. Like well, Roman Reigns will lay out the champion, and he could clearly win the championship. And
Well, Kevin Owens actually tweeted this out. Someone actually said like, "Why wouldn't you want the 24/7 championship?" And he's like, I have a family. I have 3 dogs and 3 cats. I have responsibilities. I can't worry about being rolled up by some dude while I'm dropping my kids off at school and enjoying a lovely night out with my wife. Congrats, WWE Maverick. Congrats, Drake Maverick. They'll have fun with all that.
Yeah, Drake Maverick won the title, and then we don't know if he's going to consummate his marriage because he could lose the title on Raw.
Might not make it till Monday.
Yeah, he might not even make. Yeah, he might not even make it till the rest of the today.
They're gonna do something on Raw with that championship.
Yeah. But like I said, so I like the title. Just the only thing I don't like is when they suspend the rules, because that makes no sense.
Yeah, but other than that, it's a great championship.
And the title's just ugly in itself. So, yeah. It's going to be defended too at Clash of Champions. I don't know if they're going to like do segments backstage or like a match. So
yeah, where they have like a. I mean, if they have a match on the pay-per-view, the rules are going to be suspended until after the match.
Yeah, but that makes sense because at least you're already defending the title. So
yeah,
I just hate it like like with like Elias who doesn't wrestle all night will just have the rules suspended. And why wouldn't?
Yeah, I hated that. Like
this is also the logic fail though. If a Shane McMahon can suspend the rules, why wouldn't he just suspend it forever while Elias is champion? Like
I know as long as Elias is champion,
yeah,
you can't roll him up. The title it's just indefinitely. So every time he loses the championship and regains it, those rules come back into effect again.
Yeah. It doesn't make any like it really doesn't make any sense. Like if Shane McMahon is suspending the rules when he wants to, why not just say, hey, I'm going to suspend the rules until, like, Elias can't lose it by a roll-up. You have to legitimately beat him in a match.
Yeah.
I get why, but it's just logic. You got to, it's a logic fail. Then we have, everything going on with Bray Wyatt. It's awesome stuff. He hasn't done a lot since SummerSlam, but I actually like that. Like, it keeps him fresh.
Special.
And, it's a character because he shouldn't be wrestling all the time. If he just wrestles every week, then the character's kind of pointless. So
yeah, it just ruins the character.
Yeah. But the fact that you don't see him a lot, we've only seen him really twice since SummerSlam. He did the whole ad where he like sold his block, and that proves right there that this gimmick's money because they sold out in like an hour. So, and then he attacked Jerry the King Lawler this week. I actually liked the Jerry the King Lawler attack too because Jerry the King Lawler showed that he had some intelligence. Because once when the lights went out, he's like, "Yeah, I'm out of here. I know what's about to happen."
I'm gone.
Yeah. But he still got taken out anyways, which is funny. But yeah, I like it. There's rumors he's gonna target Stin next, and I kind of worry if he faces Stin at the next Saudi show because I could see him losing because Saudi Arabia sucks, so they could dismiss it, but if he loses, like he can't lose. Once he loses, obviously he's got to lose eventually, but he shouldn't be losing like anytime soon. Like I wouldn't even have him lose all the way to like WrestleMania. Like that's how much. Like if you,
I'd have him lose every single match until WrestleMania.
yeah, right. But yeah, and it's cool too because he's got Bray Wyatt's got creative control of this character. So basically, it just shows that if you give a wrestler creative control, you can make gold happen. So there you go. I don't know what Bray Wyatt's gonna do next. You know, because the problem is you know, you don't want to because I don't know who he really feuds with. There's talk he's going for the Universal title at Hell in a Cell. I wouldn't mind that, but it's too. I feel like it's too early for that.
It's definitely too early for that.
Because then the problem is if he, I mean, he can win the title, but if he wins it now, then he has to be on every week pretty much. And he, you know, him winning the world title actually would be a detriment to him right now, but more than anything else.
And it with his character, yeah.
Because then he'd have to wrestle every week, and then he'd have to knowing them too. Once he would probably lose, you know, because I think in their mind, if you're a champion, you can lose a lot, but the champion should really never lose. Like
the champion should lose.
Because think about it, in NXT, if any champion, any champion in NXT never really loses all that much.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Unless it's for the title. Or unless they have it out, like Shayna Baszler when she lost in NXT, the only reason she lost was in a 6-woman tag. She had taken 3 finishers. That's fine. Like, but like the champions really should never lose. Which is like I'm just saying that there's a consistent main roster problem that the champions lose. So there you go. But yeah, any other thing you want to talk about with the Bray Wyatt character?
I mean, it's a great gimmick, it's a great character. I love where it's going so far, but I agree with you in terms of it's just far too early for this character to win a championship.
Yeah,
it's far too early for him to lose.
Yeah, can you imagine if he wins that 24/7 title? I don't think anyone would go after him for the title. Like
he'd be the longest reigning champion of the modern era.
Because who we want to set out to look for him? Like
nobody.
Yeah. Oh, could you imagine like a segment of Drake Maverick, like if he's the 24/7 champion and Drake Maverick like has to go to like that house, the Firefly Funhouse?
Oh my god, and the song just plays the entire time.
Yeah.
Repeat.
But yeah, it's awesome. And yeah, I feel like he could win the Royal Rumble probably. And then win the title. But we'll see. Do you think too he's ever gonna wrestle as not his Fiend persona, but like the child kid friendly persona? Or do you think he's only gonna wrestle as the Fiend? Because I think
he's gonna wrestle as the Fiend.
Yeah. And he'll probably do the promos as his kid persona.
Yeah.
But I don't think because I even like too he hasn't really done like a live promo in the ring yet too either.
They're all like the pre-recorded like you know, in the Firefly Funhouse type thing.
I do think eventually we are gonna get a segment where someone actually goes to the Firefly Funhouse. And you know, like you know, if it's the world title, it just you know the problem is though you can't make like if it's you can't make it like the person that goes there though shouldn't be making like jokes and stuff like that because this isn't they should be like scared to go there, not you know make. Like, you know, like, because, you know, if John Cena went there, he'd be making a ton of jokes all over the place. Yeah. Thank God John Cena's not there right now, because like, you know, imagine John Cena would have buried this character, like, in 2014. Like he did with the other one, so. Anyhow, then we have King of the Ring. Which I like the fact that they brought back the tournament. I wish they brought it back as a pay-per-view, but, you know, I like that they brought it back week to week because it makes the matches mean something. The participants in the King of the Ring were Elias. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying they were the participants, but, you know, with the first rounds passed. But Elias, Buddy Murphy. I'll say all Raw first because if I try to go all over the place. So representing Raw is Sami Zayn, Baron Corbin. What the hell was that?
The stupid video that played on my phone.
Yeah, so the represented Raw was Ricochet, Drew McIntyre, The Miz, Cedric Alexander, Baron Corbin. I had this written down. I'm gonna forget somebody.
I think it's Andrade too, right?
Yeah, he's on SmackDown though.
You going by brand?
Yeah.
This
is what we got the internet for, right?
The internet's.
But of course, it doesn't go that far down on the app, so. Hold on.
Where is it?
Oh, Samoa Joe. I didn't say him.
Oh, I see. Samoa Joe was in it. Yeah. Cesaro, Joe, Ricochet, McIntyre, Cedric Alexander, Sami Zayn, and The Miz and Baron Corbin.
Yeah, then who's on
Raw? And SmackDown was Kevin Owens, Elias, Ali, Buddy Murphy, Chad Gable, Shelton Benjamin, and Apollo Crews and Andrade.
Okay. Now I have the bracket up. So Cesaro faced Samoa Joe in the first round in a very good match, actually. Probably my favorite match of the tournament thus far. And Joe won. But it's not like anyone looked weak. I mean, that's what I like about these King of the Ring matches. At least everyone that's losing isn't looking weak for losing, so that's good. So I enjoyed that. Ricochet beat Drew McIntyre, which was awesome. I liked that. Cedric Alexander beat Sami Zayn. That match was way too short, and it just didn't do any favors for Sami Zayn, but hopefully it's all fixed now. Baron Corbin beat The Miz. We'll get into that. Elias beat Kevin Owens due to interference from Shane McMahon. Ali beat Buddy Murphy, which I don't like because Buddy Murphy went from beating Daniel Bryan, the new Daniel Bryan, a week ago, and now he's losing to Ali, so that was kind of stupid. I think Buddy Murphy should have advanced, honestly. And then Chad Gable beat Shelton Benjamin. I like that, but the match was only 3 minutes long. It should have been way longer than that. And he had to beat him with a fluke roll-up. It's why do you need to beat him, Shelton Benjamin, with a fluke roll-up? It's not like you're trying to protect him or anything. So, and then Andrade beat Apollo Crews. So that was good stuff. And now in the second round, it's going to be Samoa Joe versus Ricochet, Cedric Alexander versus Baron Corbin, Elias versus Ali. I like how it's Elias versus Ali. Two guys that lost they got their name short and are having a match with each other. That's funny. And Chad Gable versus Andrade. We'll do predictions for the second round, but I've enjoyed the King of the Ring tournament so far. But obviously, I'm skeptical because we know if it just leads to Baron Corbin winning the whole tournament, then I'm gonna fucking flip off the whole tournament and say, fuck it. Because sometimes a lot of people say it's about the journey, not the destination. It's not about the journey at all if it leads to Baron Corbin winning. Because people that say it's about the journey, not the destination, usually the destination ends up sucking in the end. So then they say that. Do you really want the destination to be Baron Corbin winning? So if you say it's about the journey, not the destination, that destination sucks, and the whole journey would just suck if it leads to Baron Corbin winning, because we would have wasted our time and eyes looking at this stuff. So I gotta wear glasses, and I only have so much time to look at it, so it's it's not fair. But yeah. So there you go. But like I said, I've enjoyed the tournament so far, but just do not have Baron Corbin win this tournament because mean. But anyhow, what are your thoughts of the tournament so far?
Like it. But like you said, if it's Corbin, fuck it.
Yeah. Are you not gonna live in that? It's about the journey, not the destination. Then if it's just Corbin winning, so
yeah, fuck it.
But as for my predictions for the second round, I'm probably gonna get these wrong, but I'm doing this out of what I want. I want Joe to be Ricochet, because that would mean Joe would have to face a baby face, and since Cedric Alexander is the baby face in the Corbin match, maybe that would be an out. I want Elias to beat Ali, and they're probably not going to do this, but I actually want Chad Gable to beat Andrade, because I think in tournaments you should have the upset wins once in a while, and that would be it. Because honestly, what is Andrade really going to benefit from advancing? They haven't done anything with him anyways. Why not throw Chad Gable a bone? You're not gonna do anything with him anyways, but at least it keeps Chad Gable on television for a few
King
weeks.
Gable with a lesbian haircut.
Yeah, right. So and plus too, if Elias is beating Ali, he's got. I don't think Elias and Andrade would really be an intriguing matchup since they're both heels. So
Yeah.
and who wants to see Elias versus Andrade as a heel versus heel match? It's just not that interesting. And I guess other things I should say that's going on the main roster is we got to talk about it. This whole Roman Reigns storyline because it's been pretty goddamn intriguing. So I don't even think I've even talked about the storyline at all. So I'll just break it down from the beginning. A couple weeks before SummerSlam, Roman Reigns is going to make a SummerSlam challenge, and someone drove a forklift and drove a bunch of shit into him. I still think that segment's quite funny because he just gets up right afterwards, and the medics are like, "Let us take a look at you." And the moment's like, "I'm fine, I'm fine." He's walking away all fine from it, he's just telling the doctors "Get off my ass," pretty much. I beat leukemia, and I'm fine. It was just quite funny. And then everyone had thought it was Samoa Joe because he was feuding with Joe at the time. So Joe was upset about it. He wanted to prove his innocence and Samoa Joe to talk about it, and then he went backstage, and this is when we found out that it wasn't Joe because a car tried to hit Roman Reigns. A lot of people don't like the fact that all of a sudden Samoa Joe wanted to kick his ass, but when that happened, he was all of a sudden all concerned about Roman Reigns. I honestly can believe that because if you're a person and you're working with a coworker, if you just see they were about to get hit with a car. I would think you would want to be yeah, get some medics out here now. He's not a heartless person, so just weird.
It was weird.
And then we found out that he was gonna get some answers, so we found out that Buddy Murphy was around all this. So he tried to get some answers out of Buddy Murphy. And he beat the shit out of him, and Buddy Murphy said it was Rowan. But we weren't sure if Buddy Murphy was being legit or not because, because Roman Reigns was kicking his ass, we weren't sure if he just threw some random name out of the hat, so that way Roman Reigns would stop kicking his ass. So it led to the match at SummerSlam, which we discussed, where Rowan just came and beat the shit out of him, and then it led to a match between Roman Reigns and Buddy Murphy. Roman Reigns obviously won, and then Bryan and Rowan kicked Buddy Murphy's. Poor Buddy Murphy, man. He's just getting his ass kicked.
He's got the shit beaten out of him.
And he basically... And I gotta say, too, Bryan with his promos, has been phenomenal. He's come off like a crazy man. When he sees, I don't like liars. It's pretty damn brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
So Buddy Murphy finally admits he lied. Just so that way Rowan and Bryan would stop kicking the shit out of him. So Roman Reigns is what the fuck, man? You literally 2 weeks ago said that it was Rowan, and now you're saying that it wasn't. So I think Roman wouldn't kick his ass. I like to talk about this great storyline, but all we're talking about is just Buddy Murphy, whether he is or not going to get his ass kicked.
There's shit literally beaten out of him. He's got no more shit in his body. He's going to be beating a lot of them.
He said, I thought... So then he said, I thought I saw Roman, just so that way Roman wouldn't kick his ass. So Roman says, if I found out you're lying, I'm coming back to kick your ass. So... And then this was that week, too, where the new Daniel Bryan said that he was going to, find the real culprits because he did his own investigation to kind of get themselves in the clear. So Buddy Murphy beat the new Daniel Bryan, and I think that's good if they're going to do something with Buddy Murphy. Bad for Daniel Bryan, though. He can't even get a win, so that sucks. So we found out, too, we found the culprit. Apparently, too, they just fucking kidnapped this guy and, put him in a hood and stuff. So we clearly knew this really wasn't the guy because this guy couldn't have been too impressive if he frickin' was just sitting around afraid to get beaten up by, the new Daniel Bryan and Rowan. and Roman Reigns went into the, the locker room where he was being held or whatever, and when the guy was revealed, we found out it was just someone that looked like Rowan. So that's why, like, you were like, it makes sense. You would thought that they would be mistaken. So this week, the new Daniel Bryan and Rowan demanded an apology, and he's back to Eric Rowan now apparently, which is random. Like, I guess Vince let him have his name back. Like, I don't want this anymore. You can have your name back.
You can have it back, Eric.
Yeah. And then Eric's like, yes, I can have my name back.
What if his name was just Eric?
Huh?
What if his name was just Eric?
Well, they can't do that because they already have someone from the Viking Raiders. It's just Eric, so.
Or Eric R.
Ah, there you go. I like that.
Or Rick R.
Oh yeah. I'm still surprised that just Alexander or just Cedric hasn't happened yet. I keep thinking too. Are you the only one too? Like, if you're not looking at the graphics sometimes where they announce a Cedric Alexander match when Michael Cole just says his last name, I'm like, no, they didn't do it, did they? Like,
yep.
Because you're waiting for it, you know what's coming. So,
it's Alexander, the cruiserweight.
Yeah, I like to.
They
even brought up how Buddy Murphy and Ali had a history with each other. It's like, what about Mustafa? What happened to that guy? Like,
what happened to Mustafa? Does he exist anymore?
Yeah. Anyhow,
just for like a while, he was known as Murphy.
Yeah, right. Now he's Buddy Murphy. So, then, yeah, then, yeah, so, and apparently too, the new Daniel Bryan and Eric Rowan weren't gonna leave the arena until they got an apology. So they probably were just gonna live there the rest of it. Imagine Roman Reigns just never apologized.
He's there forever. They're out of the arena.
Yeah, they gotta choose your words wisely. The new Daniel Bryan, because can't. Basically, like, you can never see Birdie would have to come live there with him, I guess, because he's stuck there forever. Rather too, like, his wife comes over there and is like, are you ever gonna leave this place? And he's like, no, Roman still hasn't apologized. He's like there for like 3 years. Like,
ooh, that's a long time.
He can only wrestle if they have an event in that arena. Like,
if not, he's screwed.
He's got no way to get a job. He'd have to work concessions there probably. And he wouldn't like that. Imagine him having to serve a hot dog to somebody. Like, he's not gonna like that.
Concessions Kane.
Concessions Brian. Then but yeah. So Roman Reigns was gonna apologize. But he found some other footage. I should say he was gonna apologize. If he found other footage, why would he apologize? So, then we see that when he was attacked, we still see someone that looks like Rowan. So then the new Daniel Bryan freaks out. He starts slapping Rowan and says, "I don't like liars." So I don't know if that's the end of that partnership. I like how Eric Rowan just stood there and took it. Like, he's literally like 3 times the size of the new Daniel Bryan, and he's just freaking sitting there and taking these hits. Like, what are you doing, buddy? Like, so the new Daniel Bryan tried to claim he didn't know anything about that, but Roman Reigns just took him out with a spear. I don't think this is the end of this storyline. I wonder if I kind of hope it just comes out that it's not the new Daniel Bryan and Rowan, because at this point it'd be way too predictable. Because if it was them, they would have just said it's them. I'm thinking I talked about this when I did the SummerSlam before I had seen anything. Why not have it be Seth Rollins? So I think he needs to go heel. His face one's getting stale.
I disagree with that.
And Seth Rollins though would make sense, because Seth Rollins benefited from Roman Reigns being gone, because he basically got pushed like the next big thing with Roman being gone. So it would make sense. I just hope though, like, it's not like, someone like, I don't know, Rowan, who said I did it for Daniel Bryan. They do that again. So
they're literally gonna do that again.
Yeah, just don't. Because that's just the thing too. Like, again, a lot of people say it's about the journey, not the destination. If it's somebody stupid, then the journey will suck. So, stop saying that, guys. By the way, it's about the journey, not the destination. then don't ever watch like a movie where you loved every story, the whole storyline, and you hated the ending. Because guys, it's just about the journey, not the destination. So
Exactly what it is.
yeah. Like I said, usually everyone that says that the destination usually sucks. Because if the destination sucks, then the journey sucks.
What if it was Destination America?
Ooh, not good. Anyhow, your thoughts though on this woman?
Love it.
Huh?
Love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Great.
And then the only other storylines to break down is 205 Live.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. So
Yeah, that's right. You will.
Oni Lorcan and Danny.
205 Live doesn't matter.
Go tell that to Noah. Be mad at you. I don't think it's getting canceled though, because they haven't. They still have a month out, and they haven't. They would have announced something by now. So
They're doing it at the end of the year.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against it if it leads to just them merging with NXT. You know, because I feel like they'll be used better in Full Sail, because that's where they should have been all along. And you know, if NXT is gonna go 2 hours, it would kind of give NXT like some nice people on the roster they can use. So that would be nice. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, as for 205 Live, so Oni Lorcan and Drew Gulak had a rematch from SummerSlam, basically as a makeup because the SummerSlam match was kind of disappointing. So the match on 205 Live was a lot better, and Gulak still retained the title. So they did a captain versus captain, like basically Survivor Series match, where Drew Gulak picked his partners to be Angel Garza, Alia Daivari, Mike Kanellis, and Tony Nese. And you could say why Tony Nese, they're doing a storyline with that, where Tony Nese, you know, is willing to do whatever it takes to get the cruiserweight title back. So maybe he's turning heel, I don't know. But Oni Lorcan's team consisted of Humberto Carrillo, Isaiah Swerve Scott, Gentleman Jack Gallagher, and Lee Brian Kendrick. And Oni Lorcan's team won. What I liked about it, though, is they protected Drew Gulak, where he didn't take a loss. He just got disqualified, and I thought that protected him because he went out destroying somebody. He just, hit Gulak with the chair. But Humberto Carrillo last pin Angel Garza, and it was really cool to see Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza go at it with each other, since they have that family heritage there. I like to see them have a one-on-one match at some point.
They're actually cousins in real life.
Yeah. And so Drake Maverick had to do something about it, because pretty much he didn't know what to do. And one thing they gotta, if Drake Maverick is doing the 24/7 title stuff, they probably should remove him as the GM of 205 Live, because it's really hard to take him seriously as a GM when he's doing all this comedy stuff and him trying to be serious. But that's besides the point. And he made a match between Oni Lorcan and Humberto Carrillo, since they were technically, were like the sole survivors in that match. So they both have a victory over the Cruiserweight champion. And Humberto Carrillo actually won. I actually like that. What I like about 205 Live is they don't do the same match all the time for the title. They always change it up, which I like. If you keep doing the same match all the time, it gets old. So at least 205 Live freshens it up. And Humberto Carrillo has been on like a 5-month winning streak, and him and Gulak have the history since, they've tangled in the past for the title. No, not for the title, but before Gulak had his character change. So, and I still love Gulak's new character change. Have you seen it really much since he's changed his character? Like, he's not like the better 205 Live thing. Like, he's like more aggressive now and stuff. Like,
no, I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's quite great stuff. Other side storylines that are going on is Gentleman Jack Gallagher and Akira Tozawa having like a mini feud, because they had a match where it looked, Tozawa won, but Gallagher got his foot on the ropes, but it looked like Kendrick intentionally took his foot off the ropes because he was like chanting for Tozawa. I don't know what it's leading to there. So that's definitely interesting. They're doing a thing with Lince Dorado and the Lucha House Party, where Alia Daivari is trying to get him to turn on Lucha House Party. I believe the storyline more of Lucha House Party wasn't on Raw every week, because I don't think they're breaking up Lucha House. If they went on Raw every week, I think I would believe it more. But I don't think they're breaking up Lucha House Party anytime soon because they're on Raw every week. So that's kind of a problem there. I actually would like it though. I think it would, Lindsay Dorado would freshen him up. I would actually, if he wants to, obviously, if he says it's okay, have him unmask and like team up with Arya Davaria. I think that'd be pretty cool and stuff. Yeah, basically that's everything going on with 205 Live. Done a lot of storylines. It's only been 3 weeks in SummerSlam, and that Soul Survivor match, took up a whole episode. So all the storylines that took place has basically been 2 episodes. And like I said, if 205 Live is getting canceled soon, they probably don't want to do like a lot of big storylines that is going to carry over to the end of the year, because then they'll have to blow it off without any explanation. So, and I still think the Sin Brothers being in 205 Live is pointless if they don't have Cruiserweight tag titles. Just my opinion. Because they can't do anything in 205 Live singles. So, yeah, that's everything 205 related. It's been obviously a thumbs up because it's 205. So, for Chris, a thumbs down because he didn't. No, it's a thumbs nowhere because he didn't watch it. So he's thumbs on anywhere. So
thumbs on anywhere.
Let's talk, Chris. You want to talk about all things main event related?
It sucks.
You didn't even see it.
It sucks.
Hey, we technically reviewed main events, so there you go.
How did we technically review it?
Because I asked you to give your thoughts on it, and you said it sucks.
I didn't sit down and watch an episode of main event.
You will one.
Review it.
You will one day.
Nope, not doing it ever.
But yeah, basically that's the end of this video.
205 Live doesn't matter, and main event sucks.
And yeah, nothing left to talk about. Hopefully, too, after this episode, like we can get back to doing the show normally, where we have normal weekly reviews and stuff. We're gonna do like channel update video at some point. We're doing another rundown literally today too, so there you go. And hopefully, we're gonna change up the format. I think we're gonna do this format where we'll do like a main roster one, and then I'll edit it and do like a separate video and stuff. So, because it seems like it works a lot better because we're not sitting there like drained after doing like 2 hours of a video. Occasionally we'll do that, if we have to, but we don't have to right now. So, there you go. Yeah. So I plugged and promoted my stuff because I screwed up and forgot we were doing this video after me and James did the NXT UK reviews. So I've already plugged my stuff. I know the answer, but I still gotta ask because something could come up. Got anything you want to plug or promote?
Watch me here,
yeah,
on this channel thing.
Today,
everything's in the script. So if you want to follow me on the socials, it's in the description below.
Actually, I gotta update that because this is the CM Brothers channel going on, so I gotta update that.
Oh, okay. So we're not even fucking gonna put this on Wrestling Fortune 44, huh?
Well, it's not.
It's not even good enough to go on there.
Video 2000 is not done yet, so I can't. So this isn't Video 2000 worthy. So so I mean it's almost done. It should be done Saturday. Just my schedule keeps changing.
Mine does too.
Yeah. Because plus two, even if I finish, it's gonna take since it's like a long video, it's gonna take forever to render on my computer. So I don't even know. I might try to finish it Saturday and then render it, and so that way when I'm gone all day, it will just render while I'm at your house. So, because and I will announce this too. Subscribe to James's channel because possibly NXT UK Takeover Cardiff. I almost said Blackpool live reactions, but we don't want to live react to a show that's already happened.
It's not really live then.
Yeah. Hey, I did that sometimes, but live reaction, I should say, to a show you already know the results of. There's not much of a live reactions. Yeah. So live reactions to NXT UK Takeover not Blackpool, Cardiff. And live reactions to, I think All Out we're definitely doing a live reactions for. So
yeah.
Which I'm excited about. First ever AEW live reactions because we were supposed to do it, at Double or Nothing, but we didn't. And then obviously we weren't gonna do it, you know, other places. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys, and we're gonna end off the video.